welcome to day 2 of the NA 6 Invitational LCQ. I'm Jonas Rollinger, joined by my good friends Crow and Fellow as we dive into the second day of LCQ coverage. Guys, so glad you're here. Getting into this second day, the final day here as we send one more team from North America to the international stage. I mean, we say this every year, but it is so important, these next few moments, these next few matches, the hopes and the dreams of these players, the chance to compete on an international stage, they hang in the balance today. That's not an exaggeration. And the 3 teams that we have in front of us now, Cloud9, Oxygen, and Dark Zero, they all want to join M80, SSG, Wildcard, Shopify Rebellion as the NA representation at Invite. Harrison, yesterday was a amazing tone setter. I mean, we thought one match was going to be the match of the day, and then the next one would just wow, and jaws were on the floor. Today should be a good one if yesterday was any indication of what to expect.
Absolutely. Cloud9 look like they're just getting better the more the tournament progresses. Although JJ and Co, you could say the same thing about them. They super mega ultra choked that match. If it was not for Giddy, we would see JJ and Co up against OXG right now. He was there. He was Cloud9's savior on labs. If he keeps playing the way he's playing, OXG might have some trouble, but it's the Giddy we know and love, right? He's been doing that for years and years and years, and I think that's why, you know, you mentioned how important this tournament is and how big going to SI is. The guys on DZ and the guys on OXG, they've been around the block for a while, with the exception of Rival. For C9, it would be everyone's first time at an SI, I believe, except for Dream and Snake. So even bigger for, you know, guys like Aiden, guys like Giddy, especially Aiden, who's, you know, brand new. If he gets to SI in like his second ever T1 event, that would be crazy.
But again, like you mentioned, Harrison, they're not facing up against slouches. You've got Oxygen, who were the previous LCQ winners. They've kept a majority of that previous winning roster. They had an incredible run last year at the 6th Invitational. And then you're facing up against one of the most consistent looking Dark Zero teams as well. Now, don't get me wrong. Border last night was a bit of a barn burner, but they still won that in overtime. They had 2 great back-to-back rounds with a lot of consistency on attack and defense. They lost on Fortress, and then Clubhouse. It was a slaughter fest. So having to beat OXG, who have shown really good strengths on their defensive rounds, even going to a brand new map such as Fortress, to then follow it up with the Titans of Dark Zero, who haven't lost a single match yet and were almost flawless if not for their losses against Standby and OXG. It would be a tough run, but a miracle one at that too.
Well, let's take a look at our bracket just to catch everybody up on what's been going on so far. This wasn't just a 2-day LCQ. We also started the day, well, we started the tournament on Friday with that opening round, and that's really where we started to see just what kind of weekend we'd be in for. We started with our 3 T2 hopefuls and our 5 NAL staples. Those 3 T2 hopefuls, that would be Karn and Co. They look like a woo on this, Misty Esports now, and Orgless. Those 3 teams, unfortunately, not able to get through the first 2 days of play. Orgless, they got the furthest, eventually running into JJ & Co. in that lower bracket quarterfinal, but their run ended there. Let's start on the top side of the bracket though, Harrison, and talk a little bit more about that Dark Zero Oxygen Esports game. That 2-1 game that felt like it was going to be the game of the day, only to be overshadowed by the one we'll talk about next. But that one was a great expectation setter for what might come today. We could potentially see that OXG DZ rematch if Oxygen can take down Cloud9.
Yeah, you definitely said it. It was an incredible game. First map, Border, already a surprise that map was allowed through by DZ. DZ typically banned that map a lot, not as much as of recent. It's kind of, they were 5-5 on it. It was a very 50-50 map before them. I didn't think they would want to leave it up against a squad like OXG. They've got Forest as their IGL. They've got incredibly aggressive players. Forest is, you know, he loves doing funny stuff when he's IGLing. They love going for rushes and super fast plays. And DZ performed, I think, a lot better than all of us thought they would. on a map like Border, which typically doesn't really lean into their play style. They win at 8-6. We move on to Fortress. And again, DZ being a team that's usually more strategic, usually ahead of the curve, kind of like SSG on those new maps, they kind of got sunned by OXG on that first half. 5-1 defense for OXG, really showing us that they have a pretty deep understanding of New Fortress. And when you get a 5-1 defensive half, the reason why that's so good is you now only need your, as John and I usually put, your like requisite 2 rounds on attack to win the whole map. And that's exactly what happened for OXG. Then we move to Clubhouse, and that's another map that I was a little bit surprised was allowed through the poll. Not that OXG are slouches on it, but DZ have had a lot of success both recently and historically through every iteration of their roster on that map. And they showed us why yesterday. You know, we go back to a default map, and DZ just had the much stronger fundamentals once it came to map 3. And that's why OXG are in the lower bracket.
And then we had our lower bracket game after that. It was Cloud9 versus JJ & Co., where that first map, JJ & Co. looked almost unbeatable on their attacks, winning 3 of them on Border. I know that Border is obviously a more attacker-sided map, but Cloud9 usually were pretty strong on their defenses, so it was a bit of a shocker. You know, they were smack-talking, the vibes were up, everything was going their way. And I guess I must have lit a fire underneath Giddy or something, because on map 2, that guy powered up. Not only did he have a 1v2 ace clutch in the post plant to win a round for his team, but the round after that, it was a 1v3 to 1v2 clutch he won on the exact same bomb site. That guy dropped double digits and had a flawless performance, and they absolutely stomped after that as well on map 3 of Clubhouse. It didn't even look close against JJ & Co. They just looked asleep at the wheel, or not Clubhouse, Chalet, my mistake, the other C map. It was a beautiful performance. And the game before that we covered, it was Cloud9 versus Standby. Giddy had the exact same performance. He was flawless on entry, double digits again. He was by far the MVP for this team all of yesterday, period. And he had some really good support as well from Dream, making a lot of good calls. They were spotting gaps to get in the bomb site, to get easy plants down. They were shutting down the Blackbeard of their opponents quite a lot against Standby, I think it was they played against. Yes, it was Standby. That's right. My quote unquote dark horse of yesterday to immediately lose in that best of 3. But now maybe this other dark horse of Cloud9, maybe they could be a little more successful against OXG, which I feel like for this best of 3 matchup, it'll be a really good showing of pacing for the both of them, where OXG had a lot of good promises on defense against Dark Zero yesterday, and then for Cloud9, it was the total opposite. Their attacks are what made their gameplay so successful.
And I want to check out this bracket once again here, because there's an important thing to note about the Oxygen Cloud9 game that we now have in front of us, boys. And that is the fact that it is a direct rematch of what we saw in the upper bracket quarterfinals, and something that I'm sure we're going to be talking about a bit more as the game gets underway, because you have to just keep drawing comparisons to what we saw in that game. Now, that happened on Friday before the official coverage here on stream began, but I know you guys took a look at that outcome, took a look at that match. Before we get into the one we actually have in front of us now, Harrison, can you tell me a little bit about what Oxygen did well over Cloud9 in that game? I mean, that was a pretty swift 2-0. 7-4, 7-4, rather 7-4, 7-5 on Fortress and Bank. Hard to be Cloud9 in this situation now, when you have to look back at the game that happened less than 48 hours ago and try to find a different result.
Yeah, I think first of all, you have to take Fortress out of the pool, right? OXG already beat you on it, then they beat DZ on it. So clearly in this qualifier, OXG seemed to be the best Fortress team. You can't let that happen again. And then we move on to Bank, where C9, sure, they get an even split on their attack, and then OXG completely run through them on their own attacks. And actually, kind of a spoiler alert, but in the maps that they're playing against C9, OXG chose attack on a couple of them. So they've been really leaning into that side. They've been one of the best attacking sides in the LCQ so far. And the reason why that's so good is because when you're playing against what we would consider to be, you know, the lower tier NAL teams, T2 teams, teams like that, the biggest struggles those teams have against more experienced pro teams are always the attacks. When you give OXG a leg up like that, when they're super comfortable on the attack and they move into their defense, they're only going to need a few rounds to win it. C9 need to, I think, be able to force something like a larger, slower map for OXG to work in and clear. You can't give them free control on your roams. You have to do kind of like what you did against JJ and Co, where they were kind of extending, and against Standby too. Cloud9 were extending all over the place, basically every map. They were playing the roams not just for kills, but also just to waste utility and waste as much time as possible before then falling back on the anchor. If you give OXG these first picks to people like people like Gomez and people like Adam, that's when Forrest, hits the IGL, the big red button, and OXG storm in. And that's one of the reasons why their attacks have been so good. So I really want C9 to pick kind of these bigger off, not necessarily super fundamental maps, because I think that's what they're going to need to try and take OXG off guard.
Well, before we actually get into the game, let's hone in on the individual rosters just a little bit more. John, let's talk Cloud9. I mean, this is a team that did not have the performance they wanted necessarily on the whole this year, finishing 7th, 8th place between stage 1 and then stage 2. When we look at this team, the additions of Aiden and Snake, how has that gone so far, and what do we need to see from them if they want to pull this win out?
I think just having more consistent players that are good on mechanics, I think that's the big takeaway, right? Aiden's also been really good on the shield from time to time, which is a great spearhead to kind of push that execute just a little further to get in and have that more objective base gameplay that Harrison was really harping on that they need to do a good job of, like they showed back against Standby earlier in the day. Just overall more consistency is what they need. Not only do they need Giddy popping off, but they should have a fail-safe in case that doesn't necessarily happen, right? You had Dream making a lot of good calls for those executes on the attack. You need someone following him in off of that communication, having all of your gears turning at the same time, having people like Kobe getting droned in so he can do his job as Deimos down below, or having him on that flank watch role of Nomad on occasion, having Aiden being pushed in with that shield, someone directly behind him with that buddy system. Everybody has to be doing their part, because if Giddy doesn't drop double digits, that could be OXG having another Darkseer rematch later today.
And I like that you mentioned Kobe, because we've been talking about it. The other casters have been talking about it. Kobe has not had a good performance through the qualifiers so far. The last couple games he's played, he's minus 13, 40 and 53. And when you're the guy playing Azami, Warden, Deimos, he's even being stuck on Finka for a few rounds. We need to see more out of Kobe, because like John said, you can't rely on Giddy to go huge every single map. So I think that's going to be another factor, right? Because Oxygen have had Gomez be really consistent. They've got Adam being really consistent. Again, those two really good gunners. If you've just got Giddy to try and stop the green wave, we're going to need Kobe to step up too.
Well, before we dive into the maps, we'll hone a little bit in on Oxygen for a moment. John, you mentioned this earlier. It's the team that won, or the organization at least, that won this very LCQ last year, right? This is a team who's been in this situation before and has come out on top in this situation before. But safe to say, Harrison, that this was not necessarily their best year as far as the last few years are concerned, and maybe they aren't set up quite as well to make that same run.
Yeah, the only returning players being Gomez and Yaga, of course. Grixer coming over from what is now the Shopify team, right? Forrest coming from after being dropped from SSG. Adam joining after the unwanted run in Boston, which was incredible, as we all know. But yeah, not having a pretty good stage 1, and then really falling in stage 2. But I think, again, in that stage 1, they proved that I think this new roster can hang at least with the mid to upper tiers of NAL. And they showed really good stuff against DZ, right? I mean, they lost the game, but they took Fortress, again, a new map, and that's typically, DZ's strong suit is coming out with the new maps earlier than everyone else. And again, their attacking prowess throughout the whole qualifier has been huge. They haven't, again, necessarily proven themselves to the same extent that the old OXG roster had back when they had like DS Lucas, who's now on Team Liquid. But I think they've got the capabilities to. I think we just need to see a little bit more consistency from, again, the supporting cast around Gomez, like from Adam and from Grixer. And I need Forrest to stop spawn peeking and dying early on crucial operators. It's like a Forrest staple, and it's really funny. And he's a great IGL. But, you know, when you're up against the likes of DZ, can't be dying early on that kind of stuff.
All right, let's take a look at the maps now, Harrison. I know you kind of teased this earlier, but we'll actually get into the veto to see which of our 3 maps we're going to end up playing here today. John, this is a situation where the most important priority for Oxygen is going to be, well, can they get back to the similar maps that they beat Cloud9 on? And on the flip side, Cloud9 wanting nothing to do, and this is very clear by their bans, Fortress and Bank, the 2 maps that they lost just less than 48 hours ago.
Yeah, I'm not shocked that, you know, Bank is the first ban for Cloud9 because they lost that in the first day of the LCQ 7-5 against OXG. So having that rematch, they don't want to go back to old battlegrounds. They want to try something a little new. Same thing for Fortress. OXG have been flawless on this brand new map during the LCQ, so they'd rather just avoid it and try to go somewhere else. You've got Nighthaven Labs as that decider, which I think is a good overall pick for both these teams. So we also saw Giddy's brilliance on this map just last night against JJ & Co. Then you have Kafe and Lair, 2 really large maps that, you know, Harrison was kind of highlighting that might be an important place for Cloud9 to go. That way they can set up those mini games against OXG and give them a proper run for their money. Don't let them try to, you know, take the map as quickly as possible and get in for those cheesy executes Force is known for.
I actually really like the Kafe pick first up for Cloud9 too. Like, it's kind of a 50-50 map for OXG, and it's also the map that OXG lost in the first round to Karn & Co. So I think Cloud9 really trying to take advantage of that. They also smoked JJ on Kafe in the very first round too. And I definitely agree with John. You know, Lair and Labs being 2 bigger 3-tiered maps. If you're extending properly, it can take a while to clear, and you're going to be extending on basically every site on both of those maps. I'm just a little bit concerned about Labs because, again, like we mentioned, if not for Giddy, Cloud9 would have lost Labs and not be here right now.
Well, now that we've got these maps in front of us, I know this is a rematch, but I'm still going to go to you guys on some predictions anyway, just before we jump into this game. John, I'll start with you. Where do you think this one is going to fall? I mean, I'm kind of hoping one of you has what it takes to pick Cloud9, but if you don't, that's totally fair. I mean, this is a 2-0 just 2 days ago, so it's very hard to see that they would be the better team on paper here. But John, give me your thoughts. Do you think they have it in them? Do you think this could go 3 maps at least, if you could answer that part?
Dude, you read me like a book. I really want to say Cloud9 is going to take this because of how well or at least how well Giddy played last night and their gradual improvement throughout the event. I also agree it'll probably go to 3 maps. You know, we could definitely see Kafe being won by Cloud9. Layers kind of a toss-up, and then you go to Labs where that will be the true and proper decider. But it still feels like OXG just has that little bit more of consistency as a whole unit rather than Cloud9 relying more on those hero plays, obviously, but they've got some great players on that team as well. So it won't be, you know, a total like blowout, I would hope, in a 2-0. You never want to hope for those kind of matches, right, Harrison?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I would love to say Cloud9. I would love to see Giddy at Invite, but I'm gonna have to go OXG 2-1, right? If Cloud9 want to win this game, they're gonna have to win it in 2, and I just don't see them winning Lair. And then if it does go to a 3rd map, I don't see them winning Labs. They had way too many holes up against JJ. They're historically not great on Labs. OXG have a much better track record there against better teams too. So yeah, I would love to say C9, but if they don't take it 2-0, it's got to be OXG all the way.
So safe to say your hopes are pretty much riding on this first map, and that's where the focus is going to lie?
Yeah, Cloud9 absolutely need to win Kafe, and I think they need to win it well. Like, it can't be a slog like 8-7, 8-6. It's got to be confident. They got to be riding the high to get into Lair, which again we mentioned is a 50-50 map. If we go to labs, I think it's over.
Fair enough. I think Giddy may have something to say about that, though. I mean, just to say this one more time, like, he was so good yesterday in that game against JJ and Co. and was the sole reason that they are here at this point. Obviously, there's a lot more factors than that, but if you really break it down, at the very end of that second map, John, it was a it was an ace clutch and then a 1v2 clutch to come back and win the map. From what you've seen from Cloud9, is that what they need to happen if they want to win this game? Or can they rely on just their playmaking ability as a team, their calling ability from someone like Dream? Like, do they have other paths to that grand final other than just a pop-off performance?
I don't know, because not even including their JJ and Co match, it was the same thing against Standby. You know, they were not coming out of the gate swinging on Chalet. They had a total reverse going into the second half. They already had used their timeout. Out of nowhere, Giddy's working 2 picks in under a minute as Gridlock. He's lobbing nades across the map, and he makes it look easy. It was so much on the shoulders of Giddy to advance against JJ and Co, and then the exact same thing happened again. I would love to see the entirety of this team stepping in, but 9 times out of 10, it was Giddy doing the heavy lifting. He was getting his hands dirty. And then, of course, that's not to also discredit how good some of their strats also were to get into the site and have that diffuser down. But yeah, Giddy was the genuine star of the show, and he'll have to continue being that here today too.
Well, if we're focusing on individuals, and I know we're itching to get into this game, our final couple players are joining into this lobby. Do not worry. If we're talking about individuals, Harrison, somebody that we focused on a lot in the stage 2 conversation was Aiden, right? New young guy, T1 debut, coming into the scene, and honestly, I think performing exceptionally well for someone making his debut in a situation like that. Here he is again with a chance to make the 6 Invitational. I mean, this is a huge weight on your shoulders potentially, especially after maybe not playing as well as you would have liked over the last maybe 24 hours, right? In a situation like this, you know, a lot of young guys, like, is this a situation where he's feeling crazy and needs to find a way to thrive here? Like what have you made of his performance so far, and where could he go?
I think he's been super solid, right? Like you said, he definitely impressed with Envy. It's really interesting seeing his developmental arc as a player too, because when he started out with the console switchover stack with Bands Coast, right? He was on Mozzie, he was on Ash, he was running all over the place. He was like a one-man army, and then slowly, with the evolution of, you know, Bands Coast into M80X and then Aiden joining JJ, slowly transitioned into a really solid support player. And I mean, how many times have we seen that, right? Now he plays Smoke, he's on Thermite, he's on these supporting operators, but we know he can still frag out if you put him on something like a Warden. I think he's been super solid through LCQ so far. He's had a couple real standout performance. I'm looking through his matches so far. Like he was their top player on that final map against Standby on Consulate, dropping double digits. He did really well in the game against JJ and Co on basically all 3 maps. Again, especially map number 3, dropping double digits and being the top player for Cloud9. So I've been really impressed with Aiden. I'm kind of waiting for Snake to also do that. Snake, again, has been solid. He hasn't been popping off quite as much as I think we want him to. He's only +2 on the KD. Aiden on hard support right now, -1. But I think they've been super good. I think the new pickups for Cloud9 have slotted in really well into, you know, the Hat and Silent roles. Again, the big thing that John and I already talked about it, we're seeing all 4 members of Cloud9 step up. We need Kobe there too. If they want to beat OXG, we need to see Kobe join the game, because I mean, Giddy right now is one of the top players. Dream is, I think, also positive, if not by much. He's like +1, I think. I need Kobe. I need you. You were so good back in T2. You were okay on DZ. This is your time to shine. This is when your team needs you most. They need you against OXG, and they're going to need you against your old team.
Well, to zoom out for just a moment, as we are, I believe, seconds away from getting into this match, John, we zoom out and we look at Dark Zero waiting in the wings. No doubt watching this match, preparing for the grand final, right? How much does this all even matter, right? When you zoom out and you look at Dark Zero, because could they just stomp the team that's going to be coming through to the grand final? The final thing before we'll dive in, where do you feel either of these teams stack up against their future opponent? Regardless of who wins, do you put either of them? And this is just the honest question. Do you put either of them at having a chance at taking down Dark Zero and making Invite if they can win this lower bracket final?
I think OXG have a better chance for sure. Cloud9, it would be great to see them go to 3 maps if they end up beating OXG, but they, out of all these teams, have to go through the biggest gauntlet today compared to OXG or Dark Zero. I don't think we would see Fortress again if OXG were to rematch them again. They've been flawless on that map since its introduction. It would probably be better for DZ just to pick something they're a lot more comfortable on, that they have more strats to work their way through against OXG, and they've already had previous experience playing with them in the LCQ, so things do look great for Dark Zero in the grand scheme of things, and they have been, as an entire team and organization, very consistent with making it into major events like SI or other major events internationally too. So this is not new territory for them either.
I feel like at this point, right, you have to think about endurance for these players, right? Thankfully, right, for Oxygen, they haven't had to play at 4 in the morning last night, but Cloud9, I mean, they barely would be able to get a full night's sleep if they wanted to get up and warm up for this game before jumping into the lobby. I mean, their game finished at literally 4:30 Eastern in the morning. I mean, that is no joke, Harrison. I mean, believe me, I'm doing it as well, but they're the ones in the lobby. They're the ones sweating. Like, how much does that take a toll on you as a player in a situation like this, in such a high stakes environment, not getting optimal play day conditions?
Yeah, I mean, we already see those advantages tend to stack up in any double elim bracket. You know, how many times have we talked about on LAN, the losers bracket going into a grand final, having already played a best of 3 or a best of 5, now having to play another best of 5, and the team who hasn't played obviously in the advantage. Now these guys, you know, it's obviously it's not back to back, but like you said, the fact that they're finishing 4:30 in the morning after probably being up for a hell of a lot longer than that, because the day also started pretty early, right? We were like in 2:30 or something, 3:30.
Yes, the broadcast was 12 hours and 22 minutes long.
Yeah, so and they played one of the first games, so they had to be up that whole time. Like you said, we're less than 12 hours later, and they might have to play back-to-back best of 3s. It's definitely something that needs to be talked about. Hopefully Cloud9 are not on like an ultra gamer schedule and used to waking up at 4 p.m. and going to sleep at 3 a.m. because they're gonna need every ounce of rest they just got. OXG, I'm sure as soon as they finished that game against DZ, they were hitting the hay. So I think you're definitely right. I don't doubt OXG and both DZ and OXG are way better rested than Cloud9 are right now. And for a really young squad, who knows? That could come into play.
Will come into play. We love to play the game, and we are still waiting on these players to get into this game. I've just been told that the game is ready.
Let's go.
And I believe it's actually happening. Yippee! Boys, get in there. Have a good time. Oxygen, Cloud9, lower bracket final. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Jonah, for sticking with us there. I actually had the game ready button. How long it could go for without pressing it, but
I
figured I'd let it go. Loading into Kafe on map number 1, Cloud9's pick. We've seen Cloud9 and OXG play this before, but we have not seen it since the very first round when it was like technically off stream, like it was co-streamed. I think, what was it? Sino did the OXG game, and then the Whiskey guys did Cloud9. Cloud9 won this map 7-3. OXG lost it 5-7 to Karn & Co. And this is one of those maps I was talking about where OXG actually selected to start on the attack.
Definitely love the operator bans as well. Maybe trying to have that explosive style of attack from OXG be a little less explosive. You know, you have the Ying off the board. This is one of her best maps. You know, I can always envision the Ying Candles flying out from the cocktail windows or skylight to go for a very fast execute with clearing out those roamers and getting vert early on a bomb site like Reading Room, which we're funnily enough starting on for this best of 3 series. The Capital as well, another great execute focused operator. He's good at clearing out power positions. He's good at blinding other angles that the defenders could be using. So that's 2 huge ops off the board already. On the other side, you've got Castle and Rooney, 2 operators that are great at helping with those previously mentioned extensions, but that does leave the Azami up. That leaves the Mira up, which Cloud9 are more than comfortable with running 9 times out of 10. I would imagine we see one of those 2 ops off the board, if not the Valkyrie that Aiden is rocking after that 3rd round. But getting into the actual round itself, it seems like Piano is a big point of contention right now for Cloud9. They've got those mirror windows to help with the extension. They've got the Kibas up above as well. And Adam is starting out with his good graces. A nice shot landed onto Aiden. That Valkyrie will be cycling through cameras, I would imagine, the rest of the round. But it's a good start for the attacking side of OXG, and keeping that striker alive too. They're going to have a lot more utility to help deal with those Kiba barriers that they're now looking towards from these repels.
Great first pick, getting a C4 off the board, although it's not like there's more where that came from, or not more where that came from, right? Giddy, Kobe, and Dream all able to take C4s, I imagine they did with the support of that Valkyrie. Lots of utility coming Snake's way. He dodges the nades, may want to retake the position again. He is Azami. He could Kiba it back up and continue to play Pixel, but instead he'll continue to just kind of play in and around Bathroom, likely for a fallback towards Pallets eventually. Giddy also moving away from Red Stairs, where the attack has started to funnel in from. We're about halfway through, and Giddy's going to go for a run out, getting Yaga, but instantly refragged by Grixer, not letting the star player for C9 get away with robbery. Gomez lit up to 1 HP in the Humidor, though, by the player back free. Is Snake swinging out into Piano. Kobe getting a kill for himself, finally finishing Gomez, and now the round is flipped. It's a man advantage for Cloud9.
Good job keeping those positions held. The long angles from Snake finding a kill. The long angles from Kobe as well, keeping that man advantage firmly in their favor the last 50 seconds. OXG would have liked to have entered in from Cocktail, try to get that vert going, but now with Gomez gone, it's near impossible. And yet another trade secured for Cloud9. 2 versus 1 for Grixer to find 4 kills in this first round. He'll drop below, looking to maybe sneak into sight off of the audio cue being masked with the flashbang. But he doesn't spot anyone, and Dream's got the vert upstairs. Cloud9, a well-recovered round. They lost the entry to Adam, but still keeping their positions held upstairs, had no problem converting the mid to late round to a win.
Something that's a familiar sight considering how things went yesterday for them. Cloud9, in their game against JJ & Co., lost the entry a lot, mainly to guys like Packer and Ivan, and still recovered, I think, more than half of those rounds where they lost the entry. They have great resilience. It's typically like one person like Aiden or like Kobe, someone like that on an island, just going for an early kill. And then as soon as that happens, I like that Cloud9, they don't fish for a pick back. They just play their spots. Their strat's clearly strong enough to hold with 4 players, and Cloud9 start things off on the right foot, as you mentioned, with a pretty confident round 2, right? Not just a first defense, but we mentioned that they probably need to win Kafe swiftly here. It needs to be a really good-looking win, because if you want to take Lair, you're going to need all the momentum you can get against OXG.
Yeah, I like that. Again, Cloud9 opting to ban the Ying and Capitao. Those are some of the best operators for clearing out positions like C1, for clearing out the freezer upstairs. Only having a Grim to deal with those spots, it kind of allowed Cloud9 to be a little more reserved. You know, wait for OXG to overextend into Humidor and Piano. You'll be able to take those more advantageous fights with infos, better guns, and better angles. And that gives them back the man advantage as OXG try to just barrel their way in using brute force and not a lot of tools tools to assist them in those long-range gunfights. Now we go and introduce the shield into the lineup here for OXG, hoping they can cover more ground without having to sacrifice any of those bodies in the mid to late round. And once again, Cloud9 emphasizing their utility to stall on that top floor. Again with the Azami, they've got Kobe Lax now on the Fenrir, which will be excruciatingly helpful with dealing with Yaga's info game on the Montaigne. And we're going to be seeing Mining Room as their defensive site as well. Adam with yet another entry. That is Snake gone, so a lot less Kibas at the disposal of Cloud9. But again, we did see them convert a 5 versus 4 to a win just last round. So let's hope they can keep their composure and still have this utility like the Nitro Cells and Goyo Packs to deal with those huge threats like Yaga.
Aiden already making amends by picking off Gomez the Ram, who I believe was only able to use 1 or 2 of those boogies before falling. And you can see the entire floor above train is closed. And that's usually what the Ram is used for, primarily above train, rather than mining, because this is where the defenders like to hold. Aiden, though, does spot a little bit of vert being created by Adam, is forced to fall back deeper into train, and that allows the shield of Yaga now into mining. Trying to go for the plant. Back to a bulletproof right now. Here comes the retake from Pillar from the defense. I think that's Dream on the sentry, trying to pressure out this Monty. Yaga exposed himself a little bit too much. Now very lit up. If he ends up going for the plant, one wayward impact. C4 tickles him and he's dead. You can see him eating even more damage from those impacts from Aiden. But now the only indirect plant denial they've got is Giddy with the Nitro Cell. Again, Yaga very low, so that Nitro Cell can very easily find impact. Dream worried about someone potentially coming by Heaven and taking him out of Dark Spot. He's correct about it, and he predicts Forest. Now the Thatcher gone. Dream looking for more, but Grixer eventually trades him out to equalize once again. 30 seconds left. Yaga still not comfortable enough to try and get this bomb down. Adam trying to cover from red stairs. Grixer on the window. C4 misses. Plant being completed. Yaga's going to get it down here, but there's a flurry from C9. Now it's a 2v1. Adam on red stairs, left with it all to do. No info to play with. He's got no idea that no one's even in train. Kobe and Aiden are just trying to wait him out. 3 seconds left. Diffuser on the floor. Adam just going to try and stick here, but he knows he's not winning it. Cloud9 hold on once again.
Another great start on Kafe Dostoyevsky for Cloud9. That's the big point you talked about. Cloud9 cannot be slouches on map number 1. We saw their weaknesses on Labs, which is a decider map in this best of 3. They've got to come out of the gate swinging against OXG, and they've already done that in these first 2 rounds. It was a perfect crossfire between Dream, Aiden, and Giddy. You had one person red, one person in dark spot, and another one by Reading Hall. Out of those 3 people, only one of them was dealt with, and that was Dream still going 1-for-1 with the TCSG. There were way too many crossfires to shut down that Montaigne. Although Giddy missed his C4, he ran upstairs, shut down the Montaigne with his gun, and the win condition for OXG was lost in the wind after Cloud9 granted or put themselves in that 2 versus 1 position with only 5 seconds left for Adam to make or break, and he just didn't have enough to win those 2 gunfights or get the plant down when the clock struck 000. This has been a great defense so far for Cloud9, but OXG, they've got yet another puzzle to solve, and they might just be trying to go with the easiest route possible, the path of least resistance based on their lineup. Typically, you see a lot of vert operators selected on the attack for a bomb site like Double Kitchen, but instead, it's going to be a Glaz and Aurora. So that, to me, at least speaks like a horizontal take, maybe starting out from the bakery side of the map. And based on these spawns, I think that's what OXG is going to go for. Just trying to sucker punch Cloud9 to get around on the board here.
It is a game plan that OXG, and again, Forest is known for. They love these fast plays. Trying to get rid of the yokai? I think he just whiffed. There we go. He does end up getting rid of it, but Aiden has the opening pick onto Grixer, your Raora. And John, how important is the Raora to this kind of play? You try to lock down Carpet Door to make yourself into, or to allow safety in small bake and prevent any kind of rotation from the defense. You can also lock down any of the doors in the hallway to help protect your planter. Aiden does finally get flushed out, but still the utility in the trade in the favor of Cloud9.
Oh, okay. But another nade's landed from Yaga. I don't even know how that happened, but Kobe's gone. But it's at least better here for OXG having back that man advantage. You mentioned the Aurora being gone. If no one's holding small bake, though, might not be that big of an issue if they can sneak their way into bakery itself. The wall hasn't been reinforced, so the Selma will not be that important. The only issue is that you've got to worry about those crossfires, and you've got to hit those shots as well. Yaga missing a crucial opportunity, but Forrest recovers as he deals with Dream. No more toxic babes in play. Giddy will make it a 2 versus 2, and Adam still on the board, gets rid of the Echo in play, leaving just Snake off of sight as he's looking for any gadgets that could spot him. That'll be a drone to give away his position and intentions. At least he's got a good spot here, looking through the carpet hallway to stop someone hopping in through the prep window. It's a good chance he could maybe isolate in a 1 versus 1 if Adam gets on this diffuser. He'll bait a nitro cell, maybe as a way to rotate in through this hallway, but he's waiting for the perfect moment. C4's ripped, masking his rotation, but they're aware of him, backpedaling into bakery. Both members stepping up to challenge him, and it's another trade for Oxygen. A close call for Adam, but as he gets off the case, he takes the 1-for-1 and wins it. OXG have a round and a half.
How differently could that trade game have gone, John, if Kobe didn't eat a nade? I'm not sure if maybe he was just stuck in the corner and had to try and, play luck. Maybe the nade rolls away. Either way, Cloud9 losing that body and OXG just keeping up with the 1-for-1 trades over and over and over again. In addition to Dream, I think, getting maybe a little over-aggressive. I'm not sure why he felt like he needed to crouch walk into prep there, because Forrest was just sitting outside Bake. Like, that's a pretty default spot to hold. And as Smoke, you still got plenty of utility in your back pocket to stop the plant. So Dream getting aggressive there, getting cut down was also not great. Giddy, of course, trying his best in kitchen with 2 kills on the Echo, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, not enough. Oxygen just played the trades better once they had that advantage, thanks to Grixer's nade. And OXG are going to take a timeout after taking a Kafe attack, interestingly enough.
I don't really blame them, because even though they won that third round, their first win on the board, their other 2 attacks were not great. Reading Room was an extremely decisive mid to late round defensive hold on the top floor. Gomez's Ram didn't even get in the building to do his job. And the same thing followed up on Mining Room, where he got a single boogie drone down, and that was it. So there was way less coverage to deal with Train Room, which was one of those positions that was a real problem for OXG when they were trying to send the Montaigne in to plant that diffuser. So still taking that moment to breathe and think about what they can do better on these next 2 bomb sites, in my opinion, is a good idea to try to get as many rounds on the attack as possible. And on top of that, although they did win that previous round on Double Kitchen, it was a nail-biting round based off of just trade games alone and not even going for the objective. And they probably won't get a second chance at doing that same horizontal take. So they'll have to do a top to bottom that they'll need to talk about further to try and, do successfully. Because Cloud9 had a lot of utility just to slow down what they would assume would be a top to bottom clear from that third round.
How do you know?
Yeah, I just know, man. Just trust me. That's my source. Okay. Just trust me, bro.
I trust you. I know you. You would never lead me astray.
I only lie to you off camera. Here, it's strictly business.
Shout out Strictly Business. Do you remember that org?
No, that might have been before my time.
Oh, really? Okay. Big COD org. They were in Siege for a little bit too. Anyway. Maybe a quick play here from OXG once again. Forrest already opening the pillar door, popping a smoke in. Could also be a feint just to try and get someone to fall off the top floor should there be the risk of a rush. I don't think it's worked though, because you still got your standard 3-2 split with Giddy, Kobe, and Dream upstairs. Don't seem to have had much movement. Maybe it was to try and burn a Wamai disc early on if there was one placed there. But either way, kind of waste of smoke grenade. We also got double shields too. Haven't talked about that. Forrest on Blitz, Yaga on Monty. latter of which currently assisting with this top floor clear. Seeing that there's no one playing Cigar, obviously, no one playing Pixel, like Snake was in the previous attempt of this site. So Yaga's able to get a lot of pretty free control. He's just gonna have to worry again about all this information and the C4s that Cloud9 have, but the first C4 misses.
You still have these toxic babes to burn away time, and speaking of the clock, there's just about a minute 30 left. You still have this position in Freezer strongly in the grasp of Cloud9 as Gomez puts himself on the board for this round, still being allowed to deploy out those boogie drones too if they can get control of this top floor. It seems to be good with the help of this blitz. Yaga spearing his way in as Kobe only goes 1 for 1 upstairs, and Aiden facing against 2 different shields has got nothing to do except tuck tail and run, but that didn't even work for him. Now it's just Snake, and he's swiftly dealt with by, again, the duo of Forrest and Yaga barging their way through Reading Hall to shut him down. That's what we needed to see from OXG, just pure brutality when clearing out those extensions by Cloud9, and they had 0 response for both shields.
Yeah, 4 for 1 roam clear there from OXG. Beautiful stuff. Getting the blitz in a position to assist the Monty by pinching that guy deep freeze after the opening pick from Gomez killed the only player really playing like Heaven side in Cocktail. So OXG were allowed to take pretty free control, and I'm kind of curious why Cloud9 opted not to challenge a little bit more heavily, right? Because we had Snake holding on to Pixel and Bathroom for a much longer time in the previous attempt here. Maybe he just felt too pressured by those double shields. And with Cloud9 banning the Grim, OXG have free reign to keep running them every single round. If that's what it takes to get the free control that OXG are always looking for and who tend to take advantage of really well, I don't doubt we'll see at least one of them every single remaining attack. It looks like we will. Yaga still sticking the Monty.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I almost thought we were going to see the blitz in play once again.
Yeah, me too.
But it'll be Forrest now with Thatcher. Maybe just to guarantee that if there is something like a Kate on the board, they can deal with that hard breach denial. That was a good call as Snake is rocking that operator this round. You also have the Pulse in play too, so a lot of good information at the disposal of Cloud9. Given their limited resources with the op bans that we have, I also think it's a good play for the ban to use just to slow down OXG's aggression. You just saw them flirt with the idea of double shields and it working really successfully, so now you want to bring as much shield denial as you possibly can. Here's that previously mentioned info. Giddy going for the run out, and that's the shield gone. Massive pick for Cloud9, and it's uncontested for a trade. It seems like Grixer was just late to the party because his role was to watch that window, and he wasn't able to. Yaga just died for nothing.
Beautiful pick by Giddy. Again, the Pulse. Pulse has been like an MVP level operator through the qual so far. All the streamed games we've seen, right? Whether it's Pulse Shotgun or UMP, he has been so good, especially on a map like Cafe where you can sit in a corner of the map basically and watch half of it. Giddy taking full advantage of the information, and now OXG lose their Monty that, again, we saw in the previous attack here was so instrumental in trying to get that plant down. Yaga's role was to walk into mining, get behind the engine, and try to plant, obviously unsuccessfully, but now without that shield, you don't have that big piece of coverage that allows you into the middle of sight and into that default spot.
Now the question is, how are they going to attack this bomb site now? Fireplace, you obviously cannot go into plant. It might just be a battle of gunfights here, and Cloud9 are playing really conservative once again. You've got Snake hiding by pillar, waiting for someone to walk down red. You've got a lot of Cloud9 members just playing further back, avoiding these vert angles, and waiting for Oxygen to make that first move while they're at a disadvantage. And OXG might even want to try to keep somebody upstairs, either for a lurk down through white or just to hold this vert. So theoretically, they're going to have to push into sight in a 5 versus 3 without a shield. That is a huge disadvantage that Cloud9 will be more than willing to take, and they still have info ops like Giddy alive too.
Aiden might be ready to retake the top floor here as Gomez takes down Kobe. There's no one left upstairs to check for this. Dream finishes off Gomez, and now Aiden can try and use the vert to deny the plant. Grixer gets off of it, but Snake is instead the one with the angle, playing in pillar by Dark Spot. Giddy catches both remaining players by red. 3 kills for the Pulse, and the lead once again in Cloud9's pocket.
And again, a fantastic start by Cloud9 that round, catching them with their pants down. Yaga, shield on his back because he's on the rappel. Giddy detects him, goes for the 1-for-1, and is like, oh my god, I just killed Montaigne. They can't plant now. And what do Cloud9 do? They just spend the rest of the round wasting time. I love the heads-up play there by both Giddy and Aiden, retaking a majority of that upstairs part of the map too when they noticed that Oxygen gave it up. Aiden didn't see any drones sailing past him from White. He saw no pressure from Pixel. He's like, guys, I'm going to just go take top floor. What's the worst they can do? And notice nobody was up there. The comm was given. There's a plant going down near default. He throws the impact grenade out to get Grixer off it, and instantly Snake kills him. Perfect synergy of teamwork there by Cloud9. That was another point too that we really talked about during the pre-show, Harrison, was it can't just be Giddy popping off. Everybody needs to do their part in this game, and based off the scoreline, although Giddy is top frag, he's not the only one doing work for this team to keep this advantage against Oxygen alive. Everyone is having a role this match.
Absolutely. Especially, again, like you said, that last round was really all hands on deck with the Giddy Aiden retake, Snake getting the planter, Dream able to also kill one of those players that Aiden was going for in Train. But we need to see Cloud9 win here. You can't let OXG come away with this 3-3 attacking half. At the very least, they don't allow OXG to kind of claim that momentum post-timeout, which is already huge. Now they're back on Kitchen, where that 2-round streak from OXG began, and we've got a similar, if not, no, exactly the same operator lineup, just dropping the, no, I thought dropping the, they didn't have a Ram. Yeah, keeping the Striker, keeping the Raura and Glaz combo. I mean, hey, maybe thinking, you know what, we didn't have the Aurora last time, so we weren't able to actually do what we wanted to do on the attack, which means we can retry, and Cloud9 technically don't have a complete idea of what's coming.
Yeah, I guess I did lie to you. I'm so sorry. I fell off on my on Strictly Standing on Business, but all good. The Aurora being alive can obviously do their job. It's at least one door shut off from Carpet, and that signals the rush into Bakery. The Dread Mine will slowly blind Yaga, but it's eventually destroyed. Again, that rotate not being reinforced off gives a new sightline here for OXG now that they have Bakery control, but they also didn't take any gunfights just yet. All members of Cloud9 are alive, and this is, again, a point they've been really strong with, is just holding these crossfires and waiting patiently. And you mentioned this earlier, Harrison, there's no Ram on the board. This will strictly be a showdown on the first floor. No one's gone upstairs to either lurk or hold for vertical, and Cloud9, there's the resurgence they needed. They lose the entry, but instantly, Giddy and Kobe fight back to take the 4 versus 3 lead, and on top of that, they've got somebody upstairs to help assist with the prep push.
Yeah, there's that lack of verticality punishing Oxygen. Kobe just sitting up there, protecting his player over by Prep. That was Dream under the window, who now gets a kill onto Adam, lining up 2, shutting down both the Bakery players. Now it's Forrest, who I guess his job was to try and go upstairs and hunt down Kobe, but the Solus is long gone. Forrest is on a wild goose chase, forced to now drop Freezer and just go for a play to try and salvage this round. Giddy has left Freezer and is now positioned in bar along with Aiden. And finally, it's Kobe to come through Whiskey and swing. It's a 4-2 half, a really confident half for Cloud9.
The timeout also being gone from OXG is huge, only letting them get away with 2 rounds on their attack. That was a great half for Cloud9. And again, good fundamentals. They understood and noticed what Oxygen were doing that round. Oh, they're going for the exact same horizontal take they did. I don't remember them having vert players upstairs. Kobe, just hold vert and prep. You'll probably get a kill. You got maybe 1, if not 2 kills playing that position. You had Giddy finding a 1-for-1 as well, and Dream closing out the rest of the round on his extremely long horizontal angle that OXG had no response to block. They didn't have any more smoke grenades. The Glaz had used them to get into Bakery. I don't think the Aurora can reach that far with its gadgets, so just that wasn't going to work out either. They just had to take those gunfights head on, and with Cloud9 already being prepared for it, it was easy pickings for them. So now switching on to the half, OXG are going to have to meet that exact same tempo on the defense, which you mentioned they were really strong on attack throughout this event. I would say their defense was
just as good, if not a little better, especially on a map like Fortress where, you know, Dark Zero just struggled to get into the building and have a good precedent of getting their step-by-step done for a proper execute. Cloud9, when Giddy wasn't popping off, they kind of had that same issue. So this first round is going to be a pretty good litmus test to see if Cloud9 can keep that same energy flowing here on their attacks like we saw on the defensive side.
It's going to be a real litmus test. Yesterday, up against JJ and Co., they had only one attack on border, but then they went 5-1 on their labs attacks and 5-1 on their chalet attacks. So there's certainly no slouches on this side either. They also performed pretty decently against Standby 2. They took a 3-2 attacking half to win the map on Consulate after all to finish that series out. So see how they perform on the first site, which interestingly enough is Kitchen. Typically see this as the tertiary. A lot of teams consider this to now be one of the weaker sites along with top floor. Those middle floor sites have really taken over. Oxygen kind of leaning really hard into that delay. C9 did have some slow ones yesterday. They're rocking the Goyo, Smoke, Tachanka, Tuberau. All of this is just the primary purpose is just to waste as much time as humanly possible. I like the addition of the Warden too, just in case Cloud9 try to go for a sneaky smoke play like OXG tried to in the previous round, in the previous attempts on Kitchen with the glass.
So far, you've got some utility burned away in Bakery. That's the Vulcan pack gone. You could, of course, again, with that Deimos in play, maybe send him upstairs if he's got good info for the Deathmark trackers, but also utilize these nades to help his team get past this smoke. Grixer still comfortably playing behind the Bakery table, and you've got Adam not too far away by coat check to also assist if things get really dicey. Cloud9 still prioritizing on this first floor before rotating upstairs, and maybe they'll even send someone reception to try to help assist too. There's Grixer with the first opening kill, Aiden gone, and it's still just a game of cat and mouse outside. I am a little shocked that we haven't had anyone try to rotate upstairs. And Kobe just jumps through the smoke and gets away with a kill. Thankfully, Gomez is there with the response, but Snake does the same thing from red. A long angle all the way from the staircase down into prep to trade his teammate, and then Dream and Giddy step in to find a kill as well. This has gone from bad to great from Cloud9. You never seen a turnaround like this with how much utility OXG had to keep Cloud9 at that distance. The table's turning. Dream might be able to plant soon.
And he's going to try and go behind the bomb chassis. Giddy on the coverage takes down Yaga, but now with Snake dying, there's no one to protect Carpet. Dream has to get off the plant. He's able to slip past the angle being held by Adam. Giddy's still trying to hold. They're just going to try and go for the kill. It looks like no. Dream spotting him. Gets the information, and there it is. Feeds it to Giddy. They do go for the kill. A huge round by the Nomad. And what did we say, John? We needed Kobe to step up big for C9. Join his teammates that have been performing so well. And what does he do? Through the gas canister, sprints into prep to take out the player holding on the Bakery and opening the whole round for C9.
Yeah, massive trendsetter around there for Cloud9. I don't even know if it's a gap spotted. It's just an act of frustration of like, someone's got to do something, man. I got to get in there.
I'm going in.
Yeah, right? Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? You're already in a 4v5. You lose that 50-50, and now the round is just a guaranteed win for OXG. Like, that's probably what they were feeling like when they were just stuck outside the map. They already burned about a minute 30. They were getting desperate, and it worked perfectly. Or maybe that was the call since Giddy, I believe, or it was Dream, had already walked down so far into red. It's like now they were ready to just hit the go button, right? And it was just perfect timing from Cloud9. I also like, again, emphasis on team play. It wasn't just Kobe sending it in as a Hail Mary. After he got that pick, everyone else just started getting aggressive. So that death did not fall on deaf ears. And one thing to note too for this lineup now for Cloud9, we talked about aggression. They've got Giddy on Ying now, because it was not banned here by OXG. This could be a very interesting round, to say the least, on Fireplace. And I think it was Mining Room instead of Reading for this site choice from OXG. I wouldn't be shocked if they clear up.
I think it is still Reading.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. It is Reading. So They could definitely use the Candelas to help them clear upstairs, or if they want to go for a more direct approach, maybe use those Candelas as a bit of a diversion and just try to barrel their way into sight for a plant. But I feel like that's so challenging on a site like Reading Room.
If they use to clear upstairs, they're going to have to worry because one of those players on the extension is the Warden that Oxygen also brought last round. I think maybe reading into the fact that Cloud9 at some point are going to want to bring something like a Ying or a Glaz. Aiden also kind of known for his Glaz play. In comes a couple of those Candelas as well as a smoke, and here's the Warden to try and hold on to it in Piano, playing on Pixel. All of them now out, but was it just a distraction? Cloud9 are instead in the middle of the bomb site. Dream with the opening kill on the Grixer plant now going down by Kobe. And there's nothing OXG can do to stop it. Where is everybody? Kobe gets it down for free. And OXG now scrambling to try and retake. We've got one pillar, one coming down red. Four is trying to come down white. All these defenders attempting to suffocate and constrict these attackers. Adam with one. Kobe instantly refrags though to keep the man advantage. Giddy follows it up. Aiden inside train does go down. But now it's all up to Gomez in a 1 versus 3 with 10 seconds to get on this case. What a gap hit by C9.
And you know, I was a little shocked they were to go for that rush, but they must have noticed there's practically zero site presence. You know, Kobe and Dream in tandem hunt down Grixer, and they not only have total reading control, but they have fireplace and just go for a plant. And now you've got people outside on window repels. You've got a guy hiding in train. There's someone actively contesting the reading hall retake as well. There's so much going into that rush. The big thing you always like to harp on for rush-styled attacks is that you have to have the element of surprise. That was definitely a moment where OXG were like, wait, are they in sight now? What's going on? They were so prepared for a default top to bottom. Their world got rocked, and it's already match point secured for Cloud9. This has been a huge performance by them on Kafe, but OXG, they still have a chance. Now they're going, interestingly enough, to Bar and Cocktail, probably considered one of the more challenging bomb sites in the current meta. I'm a little shocked they want to go here, but maybe this is just what they want to do in terms of comfort.
After all, they did not pick this map. They also, they did pick it against Karn. It is interesting. I'm also kind of surprised that the rush took OXG off guard that badly. Because, like, right, well, when Ying starts funneling all her util into white, right, and as the Warden, you're like, okay, I'm ready, and then nothing happens. And then a guy dies on site. How are the alarm bells not ringing? Like, how is everyone not like, hold on a second, we gotta get back? But it took so long. They didn't react until the plant went down. It was a very strange round for OXG. But again, Cloud9, brilliant gap hit, and they are looking incredible to start on Kafe. We've got Giddy going 12-4 in just 8 rounds, John.
Everyone else still having great impact. You know, again, Kobe was that spearhead, him and Dream working in tandem to get that first entry kill. You had Aiden buying a lot of time. He did lose that gunfight, but it was in the last like 20 seconds of that post plant. So, and I think Snake as well too, having some impact that final round as well. Everyone having an incredible performance on Kafe for Cloud9. And OXG, they've been a little quiet. You know, they've had a lot of entry kills go unanswered. Cloud9 have been doing a great job finding those trades. Forrest, unsuccessful for the run out. He'll try it for a second time and doesn't find anything, but Snake with the entry kill across the map onto Gomez. Yaga luckily does get a trade. So it's not an instant man advantage here for Cloud9, as they still have a minute to work with here, but at least they've got rid of the Wamai, and Snake once again finding some damage. Forrest for a third time. That'll be the charm to at least get rid of Snake eventually. Now having the man advantage back again, but Cloud9, they still have their deathmark trackers. They still have 2 grenades to use at their disposal, and more importantly, they still got Giddy.
Oh yeah, they've got him. the man himself, the man of the hour so far for Cloud9, though he does take a lot of damage, I assume, from Adam's DMR. Right now, both attackers trying to hunt down this Solus and then catch Forest. What a great pinch. Now it's 2v2, but they don't have case control. That's going to be a big deal here. It's dropped over towards Pixel, and Grixer is covering it with the shotgun. You spot the Aruni here in B2. The Rotero gonna prompt him to move, but he wins the fight against Aiden. That was a must-win for C9, and now Giddy, with no info to work with, he's down 1 HP. Shotgun finishes him off, and OXG, hold on.
Keeping that composure, and a bit of a risky play there, going for the exact same run out 3 times in a row. Forrest, though, there was no pressure on him. He's like, well, no one's trying to challenge me down here. I might as well go for it again. And Cloud9 clearly weren't expecting it. After a couple of trades there from Yaga upstairs, Forrest making it that 3 versus 2, really putting the emphasis on Cloud9 needing to hunt him down before they can continue their execute. That was a good play there by OXG. Cloud9 were successful, having Aiden and Giddy use the Deathmark tracker, kind of sandwiching him in double kitchen. It did waste a lot of time, though, allowing OXG to set up. They still have the Aruni DMR for those long-range gunfights, and Cloud9, a little low on HP, weren't able to win those longer gunfights. OXG are still fighting and kicking here, but they've got to go back to double kitchen, where Cloud9 just had an electric horizontal take. It looks like now they might go for something a little different, but they also might not even know what bomb site it is yet, since it's always a gamble.
Bomb located by attackers. Setting Vulcan.
OXG are playing a similar defense here. Really, the only change is they've swapped out Tachanka for Forrest's favorite operator. If you've watched Forrest for a while, he loves the Ella. He's got the pistol out. Tell me he's got the shotgun. Forrest, I need you to switch weapons.
5 seconds left.
Roman! Roman, can you hear me? Roman, bruh. He's not switching. I feel like if he's got the pistol out for this long, I feel like he's got the shotgun, right?
It'd be such a letdown if it wasn't.
That was like his signature at one point. Like Ella shotgun on bank. Oh my god.
No! Boo!
No.
Why'd you do it to us, man? Come on. Not cool, Roman. At least for Cloud9, some util has already been burned away. I like the Brava in play here too. Could maybe hack that bulletproof camera by VIP possibly and get rid of, well, that's about it, honestly. Maybe just bulletproofs and a couple of default cams, but that does give extra info at the disposal for Cloud9. Grixer, could get the Elemines, but that would be a pretty big ask, to be honest. They might have been expecting something like the Echo in play on this round, or the Malusi. So those Brava cams could have been a little more useful. Some boogie drones already coming out as well, establishing a bit of vert, and Giddy just holding this passive angle, hoping someone crosses through. I like the map control so far by Cloud9, and Aiden, he spotted a gap. He's on the hunt looking for this smoke. Grixer gone. Forrest did find the entry, but Cloud9 immediately spark back, and this is a huge pacemaker for Cloud9. They already have VIP and whiskey control in just 90 seconds. This is usually the last position where attacking teams are either at a make or break when going in for a basement execute.
Ooh, if Giddy was playing a little bit more aggressively, he could have had a freebie on Adam. Trouble here now for C9 is the fact that Gomez is lurking on Brown stairs and Forrest is still up top. For as long as this roam persists, actually, they've now got 3 players on the first floor. And as long as they remain, somebody is going to have to watch them, because C9 were the ones who just punished OXG for not taking full top control. They cannot fall to the same mistake here, but they're just inside the bomb site now. Giddy picks off Adam, and that's one of those players upstairs. Forrest and Gomez now falling back. Aiden in the bomb site. Gomez dead on his retreat. Dream getting the bomb down. To hell with the vert. OXG can't do anything with it. Dream completes the plant. Yaga's in a 1v4 upstairs. Snake holding his rotate in red, and he gets the final kill. Cloud9, 7-3, demolishing OXG.
And again, the big points that we talked about for Cloud9 that they needed to show us on map 1, they provided with little to no issue, honestly, Harrison. You know, you still had Giddy with 14 kills, absolute bomb to start the day, right? But everybody else was doing their part. You know, you had some consistent entries, and if not entries, trades. The trade game was impressive by Cloud9 on both halves, and you still had those glimpses of brilliance from them too, where they're spotting gaps, they're making good calls to execute into sight fast to avoid the annoyances of these stupid roam clears or dealing with utility. Screw that, just hit the go button in sight. That's all you need. It was a lot of direct hits that worked like a charm against OXG. They've won Kafe. All they gotta do is win another map, and they'll get to see Dark Zero in a couple of hours. But still, it's a big ask. We had OXG as our favorites, and, you know, they're no slouches on layer either, Harrison.
C9, though, I think just made a fantastic case for themselves. I think through the 2
Absolutely.
games that we saw yesterday and now the map today, that was their best looking map so far. So if they're going to beat OXG, it's certainly going to be playing like that, but we will have to see how Lair shapes up. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Harrison, you said that if Cloud9 want to win this game, it's got to be in 2. The first map was going to be so important to see if they could push past Oxygen. And here they are. They've done that, and they looked incredibly good while doing so.
Oh, yeah. They were firing on all cylinders. Basically, every aspect of the game looked good. They were not necessarily consistently getting entries, but consistently, if they weren't getting the entry, responding to the entry pick. They had 3 of the best gap hits we've seen all tournament on the 2 kitchen rounds and then the reading rush that we saw. John, at the end of the map, highlighted how good their trade game was. Really only losing out on a pure trade game once on round 3, and that was because Kobe ate a nade. This is exactly what we needed to see from C9 to give us the confidence that they can, in fact, win this in 2.
Yeah, their trades were fantastic. They were good at spotting gaps, like you had mentioned. Their consistency was spot on. Even their crossfires on defense as well. It just showed their teamwork and their ability to work off of one another and their gadgets. You know, sending Aiden and Giddy downstairs to hunt down Forrest, for example. Having Giddy, Aiden, and Dream in a triple crossfire to kill the Montaigne before he can get that diffuser down. They're not focusing on ego challenging people and winning these ridiculous gunfights. Although we saw that once or twice, they're focusing on the bigger picture. How do we stop OXG from setting themselves up for a win? Whether that's through a plan, whether that's for holding a certain position for a certain amount of time. They did a great job at stopping all those factors and still having Giddy dropping bombs too.
Right, they still had that headlining performance from Giddy that we said could be a difference maker. It was. I mean, Harrison, 14 kills to his name. Snake right behind him with 12. Not only did you see that trade game, that team play, that coordination, but you also had that star power, that fragging ability that Giddy and now Snake brought to the table.
Yeah, great to see Snake wake up in a huge way. And, you know, like we were just mentioning, right? They had the star power, but that doesn't mean they were leaving the rest of their teammates in the dust. This was still a full 5-man team effort. And on the other side, when you've got Giddy and Snake dropping these bombs and you're able to handle and control players like Gomez and Grixer and keep them from being able to pop off, that is a recipe for success. If you're OXG, going on to Lair, you need to take Kafe out of your mind. Lair plays very, very differently from Kafe. Kafe is much more vertical. Kafe is not necessarily as extension reliant as Lair is, where I think, you know, OXG's roaming strength can come into play. So while, again, this is what we needed to see from Cloud9, we needed all 5 players to wake up. We needed them to take this first map dominantly. It's not over yet. Lair is a very different beast.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that, John, because we look now at a Cloud9 team that is hot, that is firing on all cylinders, and does have that chance to close this one out in 2. Lair is a map, as Harrison said, that can play quite differently from Kafe. On the flip side, when you look at Oxygen, what is it that they need to do? What are the adjustments that they need to make from that first map if they want to be successful here and send us to that decider?
You know, just keeping their composure in the mid to late round for both attacks and defenses. You know, we saw that initial success with Adam on the entry, but then trying to figure out how to clear out power spots without operators like Ying or Capitao. They just faltered, and C9 punished them for that. You know, either emphasizing more on the shields or bringing out other pieces of utility, bringing out more nades, bringing out more Flores. That could be very beneficial with dealing with those extensions that we're going to see probably every round by both sides on their defense, because Lair is just so, you know, extended, or it's so extensive for the map because it's so large, right? You're going to have 1 or 2 power positions that, if not dealt with, that's just the round done.
It's funny, though, because Oxygen are in a tough spot now where not only do they have to worry about tidying up their trade game, right, and beating Cloud9 at their own game, Harrison, but they also need to stop the individual players who are having so much success. They have to find a way to get a handle on Giddy. They have to find a way to get a handle on Snake. It feels like both of those goals can be opposed to one another. How do they find themselves? How can they set themselves up for success with both of those worries in mind?
Well, you need someone else to wake up on OXG. We had Adam as the only member positive on OXG, both in the KD and the entry. We need to see some more support for him in the fragging department, right? And that could maybe be on just Grixer and Gomez not having great maps. That could be on the back line. Maybe the info was not substantial enough for those entries to actually get active. Maybe OXG need to just put more into the util. And again, like we mentioned, layer being so extension heavy, you do sometimes get more opportunities to get those entry, those utility supported entry picks, because you're trying to clear one or two players from an unsupported power spot. So that's going to be the big thing for OXG, is just having one or two guys who can step up to the same level as Giddy and supporting them enough so that they can do that the whole map.
Well, John, when it comes to that prediction you made earlier, did you said OXG were going to win, right?
Well, I didn't say any specific team, actually, but yeah, actually, no, you're right. I did. I said probably 2-1 was going to be the scoreline for OXG. If that were to happen, they would need to win on layer, but just how they looked on Kafe, it's not looking great for them. Cloud9 just seem awake and re-energized. They've been kicking and screaming so far on map 1, and it could potentially be the same on layer, but OXG, at least in the past, have not looked that great on Kafe. So as Harrison mentioned, forget about map number 1, just focus on what's currently in front of your face and, hope for the best at this point.
Right, you kind of got to the crux of my question, which was, is this another, T1 best of 3? You're going to take that map, they're going to take that next map, and then you move on to the third map almost no matter what? Or is there something like more at play here? Last question, Harrison, did it feel like this was Cloud9 like flipping the script and actually changing the way that we should be thinking about this series as a whole? Or was this what was to be expected if you're OXG? Like, how much are they going to be worrying about that first map outcome?
I did say when we were going to the break that out of every map Cloud9 has played so far, that looked like their best all-around showing. So I think Cloud9, again, are improving as the tournament goes on, but like we saw with their match against Standby, when we went to a different map and then Standby looked like a completely different team and took Clubhouse from them. I think the same thing could happen to OXG here on Lair, especially considering that Cloud9 have played Lair a couple times. They've played it 3 times. They haven't won it.
All right, it's time to get into the action. I love that we get to see the faces of these players as they get ready for a very important matchup. Map number 2, Oxygen and Cloud9. Let's get to it.
John, like I mentioned, right, C9 haven't won this map. You know who they played it against most recently? They played it once in Stage 2 against JJ. They played it once in Stage 1 against Standby, 2 teams who are no longer in this tournament.
That is an interesting thing to note, especially since I believe Cloud9 played against both of them too during this event. So that's
and beat them.
Awesome. Yeah.
Beat JJ
Maybe
twice.
The tide is turning. Yeah. Seeing Giddy really just rubbing it in at that point. I guess to answer Jonah's question too, since I didn't really do a good job of that, after what we saw from Cloud9, I really want to say they could win this in a 2-0 fashion. I'm kind of huffing some Cloud9 copium right now. So
would you say your head's in the clouds?
It is. I'm literally on Cloud9 right now. No, I'm not. I've received no contract. I'm standing on business. I got to make that clear. No bias.
5 seconds left.
Also, funny to see Cloud9 go basement first. Typically, I feel like in 90% of matches, the top floor, master office, and R6 room is the primary site. But instead, Cloud9 opt for the basement. They've got the Mira to support the site players, which is likely just going to be, Snake, Aiden sitting down there. And then we've got, obviously, a very capable roam with the Ella, with the Fenrir Mines maybe set up to help that roam too, with the Solus that Giddy is now playing. We're going to be looking to waste as much time as possible. Again, we talked about how extension-heavy Lair is. Now, obviously, you play extensions on Kafe too, but there are plenty of sites where you can rock full 5 men on, or just a very light top floor hold, right? Like you think about reading, and a lot of teams now extend kind of over towards bathroom, but you really just need to hold on to cocktail. Sometimes you don't even hold freezer. When you're on lair, you need to have a hold on the floor above for as long as humanly possible. Otherwise, you've lost the round.
Well, Oxygen hoping to deal with this roam in one way or another. That way their Ram can get in, deploy those boogie drones. You've got the Logi bombs to assist with a bit of information there as well, which is always helpful, but still having good utility for downstairs as well. There are Terror drones. Typically you see a lot of Banshees used downstairs in the basement, although that's not going to be in the roster for Cloud9, so maybe those Terrors could be used to help deal with mirror windows or any bulletproof cameras that are on the field for Cloud9. In the meanwhile, for that defensive team, they also have Solus, maybe detecting any drones that could be sailing past their way, seeing how active it is upstairs, because if Oxygen do not do a thorough job on this roam clear, someone could obviously flank, get rid of the people on vert, and then use that vert to their advantage for stopping a plant, which we saw happen a couple of times from Cloud9 back in round one. But here comes the push from Forest, leading this charge downstairs, but backs away, noticing that he's a little overextended and doesn't have a lot of help from his teammates. And the entry to start off map 2 is going to be from Cloud9. Kobe shuts down Grixer, but Adam and Forest spark up and win 2 gunfights of their own. Adam gets rid of the flank from Giddy, and as Gomez finds another for himself, it's a 1 versus 4 with Dream tucked in the bomb site. The floors above him erupting with vertical, and he's flashed, unable to see anything as Oxygen begins to secure a post-plant position. The Sentry now rotating, doesn't have a lot of options left for himself here as he gets rid of Forest at least, to now make it a 1-on-3. But again, you've got the vertical that someone on Oxygen could rotate upstairs to hold. That'll be Adam's job. Now playing by security, and Gomez just burning out the clock, waiting for Dream to strike. There's another one though. It's now 1 versus 2 at least, something a little bit better than that 1 versus 3 he was just in a moment ago. But again, that timer still looming in the background. He's only got another 7 seconds to work with, and Yaga closes out the round with a precise headshot to put OXG in the driver's seat early in this half.
An impressive bounce back round from Oxygen. Very confident heading into that execute. They got all the control they needed, had Forrest sneak his way into Missile, and from there, Cloud9 felt like they needed to make a move. So what do we see? Kobe gets a kill in reception, which is awesome, but Adam is perfectly placed in security to not only kill him on his fallback, but also nab Giddy coming in for the trade. And once you get those 2 kills, you've got top floor coverage, and Oxygen simply move in and clean up, getting that plant down. Now Lab off the board for Cloud9. They're just going to swap right to what's typically the primary site, all the way upstairs. Got a pretty typical lineup too. They're still going to be rocking the Solus, again, with how extension heavy and vertical heavy this map is. Solus is very good here, just like she is on Chalet. Goyo and Azami for more delay too, and Dream to bandit trick those bunker walls.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I'm honestly a little shocked with how little Cloud9 had to stall OXG on that roam clear. You know, OXG, yes, they had a lot of good info with the help of those Logi bombs. They were droning out the Solus. They stopped the flank from Giddy, but it just felt like a direct confrontation from OXG after they spent the first 2 or so minutes setting up horizontally in the basement, right? They got that warehouse wall opened up. They got into Missile. Forrest tried going for a cheeky entry and eventually did find a kill downstairs as well. But, you know, if Cloud9 having some more bodies up above, that could have been a really big help just to slow down OXG, as again, they have struggled in the past with dealing with those mini games you highlighted during the pre-show, Harrison. But again, new round, and OXG still winning against that basement pick. And oh, Adam spotting Giddy behind the Kiba barrier, not expecting it as he was distracted from the window repel player. Good synergy to already get Operation Room opened up, and this long cutoff now for Mezzanine. That is a huge part of the map now in the control of Oxygen in just under a minute, Harrison.
Getting that wall open really early, and now Kobe's position. He's going to probably have to fall back off of off of main stairs, deeper into the hallway. Aiden also getting spotted underneath by Gomez, but Gomez instantly fragged by Snake, popping, I believe, the window and peeking outside. Now another kill for the defense, lining up the striker, stuck in the fire too. Forrest is the last man standing, and Cloud9 explode for 4 unanswered kills.
You know, after that first entry, I thought, man, OXG might just be starting to steal away Lair, but Cloud9, great recovery there. Rotating to focus more on the R6 hall side of the map as well. They had the Vulcan packs to delay Nitro cells from down below, and OXG just immediately began to crumble as well. We mentioned how responsive Cloud9 were on Kafe, and that's still showing here today in the first half of Lair too. Noticing the readjustment there from OXG, they hit that reset and started rotating across the map, and Cloud9 were there to greet them with resources to stop OXG from getting in the bomb site. Now we go into the Bunks bomb site as well, where again, it's that make or break extension on the top floor. Some teams like to try and avoid it and go for a direct take, but it's always that vertical that catches them with their pants down, and Cloud9 beginning to set up in the prep phase with that previously mentioned vertical, having a lot of the floor opened up and the mirror windows too to delay as long as physically possible. OXG at the last second switching Yaga off the Grim now onto a Blitz, and with there being a Finka on the board as well, we might just see a very fast clear of this top floor with the help of that Blitz shield and the several frag grenades that OXG have at their disposal too.
I like OXG kind of bringing back the shield. Worked for them pretty well on the first map, again with the exception of that one Monty round on mining. And then he basically got spawn killed by Giddy. Other than that, kind of curious why they don't bring the double shield, but just because it was, you know, it was so oppressive. Cloud9 had no idea how to deal with it. OXG instead opting for the Finka to help support that blitz and the vert made by Grixer. Cloud9, of course, extended on much of upstairs, supported by this Mira smoke to try and isolate. And here comes Yaga just barreling through, evading all of those angles set up upstairs because of the smoke, but worried about Vert as there's angles from down below to stop him from entering R6 room. Grixer, though, with the first frag. Kobilax goes down. The Blitz now tussling with the Warden on the R6 door. Forrest could maybe come into support, but Snake expects it, hits the deck and kills him. But the trades are coming up OXG's way. Giddy the last man standing now. 1 versus 3 as Oxygen have completely ripped apart the top floor.
Still 90 seconds to work with. It's only Giddy now faced with basically the entire floor against him with how much vert Cloud9 set up in the prep phase. And OXG can do the exact same thing with Grixer still alive on the sledge. Giddy does at least get 1 in compensation, but Grixer, immediate trade. And you know, the few successful rounds that we saw back on Kafe, you know, one of those attacks was OXG with an incredibly fast double shield rush to clear out that extension. It may have not been the Montaigne and Blitz combo since Monty is banned on Lair right now, but they had the Blitz, they had the Finka adrenaline surge to pump everybody up and have that extra bit of HP to take those gunfights, and they had the grenades to make space that round. That was the big focus, was OXG just working off of each other's utility to get in against that extension as quickly as possible and just throw bodies at the problem. And Cloud9 were unable to deal with that amount of aggression in such a swift motion from OXG. That's probably what Forrest is best known for, is just hitting the 3-2-1 and having the go button ready for everybody on Oxygen. We need to see more of that synergy for them on this attack. I know Lair is really attacker sided, but getting as many rounds in this first half just to slow down that momentum that Cloud9 has built up from Kafe is going to be huge for them if they want to see Nighthaven Labs as that third map today.
And those OXG attacks have been good all qualifier. There's a reason, again, why they actually picked attack in overtime on Lair. OXG have been favoring that side for almost every map they've played. Cloud9 working back down in the basement with a slightly different lineup. Instead of the Sentry and the Solus, they've got the Malusi and Goyo. So seeing how quickly OXG were able to exude presence, not just upstairs, but on the adjacency of the bomb site too, like in Missile and Toxin, they want to slow that down. as much as they can. OXG, though, also with a slightly different lineup. They've rocked the Sens for Yaga now that Grim has been banned, and the Sens is a great operator to, again, try to expedite that control.
I do like the Clash ban as well here for OXG, you know, relying on those aggressive pushes. Clash is one of the better operators at just slowing down a push altogether. That CCE shield, the constant amount of info the Clash can provide, and also occasionally finding some picks here and there as well. It's always good just to have that off the board when you are so reliant on the aggressive gunfights and getting map control as fast as possible. Speaking of which, under 50 seconds, already having some valuable vertical here from the Boogie drones and a bit of info as well. Maybe to spot out someone like Giddy, but he's able to rotate just in the nick of time to avoid an early death and another potential entry kill for OXG. They've been 2-1 so far, and the entries have been helping them quite a lot with getting the ball rolling, but unfortunately for Giddy, luck will not strike twice as Forrest puts him down 6 feet under. You still have those Vulcan packs to worry about, but with someone as impactful as Giddy gone, it's going to be, again, that trade game for Cloud9 that will need to save them in this round. But Kobe steps up to the plate and now has diffuser control out in the middle of Armory hallway with no one to recover it so far.
Oh, but he's going to get traded from upstairs. He doesn't realize, but he evades enough shots to survive. Now he's here sitting on case with his teammate, but he can't make it past the rotate. And as he goes down, Dream looks like he's just going to kind of give up and try to leave. No, maybe looking to res. They've got the camera to help support him too. Now it's shot out. Aiden able to clean up Forrest as Forrest was trying to work this advantage and gain control of the rest of this first floor. Cloud9 do not want to let it go. OXG, though, with the control they have, are able to at least try and play a little bit of vertical. Snake picked off by Grixer, and there's that vertical coming into play. Gomez watching the fallback downstairs, takes down Kobe. Dream's dead too, and Aiden looking to fall back into the site where OXG is already positioned. Adam cuts him down, and OXG take a 3-1 lead.
Great patience there from OXG as well. There's a lot of pressure on you when you're still in the process of clearing out the roamers and you lose diffuser in somewhere as vulnerable as Armory. Still being able to set up that vertical, waiting for the rotates by Cloud9 and just expecting them to throw bodies at you and be prepared for it. That was so well done by Oxygen. That's their third round now on attack, and Cloud9 are opting for a timeout, just trying to figure out what they're able to do better against Oxygen's just persistence on attack. You know, they're setting up vert uncontested at the 50-second marker. They're finding trades. They're winning entries. That was their third entry in a row now in map number 2. And Cloud9, they're not doing as good of a job as finding trades without equal sacrifice. You know, they're taking gunfights out in the open while OXG have their cutoffs on lock. There's a lot that needs to be done here for Cloud9 on their defense, and hopefully this timeout can help them out. But OXG, they look like such a better team compared to Kafe.
Yeah, like I mentioned, right? The same thing with Standby. We go on to the second map, and they look like a completely different team.
Attackers need to
Completely turn things around. Now it's their turn to gap hit expertly. Their trade game has been phenomenal. They have not given Cloud9 really any room to breathe. I think a big opener there too was Giddy getting a little bit over aggressive. I don't think you need to retake shooting. And with everyone kind of distracted by that top floor because Kobe was able to down the case and then get downed himself. You saw C9 trying to protect him, Dream and Aiden both tag teaming there. So when Snake loses his one downstairs, they completely lose site control. So 3-1 OXG heading now into Master Office post the C9 timeout. Regarding their lineup, it's basically the same, only they don't have the Azami and the Aruni. They've got Warden and Ella instead. And Giddy, again, reading into the fact that OXG like playing these shields. They brought out a Blitz just a couple rounds ago. Now you've got that Warden to contest him once again.
OXG not really changing much in their lineup except now the addition of the Deimos, which I think is a nice touch. Again, you've been seeing a lot of roam extensions here for Cloud9. It's good to gather that info early, and on top of that, you know, for this bomb site, a lot of the flooring is soft. You typically see a buck or Deimos downstairs to help alleviate some of those issues of hitting a site execute and not having, as much pressure to deal with those anchors on Cloud9. Giddy's still playing quite comfortably by main stairs. It seems like Cloud9 were for a moment maybe falling off the roam, but Aiden will try to recontest after spotting a drone downstairs, maybe expecting someone to be isolated, looking for an easy entry kill that Cloud9 have not been so successful with in this first half. But once again, it looks like there's some solid map control here early for OXG. They're still kind of just setting up right now. They'll need to get that main wall opened up by site. And also, again, having that utility of the Capitao here, maybe just to assist Yaga with getting in the bomb site. And Yaga's not even the case here. So as long as he can make enough space for someone like Forrest to get in with that diffuser, this could potentially be another post-plant position.
And here's the Warden challenging Blitz. Giddy trying to see for him, does a little bit of damage to Yaga, but not enough. Oh, can see the top of his head though, thanks to being higher on the staircase. Down goes your Blitz. And that's typically what teams use to try and take free control of main stairs. Just have the shield run at the player there, and bang, you have control. But since Giddy's Warden, he's not pressured out enough by that Blitz. But now with the shotgun, he can't connect on Gomez. The fire of Forrest forcing him down. Gomez ready for it with the revolver. You take main stairs. OXG already had early ops control. They're trying to work their way past bathroom now and challenge Kobilax hiding in display. Dream evading the fire so that he could still potentially bandit trick this wall. EMP goes out. Here's the bandit trick, but it's on the other side. And Dream stuck here now. Surely he's a dead man. Adam cleans him up easily. One-man lead for Oxygen now, looking to work their way into the bomb site. Forrest in default, getting the bomb down. No indirect denial for the defense. Snake picks off Gomez, but the plant is completed, and both attackers are able to get out of bunker. Kobe can't make it past bathroom. 2v3 now for Snake and Aiden. These attackers are playing so far away. Brixer sneaks in, shoots Snake, shuts down Aiden. 2-3 kills for the striker, and a 4-1 lead for Oxygen.
And again, not overcomplicating things here by OXG. I love how clean that attack was for them. Their only major hiccup was when Giddy landed a nasty shot on Yaga, but they instantly recovered that. Again, they already had op control. They have that long cutoff with the Selma, so no one can really assist Giddy on main stairs. They find someone to isolate and then figure out what tools they can use to flush out the Warden. They cut off his only fallback position with Capitao Fire and just send in the Deimos with his pistol and shotgun, and he's dead. Now you've got that entire side of the map to work with. You then begin to look for the bandit. You get a death mark tracker on him. You fire him out, and now he's trapped in a corner. Although Dream could have maybe bandit tricked the Selma because it was lined up on both parts of the double wall, it's still just such a hectic location to put yourself into. He's trying to look for a gunfight. He considers himself a dead man walking, and he doesn't win the 50-50. And now OXG not only have the man advantage, but they have a direct avenue into sight where they get that diffuser down, they get the win condition of a post plant, and Cloud9 yet again have zero response because they couldn't stall OXG enough on main stairs or operation. I think they were just too scared to put the Azami back in operation room because how well Adam just slipped past her and got an entry kill. They figured it'd be best to have more bodies playing further back, but then the problem is OXG just get operation for free.
They were in there opening the wall in like 30 seconds because there was no one contesting.
Yep.
Remember, what did I say we needed from OXG to start stepping up? First of all, they shut down Giddy. He's 2-5, not having a great map at all. You've got Grixer 7-2, Adam 8-2. Both of them have woken up. Now on this top floor extension, Cloud9 have dropped the Mira in place of a Valkyrie. Should kind of get more flexible information here. For OXG, we're able to, again, 3-2-1 constrict the site so skillfully last time. Adam in bathroom, setting up with Yaga here. They've got the castle barricade now open thanks to the nade. Primary target, of course, going to be this Warden. Aiden sitting in server. Maybe they just try and slip past him. I don't know if they have another... They do have smoke grenades. So if they know about this guy here, Yaga could prevent him from the angle, but no, they've got no info. Oh no, they do! How? What just happened? What changed?
Did you see him sticking out?
They must
He might have saw his gun or something.
I don't know how else. It looked like he had a freebie, but then Forrest checks it. Like he had a premonition. And they end up killing the Warden. No trade just yet from Cloud9 either, and Yaga kills Giddy through the vert, but Snake able to line up too. Forrest and Yaga both dead. The top floor hold still here.
Still alive in a 3 versus 3, but Gomez getting rid of Snake on the fallback. It's going to be up to now Dream as Gomez finds another, dropping the hatch. Almost a triple kill, but now we're back in 1 versus 1. Grixer, though, stops the 3K clutch from Dream is Sexy. It's going to be a 4-2, if not a 5-1 split. It was a 5-1 split for OXG on the attack. That is an insane turnaround. And, you know, I know that Lair is very attacker-sided. It's probably one of the, if not the most attacker-sided map in the competitive pool right now. But to a 5-1 split, I don't think so. Cloud9 really dropped the ball here, slowing down OXG, and they had no response to those shields either, which was also a big shocker for me, Harrison.
Yeah, I think even then, they did end up killing the shield. The big issue was Aiden not finding any stock on his rat play. I don't know what new information OXG got to check that corner, but then also the fallback from C9. I mean, you still have full vertical control over the site, and instead of playing the vert in a 3-on-3, they decide, I think it was, right? Yeah, Kobe and Snake decide to rotate back green side, which is like the worst place to rotate back to, especially if the attackers already have control, because one of them just hopped over that ledge. You can't fight back when you're hopping over. You die to the guy in sight. Even if there's not a guy in sight, you just die to the guy holding your cut from the window. So the rotate, I think, also has to be called into question there from C9. Either way, 5-1 OXG after a masterful half on the attack. Blackbeard and Deimos also taken away from Cloud9. Those are two operators that they run pretty often. Instead, they'll rock the Monty as their primary shield. They do have to be wary of this Warden that Adam is playing, as Kobe's picked up the glass. Oxygen kind of playing a similar style defense on upstairs to what we saw from C9, you know, putting a lot of emphasis on the Azami and the Bandit for bunkering down. They're even kind of doubling down with the Tuber out here, try and keep these walls, those bunker walls closed for as long as possible, and that's why C9, we're likely going to have this buck from Snake going below, and just like we saw from Oxygen, Cloud9 have very early ops control.
It'll most likely be on the shoulders of Grixer and Gomez now to keep this back wall closed against Cloud9, but like you highlighted, Cloud9 are prepared for that. They've got Snake below as buck potentially to get rid of that Bandit tricking the main wall. It doesn't look like anyone's roaming either for OXG. They'd have to send someone downstairs, maybe through a hatch or a staircase, to contest that or just challenge the vert head on against Snake as he is by himself down below. Spot out the shield. Dream inching further. There's that first Toxic Babe just to start out the utility game of stalling back Cloud9. But again, this is not the main emphasis of their push. They still have a lot of presence over by Operation Room, and here comes that vert, not focusing on the breach, but instead pushing back Forrest potentially, where he might not be given the chance to reinforce off that rotate. There's Aiden getting rid of the smoke. No more Toxic Babes to stall, and Kobe through the smoke snipes down Grixer. Cloud9 waking up in this second half as they're off with 2 picks, but they still have to keep their composure against 2 Nitro Cells and a lot of Kivas.
See the hatch getting open so that Adam does have a fallback where he can potentially use that Nitro. First one misses. Snake cleans up Gomez. Second C4 also now used. Just damage done to Dream. That's it. Still 5 men strong on this attack. Cloud9 are looking to clean up. Downstairs, though, Snake ends up dying. Adam picks off Kobe, but instantly traded by Giddy. And now Yaga, the Azami, is the last man standing. He doesn't see Aiden on the ground, giving C9 their first attack.
It was a very slow clear there from Cloud9, but a very, successful one at that. Methodical is probably a better word for it. Sending downstairs your buck. Snake really made Forrest uncomfortable there. Aiden and Kobe Lax watching upstairs together to shut him down after Dream kind of forced out some of his utility. And you had Giddy rotating from Art as well to assist with the Grim canisters. Again, great emphasis on team play there in the attack. At least Cloud9 have been really doing a good job on their attack so far, both in Kafe and so far in Lair. But now we go to the basement, a totally different gauntlet that they're going to have to face off on against OXG. They could still be going in for a lighter roam, obviously, but they have a lot of utility to help downstairs. Again, the Warden denying those smoke plants, trying to weaken the glass a little bit potentially as well, as that was something brought out by Cloud9 just last round. You've got the Toxic Babes, you got the Yokai drones all being used to stop a plant, and Cloud9 off their operator switch ups look to be going for more of a top to bottom style clear based on both, the Sledge and Ram to really focus on that vert pressure.
I like that Oxygen are bringing the smoke and the echo.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
Along with the Fenrir, again, just super leaning into this delay hard. See how swift Cloud9 end up being on their full clear. OXG also the rare full 5-man on site. Especially on Lair. It's become pretty uncommon. Again, because you give the attack so much room to work with both Ram and Sledge, you can have a lot of important positions on the site exposed by these operators being able to do basically whatever they want for free.
Not even having, the smoke on one of those back stairs as well is definitely interesting, but they could maybe go in for a bit of a retake towards Warehouse, possibly. They still have those Kibas just to keep Cloud9 at a bit of a distance. But yeah, no, they are already starting to get down some vertical with the help of those boogie drones. And I imagine Snake will come in shortly after to help assist upstairs. So they're going to have a lot more time to set up for and execute and not really be so worried about the potential of a flank or any roamers they might have left uncontested while looking towards the site. And Giddy lands a nasty shot onto Yaga as well over the Kiba barrier. He spots the dome of Yaga. Adam as well tagged up severely, and he's now kind of trapped inside a stock room. This has been, again, a great start for Cloud9. Yes, it took them a while to get the ball rolling, but they now secure the entry and have a little more map control to work with off this vertical.
Getting the Azami this early is huge. They're continuing to just work on the floor up above. You can hear Snake hammering away more and more, clearing out basically the entirety of that B bomb site. Filter wall now being opened up by Giddy on that ace. Dream just outside the bomb site, scoping things out. Sees the Warden still tucked inside stock. Adam very low. Should be a plantable position now for Cloud9, especially with the clock running so dry. 30 to 20 seconds left. Dream gonna try and plant under cover of smoke despite seeing that it was a Warden inside stock. Giddy on his back take ends up dying. Adam with a successful kill over towards stock, but the plant goes down. The Echo drone far too late. Dream punished. It's a 2v3, but Cloud9 still have these positions upstairs. It's going to be Gomez to try and challenge here. The Fenrir on a lone mission to either distract these attackers enough to get a counter defuse or come away with a kill. Jiggle peeking now. Cloud9 seem to be aware of it. Forrest going for the counter defuse dies. Gomez gone too. And this should be an unwinnable position for Grixer with how much verticality there is. Kobe finishes him off and Cloud9 string together too.
And what a gap spotted by Dream as well, rotating across the map and noticing, man, no one's playing here by sight. I could maybe sneak a plan off that smoke grenade. The Warden was trapped in stock. He had no way of looking through the smoke to deal with that. There were yokais across the map, and the Toxic Babe was thrown too late as well. You know, you would think putting all your eggs in one basket of having a 5-man anchor downstairs, you'd be a little more prepared to have utility ready for a plant from either bomb site. Oxygen were just so tunnel visioned on the missile clear from the horizontal side of the map and the vert upstairs, trapping them from rotating. They could not respond to Dream planting. The win condition is set in. You've got the objective now on the ground, and Cloud9 still having vert from setting it up that early in the round. OXG didn't have a lot of options but to retake, and Cloud9 were prepared for it. So you've got what was at one point a 5-1 split, looking a little more winnable for Cloud9 at 3-5, hence OXG coming in for the timeout. They're trying to slow down this momentum Cloud9 are building up on their attacks, hoping to at least secure match points. There would have to be another 3 rounds for Cloud9 on their attacks to match back their 5-1 split. We go up to Master as well, which has been played back in round number 7. It was a good entry for Aiden against Forest. You had a very thorough clear from the R6 side of the map, and then Giddy swooping in on that lurk from Art as well to seal the deal against OXG. It looks to be somewhat of the same lineup, I think, too, from Oxygen. The only big difference is I think the Wamai is in play now for Grixer, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, they've swapped out. They had Tubarão and
Bandit. They know Bandit and Tubarão now, yeah.
Yeah, now it's Goyo and Wamai. So they've got some more hard stall with the Goyo in combination with the smoke. They've got Grixer to maybe fortify Yaga's position here, but now you don't have anything to stop Bunker from being open, which was kind of the whole reason why Cloud9, or one of the reasons why Cloud9 swapped to taking storage so heavy, was so they just didn't have to deal with the Bandit and, you know, risk losing their buck below challenging him so hard. So interesting that they decide to drop the Bandit here. We'll see how Cloud9 respond. They also have a very similar lineup to what they were bringing before. The main difference being that instead of Grim, Giddy is now rocking the Flores. So probably seeing that Wamai got picked, trying to protect the Kibas. Now you've got Flores to try and deal with them instead, who can just completely bypass them. Although I think one of Aiden's Selmas just got burned by a Wamai.
Don't see that interaction as often as he used to, I guess, since Wamai just isn't in play all too often. At least on layer, he's very strong. Same thing with Clubhouse, but because of that lack of a Bandit or any wall denial, he only needs one more Selma charge to at least partially open up the main breach. If there are impact grenades, which there's 2 sets of them from OXG, they could try to trick the wall and only have it as an angle for Cloud9 to shoot through rather than an enterable wall. Seems like Cloud9 are getting ready to try to shoot down the Selma, but say, what was catching your eye? Is there something afoot that I didn't notice?
Adam's got the C4. They're going to try and deny it with the C4.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And if they do, Aiden's out of hard breach because of the Wamai.
Yep. Oh.
Here we go. C4 out. Almost kills Kobe. I also heard another Wamai, and I think that Wamai took Aiden's Selma.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it did.
They gone.
Can't open bunker wall. And now Kobe's been downed. He is resable, but thanks to Wamai being brought, Aiden has lost 2 out of his 3 Selmas to the Magnets. They don't have any secondary hard breach either. Monty didn't bring it. They can't open bunker. How do you push in now? You have to try and force your way into either master or display door. From the way Cloud9 is looking, maybe it's going to be display as Dream is walking in through server, or at least attempting to, but getting pushed back by the gas canister from Forest. And there's 20 seconds left. Cloud9 have to move now. Giddy is still outside the display window, maybe now about to jump into bathroom to join up with his team. Aiden trying to force the issue by server. But Adam is right around the corner. Shotguns down. 3 players make it 4! 4 shots! 4 kills and a flawless round for Oxygen.
What a way to end out the round after a flawless use of utility. They couldn't open the wall. Cloud9 got desperate, and they were met with a face full of buckshot. One pump is all it takes if you believe. And OXG, I think they believe they've got a chance at bringing us to a third and final map to face off against Dark Zero. But it is a big ask. They've got to win one more round here on their layer defense, and Cloud9, if they want to try and stop them, they need 3 in a row for their attacks. Yeah, I'm not shocked about the Warden ban after what we just saw, Harrison. That seems pretty fitting after what Adam just displayed, and with how reliant Cloud9 have been on their smokes and the Glaz more specifically. Having off the board is going to be a huge thing for them. But the Montaigne also being gone too, that was kind of their saving grace, was utilizing the shields to make a lot of that space. Go down into bunks and briefing for, I think, the first time in this half for OXG. Their lineup has been pretty consistent for the second half. You know, they've been running a lot of Azami, Smoke, and Goyo. They now have Grixer on Solus for a little bit of info game as well, maybe just to figure out where Cloud9 are getting their attack from. And with the Montaigne gone, it looks like Cloud9 are potentially relying on the Blitz now. Oh, never mind. Looks like Dream's gotten off it at the very last second. I'm interested in seeing what they'll do with the ROU projectors. Maybe a potential direct rush could be the case for them, but again, that's such a big gamble on match point, Harrison. If they ignore that roam upstairs, the Vert could most definitely kill them. If a couple of precise shots are landed, just relying on those ROUs could be very dangerous.
Might use the ROUs to help take top floor too, like kind of like what we saw from OXG using those smokes. You send in the projectors through display, you cut off the angle from server, try to push into R6. We'll have to see. It's crazy that Cloud9, I mean, obviously Adam went huge at display, but Cloud9 literally just lost to Wamai. And that was it. Just lost to a couple magnets. Why is Gomez upside down? Did you see that?
I did not, but it's really funny that I was talking about that a lot, considering they only had one Selma left, and I didn't even notice that. I think it was Adam who had his Nitro Cell out, and you were just oohing about it. I was like, what? What am I missing here?
Yeah, I didn't even need it, because they just had the Wamai.
No, the other magnet got it, yeah.
Yeah. Crazy stuff. Shout out Util. We love Util. Speaking of Util, Kobe burning a lot of it on the site, dealing with 2 or 3 Goyos, I think, already. Finding a lot of value with just his one Twitch drone, so freeing up a little bit of the site for Cloud9 once they end up getting to it. Dream is actually just outside the site already. Now, like you highlighted, though, the Vert is very strong here. Basically everybody, literally everybody from OXG is on the second floor playing top down.
And they seem pretty happy with that. There isn't a lot of movement right now by OXG. As I say that, Yaga drops over into reception. Never mind. They might try to play a little horizontally to stop this execute, but they also have the gas canisters. They've got the Vert. They hear the plant right below them. Kobe Lax attempting to stick it, but he'll get off as the second smoke grenade blasts out. Forrest, perfect shot landed. Make it 2 for him upstairs. You get rid of the Warden. They bring out the second Mossberg on smoke to rack 2 kills back-to-back. Cloud9 are looking for a resurgence now upstairs as Giddy will try to walk through. He'll get one on the Adam and now hunts down the Solus. Make it 2 for the big man. And Aiden getting rid of Forrest. All of a sudden, this resurgence upstairs has brought back the round in the favor for Cloud9. They could recover Snake to make it a 3 versus 1, but they have no info about Gomez until he's spotted through the open breach. Flash thrown up through the Vert, forcing back Gomez. There's a lot of ground here that he'll have to retake if he wants to stop this plant, but at the very least, he's in a 1 versus 1 with Aiden face down on the diffuser, but some shots landed through the hatch will grant Giddy the 3K and Cloud9 another chance at overtime.
Big round from Giddy after we were incredibly worried for them. After that initial bout into the bomb site, again, what did we say? All 5 members of Oxygen are playing the vert. Forest punishes it heavily with 2 quick kills, but at the same time, Cloud9 then begin their upstairs clear, using those dead players as a distraction. Giddy gets 2 in the hallway, and he and Aiden completely bring the round back. What a great 1-2 punch from Cloud9. Again, it looked a little bit hairy. We get to see it again. Forest upstairs, able to get 2 freebies, but then at the exact same time, that is when Giddy and Aiden decide to strike. 3 big kills for the Nomad. And now Labs back on the table for Oxygen, but again, Cloud9 won this last time thanks to a nice little gap hit on the filter door. Dream planting under cover of smoke and some great verticality set up by Cloud9, winning them the round. This time, OXG bringing the Vigil, allowing Roman off the leash for a little bit. They've got a completely different lineup to what we saw from round 1. They've got the Vigil and the Soulless to try and roam. They've got the Malusi and the Goyo to slow things down on site. We'll see how Cloud9 respond, bringing Blitz now as their shield now that Monty's been banned.
I think it's a good adjustment here for OXG. You think about how long it took Cloud9 to prepare for the execute, even with there being 0 roamers. You now add in that surprise factor of Forest. He's got his ERC scanner to avoid a lot of those drones. You've got Gomez as well, playing above in server to assist. Now there's something Cloud9 has to look for before hitting the site to attempt a plant. Even though they have Blitz, they could maybe use Dream for some potential stopping power upstairs, but look at the run out from Yaga. Giddy was not prepared, but Kobe at least is close by for a trade. That is your only hard breacher, though. That is a huge pick to find for Yaga, who was just playing over by that staircase for a run out. And if he were to get back inside, maybe to die later holding that position down, that is a massive pick for Oxygen's first minute.
Yeah, massive play for Yaga. 4 and 9, but he may have just won them the map with Cloud9 now unable to open any metal walls. Dream just going to try and run in through barrels. Maybe Cloud9 at this point just go for broke and push into the site with Blitz. Aiden now lurking into security. Setting up some vert, but not holding it. Could maybe see another run out from Gomez. There's a player just outside his door. I think another boogie going out for Aiden, as he's kind of just setting up vert and then leaving it, maybe almost as a bait. Forest also still on this roam with Vigil. You've got two up, 2 down for this defense. Dream and Kobe kind of encroaching on the site now too. Dream has worked his way up Missile. Obviously the Soulless able to have constant information on him too, because that Blitz shield is electronic. So the defense knows about Dream's position. Kobe supporting. There's the swing though from Gomez, and Kobe cuts his head off. Now you've lost one of your anchors. Dream is going to try and press the issue, but now he's isolated by a Goyo pack. Another defender has come downstairs to help anchor. Dream at least evading the fire, evading most of the shots. Forest now also coming in to help. No more roam, so that verticality that Aiden has set up can come into play with Snake still upstairs. Forest, though, finishes the shield to equalize. Down goes Kobe, too. Forest is going huge in Toxin and leaving Snake all alone in a 1 versus 2. The switch coming out. 15 seconds to go. Running right into Forest, and it's 3 for the IGL. OXG push us to the 3rd map.
And the recovery to go back down below, forfeiting the roam, but working together, isolating Dream, removing that spearhead, and challenging those gunfights against Cloud9. Really well done by OXG. They started out the half almost flawlessly 5-1 and did a solid job on defense as well, using their utility and tools to outsmart and outplay Cloud9. That was really well done. And now we go to Labs, where we've seen some weaknesses here from Cloud9, and this could be their make or break moment now, Harrison.
Yeah, again, like we mentioned in the pre-show, Oxygen now looking like just a completely different team. The script has officially flipped, and they have the momentum heading into labs now, but we will take a short break before getting to the thrilling conclusion of this game. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Just like that, the script is once again flipped. We are all square now going into the final map. OXG, they completely turn it around, coming out of the gates, Harrison, with a 5-1 half just to start. They set the tone on the attacking side, and yes, there was a momentary comeback from Cloud9, but a well-placed, a well-timed tactical timeout. It just meant that there was no way Cloud9 could make that comeback happen. OXG, they send us to that third map.
Yeah, again, the reason why your 5-1 half is so strong is because you only need 2 more in the next half, let alone 5-1 on attack. OXG looked like a completely different team on map number 2. Their clears were much better. Again, we said that OXG's strength in roam clearing, because the extensions have to be so big on Lair, you can spread yourselves thin. That's exactly what OXG took advantage of. And when Cloud9 tried to bunker down and tried to play closer to the chest, then they just gave OXG way too much room to work with and do whatever they wanted with. Cloud9 had a great attempt once we flipped halves on the attack. You know, they had that really good first couple rounds on Master and Lab. They had that really good recovery on Bunks, but the lead was just too much to overcome.
I felt like the trades were also a lot better by OXG, again, because as a unit, they were trying to focus on these weak points against Cloud9. They weren't trying to spread themselves too thin on the attack. They were using the blitz in their utility to bash their way through against Cloud9's defense, and it worked so well. There were a couple of weak moments when Auction, of course, were also defending. Cloud9 spotted some fantastic gaps, especially on that basement floor bomb site. But after you had the Wamai, you know, getting rid of all the utility, we saw the Adam 4K. You had great use of vertical coverage there by OXG as well. They just had a lot going for them. And another thing, too, to note, and I'm sure we'll highlight this more around the stats as well, is the lack of performance by Giddy and a majority of Cloud9 as well. You know, we saw Giddy drop 14 to 15 kills back in map number 1, and now he's close to the bottom here, or the halfway point at least, for Cloud9 instead, with the best performer there with Snake just barely going positive.
Well, we talked about Oxygen having those two kind of opposing goals, right? Playing better as a team, trying to shut down both the team play of Cloud9 and the individual success. They managed to do that with Giddy, like you said, keeping him to 7 and 9 while having some stellar plays of their own. Adam dropping 14, Grixer with 11 to his name, and we saw some of the crazy shotgun work from Adam when that quad kill rolled around through the middle point of that game. Harrison, it just seemed like a very different Oxygen team that was in control the entire time.
And we were talking about, you know, people needing to step up and try to take down Giddy and Snake. And we mentioned Adam and Grixer, and look who was topping the charts for Oxygen. We even had a really big round from Forest at the end there, dropping in a Toxin on Vigil. And you saw Yaga 4 and 9, but probably winning that map by spawn killing and going 1-for-1 with Ace, the second time that Cloud9 had to attack with 0 hard breach. And that's really the only reason why they lost both their attacks, because one, the final round, their Ace got spawn peaked, and the earlier round, 2 of their Selmas got eaten by Wamai. Crazy value from that utility from OXG. Really odd too that like Cloud9 didn't check for that after the first Selma got Wamai'd. I don't know how the second one ended up getting Wamai'd and you don't check for it. But either way, OXG's utility play was also really good. Again, all around, like completely different looking team on Lair. And now we go on to Labs, where again, I think OXG, they might have the advantage.
Yeah, it's all about Labs now. One team eliminated the other into the grand final where Dark Zero awaits. We knew this one was going to be a 3-map affair, and that is exactly what we have. Harrison, John, take it away.
You know, like we said earlier, right, John? If Cloud9 won, we're going to have to do it 2-0. Now we've got OXG on Labs. Can C9 prove us wrong? Or...
Well, I did just put 100K channel points on Cloud9, so I think you know where my answer's lying.
Did you actually?
That I did. I
my
did.
God.
And if I don't win, I lose the house. So Cloud9, I'm begging you. You got to beat OXG here on Labs. But you know, OXG, they had a great resurgence and did everything we asked them to. Map number 2, right? Their team play was better. They did a fantastic job at separating Cloud9 so they couldn't work as a cohesive unit, right? They're spotting out how many people are left on the anchor, how many people are actually here on this extension that can hold crosses and play together, and they pick them apart brilliantly. The same thing could easily happen here on Nighthaven Labs. You're starting out on this top floor of command and server. You've got the Azami most likely extending by Rafters, and the Mira potentially here to assist a little as well. This will be a great starting round for OXG to see if they can carry that same level of cohesiveness on Labs, or if Cloud9 have a fighting chance on their defense to not go 1-5 again.
That would be not great if they went 1-5 again.
I agree.
That's what they pay us for.
Crazy to think. Yep. the riveting analysis that we provide as a duo. Guys, if
They
you go
don't want to
5-1,
go down 1-5.
Yeah, if you go 5-1, that's not good. You might lose the game.
And it just
Cinema.
happened. It just happened.
True.
Yeah, shout out Nostradamus. Cloud9 on the first floor. They've got Mira in play as Cade Bandit has been banned, so you don't have to worry about the walls at all if you're Oxygen. Cloud9 are going to use those bans by picking Mira and Azami immediately, looking to full bunker on this top floor. They've also got the smoke and the Fenrir for added delay. With the Capitao being propped by OXG, that means Snake is likely going to find a lot of value up against those smoke bolts too. Playing inside of Electrical, he'll be able to persist through the 8 flashbangs, by the way, that OXG are bringing.
Yeah, that is a little overkill, and having someone like Warden on the board is going to be a great operator to circumvent their strengths or their impact in the round. You also have the Capitao with those smoke bolts. He can also see through those. You also got those toxic babes, maybe just to, you know, keep Oxygen at a safe distance. They can't make any space off the utility they've brought in this round. Rafters control is just about now solidified. I like the air jab use as well. That way it's harder for someone to swing off the Mira intel to look in through Rafters. You might get blasted away and lose your life with your rear on the ground. Kiva potentially being tossed out again, just buying some more time, not having Rafters in total control of Oxygen just yet. It seems like for the attack, they're going to be a little more reliant on this IT wall to then synergize off of Rafters. Maybe send someone in on a lurk, either through Connector or Aqua, just to have another thorn in the side of Cloud9. But they've got all 5 defenders alive. Really great potential for crossfires here, and they've got tons of utility to shut down Cloud9 as well. With the help of the Fenrir, the Mirror Windows, and Dream still having 2 toxic smokes.
This is looking like it's probably going to be a slugfest on the site. When there's Aiden peeking out into Electrical, but Kobilax soon to fall too. That's your Azami who is playing around the mirror window, watching Rafters. He's dead, I think, because the mirror window got opened. So now Oxygen have an even deeper angle into the bomb site. Gomez was thinking about heading towards Aqua, but instead goes back towards Rafters. Yaga and Grix are trying to pressure on Connector side with Gomez and Adams splitting. Fenrir taking yet another fight. Dream and Giddy pop off. There's Aiden trading himself out. Grixer goes big with 2, but Dream there for yet another trade. I mean, Cloud9, hold on. We said it was going to be a slugfest. We were right, and Cloud9 comes out on top.
And again, Cloud9 earlier setting up by Rafters, buying a little bit of time for themselves, trying to stall as much as they could for IT as well, despite having the Bandit and Cade banned against them. You know, you've got no wall denial, but at least you could have some mirror windows looking over from that position, having a little bit of extra utility just to not let someone walk in directly for free. I also like that, you know, Cloud9 were able to keep away Oxygen from rotating in through blue by the Aqua side of the map as well. There was a lot of map control that OXG just weren't granted for free, and they didn't work any picks off of their map control too. So Cloud9 kept 5 bodies alive on the top floor for crossfires. They had a really consistent trade game while I say trade game. They got like 3 kills in a row, so they didn't really need to go for trades. But the one loss of life they had, you know, it didn't really feel like it mattered all that much. They were still contesting E-Box. They were still fighting around connector for kills, and OXG just had too many problems to worry about without a lot of value from their initial map control in that first minute 30.
Now, on the basement, they've got a little bit of an extension. I say a little bit of an extension. They got a lot of bit of an extension. They got 4 people off site. Dream, the lone anchor, as he so often is. Also, the rare Zero coming into play. What's the plan with him? Maybe
the 6 Argus Cam flank watch. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they don't want to like you know how people do, not really anymore, but it used to be more common. They would sit Zero on like top square on bank with his cams, and you just sit there and stop the flank. Maybe they're looking for something similar like that.
Yeah, he could just have a warehouse cam the whole time. That would be good enough.
Yeah,
maybe get some info near the hatches too would not be a bad idea for Exo, for example, but you got to, of course, deal with the roam clear. Before that, Kobe confronting this shield head on. He's got some Kiva barriers too. If the Montaigne decides to overextend, maybe they could trap him in and just dogpile him. That'd be a smart move, but they got to play the game of cat and mouse before that. So far, they're doing a good job of at least burning time off of OXG right now. Again, trying to stall them out before they're ready for the execute and not lose any bodies beforehand. The Montaigne bounces away after they get concussed by the Gersmont. That's the key fall-away point for Kobe and Giddy now. Retreating to the first floor where they're still playing quite comfortable. Giddy even has a Ella mine in his back pocket in case that shield tries to contest him again. So that could be something OXG end up stumbling on against, as there's still a lot of roamers left to challenge them upstairs.
Aiden has fallen back. There's still 3 players on the roam. Giddy getting spotted now. There's a player on Aqua. We could try and clean him up. It's Gomez on Ram, but instead, the pre-play C4 we saw earlier from Aiden and Nano claims the life of the Hibana. Luckily, you've got some redundancy with Zero on those hard breaches, so the hatch can be opened. You can also open one of either the Animus, or rather, okay, the hatch is already open, so you can open both the Animus and the assembly walls with each of those can openers. But you've only got 35 seconds to do it. Snake also, again, still on this roam. He and Kobe, the last 2 players upstairs. Plant being attempted by Forrest in the corner by Animus in default. Try to go for it again with how much coverage he has above. C4 gets ripped, deals a lot of damage to Forrest, but it's no kill. Instead, Forrest will try and make his way into tank. Almost dies for it. Giddy throwing out yet another. Gersmont destroys Yaga on the vert. Oh my god! Dream, another kill on Grixer. The Monty solo HP is finally down. Gomez, a consolation kill upstairs, but Aiden finishes him. 3 kills for the Warden. And another round for C9. Maybe 4 even, if he got the credit for that Monty.
Yeah, true. That was a nasty shot there at the end. And from Giddy, too. He threaded the needle against that metal rebar.
He hit that.
Yeah, that was insane. And oh my god, talk about an early timeout here from OXG. They've been going for a lot of early timeouts in this whole event. You know, they've been trying to stop the momentum from every opponent they faced off against in the last chance qualifier, but they took so long to just get in the building, it felt like that round, Harrison. You know, you have the Montaigne, whose entire purpose is to speed up the roam clear. And they were just stuck outside of Aqua for a minute and a half. And they didn't even get a kill off of it. The Ella and Azami just fell back. Kobe Lax even hiding upstairs for a potential flank later on. So that vert wasn't even as effective as OXG would have wanted it to be to pressure out those anchors still lingering in sight. You had Forrest overcommitting to planting that diffuser. He didn't have any coverage after Giddy landed a once in a lifetime shot. Like, I feel like we cannot stress how nice of a kill that was from Giddy. And, you know, after you lose a diffuser, you've only got 10 seconds left. There wasn't much left for Auction to really do there that round. Yeah, that's a massive kill right there. And overall, great stuff there by Cloud9, just really punishing OXG for not having any sort of intel on where those roamers were besides the Montaigne, who was just stuck outside the door. He was like knocking, trying to get himself in the building, and Cloud9 were not opening the door for him, it felt like.
Cloud9 are looking really good through the first couple rounds here. No wonder the timeout got taken. Again, we thought that this was going to be advantageous for OXG. Again, looking at the fact that Cloud9 maybe should have lost this map to JJ and Co. OXG also smoking Karnika on this map 7-2. I think historically as well, OXG finding a lot of recent success on this map. Cloud9 though, 3-4 here. And yet, Cloud9 have not just taken the first 2 rounds, they have taken the first 2 rounds in stride. Giddy though almost dies really early onto the Blackbeard, luckily able to get away. As the Solus, you can use your gadget indirectly, so the low HP might not be the biggest deal in the world. Aiden and Dream combined 8-0 right now.
It's good to still have Giddy on the board. Extra information to help upstairs, and Dream just hiding in the bomb site right now, expecting someone to walk in through IT. Could maybe get a free kill at that Nitro Cell, but more importantly, you typically see that Pulse used downstairs for plant denial. Him or Giddy could utilize their gadgets to detect when a plant is going down and potentially stopping that outright, which would be massive, avoiding those shields and also denying the win condition of OXG. You've got Raptors control now with the help of Forrest, blinding the Azami, but luckily Kobe gets away and the Blitz cannot clear this gap, and the Kiva pops up at just the right time. But here's Adam with 3 massive kills, assisting Forrest, looking for the 4th, and he gets it through the smoke, I believe. It was Gomez instead to finish him off. My mistake, but what a clear by Oxygen upstairs, leaving just Dream now to ace if he wants to keep Cloud9 at a flawless win condition on this first half. He's going to get a knife kill onto Yaga, but it is only a matter of time before Adam finally gets that 4th kill I was alluding to. Another big moment here for Adam, as OXG, after their timeout, at least find something for their troubles.
Yeah, beautiful clear, running in with that blitz on Rafters. Azami could not help the rest of her team in IT and in server. The rest of OXG barrel their way in. Adam gets 3 huge kills to open the round, and that basically solidified it. Like, once Adam got those 3, there was no coming back for Cloud9. So Oxygen showing signs of life. Beautiful stuff. And C9, I'm waiting for them to lock it in. C9 are going to Kitchen. We have seen this site played twice? 3 times through this qualifier so far? I don't think it's been 1 yet. It's not great.
Trying to think of the teams that have played labs in the qualifier. OXG was one of them. I think they actually played it against Karn & Co. and ended up winning those defensive picks. So I'm a little shocked that Cloud9 are actually opting to go here on lab defense.
Site is just not great. Like,
it just feels so easy to get vert on, especially, well, Cloud9 did end up banning Ram. That might be why they want to go here, I guess. They're going to force Oxygen more into the building than you typically have to have for a Kitchen attack. But you do, in theory, have direct access to site from one window by Kitchen, although many people don't use it more than just a cutoff angle. You've got Grixer detecting that clash, so that'll be something they'll need to deal with directly if they want to clear the upstairs position from Cloud9. You do have the potential of vert both Yaga and Gomez on Buck and Sledge, respectively, and even Snake for the defensive side on Scopos, interestingly enough. So there is a lot of fluidity to this roam. Again, I'm interested in seeing if Oxygen want to try to go for that full clear by the office side of the map, or if they're going to try to go for something closer towards Aqua, get control of server and command, and then work their way across the map. But Grixer putting his exothermic down on connector. It looks like they'll just try to fight this extension head on and hope they can find a way to push away this clash without having an air jab with the Nomad or even Capitao in the playing field.
About a minute burned. OXG working their way through already in electrical now. Snake's just gonna get the hell out of there. He's like, I got droned out. Wasted about a minute. I'm leaving. Good luck, Dream, who is now the only player left upstairs. Does he try to fall back and play sight, or is he just gonna play his life? Try and take some down with him. He's still there. Nope, he's dropped back down to lobby, so he will play sight. Cloud9 give up top floor, where again, very easy to get vert down. Both the sledge and the buck are going to work. Thermite out on, I believe that's the hatch. So freezer now open too for the attack.
Finally, the vert coming underway with the help of the sledgehammer. Yaga soon to join him, I imagine, with that skeleton key as well, and some damage being chipped away further by OXG. Cloud9, they may have given up that top floor, but they still have lobby control and even a Vulcan pack to keep someone out from the main door of lobby 2, and they're dodging this vertical just barely against OXG. Still keeping that clash alive from the roam extension as well is going to be huge at slowing down OXG. They have an incredibly sluggish round, and Snake through the vert shoots back at Gomez, but Yaga and Adam at the same time spring up, eliminating that clash and getting the man advantage as well. That is a huge pick to find, as all the stall utility is now basically gone besides whatever Vulcan packs are left in sight. Kobilax, though, massive kill. That's your window player gone, and a second one for the Azami, holding this long angle. Case control forfeit. Oxygen, they've got to dash into the bomb site to recover this diffuser. Adam finding another, but there's the trade from Snake, playing around the corner just by Cafeteria. Only 2 seconds left to win this fight, but Grixer with the pre-fire snuffs him out. OXG, it took them forever to knock their door into the bomb site, but after a quick couple of trades, they win the 1v1, and Cloud9, their Hail Mary site pick of going kitchen and cafeteria after banning Ram backfires.
Yeah, that was, again, a great try on a not very good site at all. Yes, Oxygen took absolutely forever to get into a position where they felt like they could execute. The opening frag goes to Snake, who I think ended up getting 3 on the Scopos, anchoring by the half wall. But OXG just better in that trade game. They gave up top floor really, really early on. You have to think if Cloud9 chooses to contest that a little bit more, you saw how much time was left. Maybe they win that round, but they give it up super, super early on. The clash from Dream ends up being completely ineffectual. The verticality was just so oppressive on those site players. And again, that's why Kitchen Cafeteria is considered to be not a good site at all. I imagine the next 2 are probably going to be Tank and Command. Basement is going to be first for C9. Pulse out for Dream. It's been a staple operator throughout this qualifier. It's been really good to see. But I'm really confused why Kitchen is being played.
You know, game point on the line, and you got to go to a really awkward bomb site too. It felt like if Snake had been upstairs still in that 1v1, it could have been a different story, but he felt it necessary to come back to site and help his teammates. He did win a couple of trades there, but not the 1v1 to keep Cloud9 in the driver's seat. Now we're tied up, and we're going to go back to Tank and Assembly. I guess the big question is, you know, Cloud9 are probably just going to end up going to Command and Server instead, I would imagine. So this Ram ban feels a little redundant. OXG, funnily enough, not running any hard breach this round, so they might get just enough control by Warehouse to open up that Animus hatch and then utilize Forest on the Blitz and Yaga on Aurora to try and just barrel their way into sight like they kind of did last time, but only with the Montaigne. A lot of info being gathered here by Dream right now, and I think they know the jig is up. This is going to be a fast play potentially for OXG, but at the very least, Cloud9 are prepared for it.
Here comes Forest into the objective. His Warden now kind of stuck. Gets meleeed down. Shot by Forest. Opening pick. It's instantly traded by Giddy. But then in the meantime, Plant is going down by Yaga. It is now completed. And with everyone from OXG vacating the building. This retake has just gone from hard to nearly impossible. Kobe, though, does have 2 Kibas and picks up the kill on Yaga. This Azami needs to rotate back down to site and assist this counter defuse. Giddy gets a little bit ahead of himself, dies to Grixer. Dream can't make it happen with the shotgun. The angle, too small. Here's the Kibas. Kobe trying to protect, ends up getting a kill. Snake follows it up. Does he get the trade on Grixer? He's got a stick. Where's Snake to help? 5 seconds left. It's denied. And OXG take the lead.
What a rush from Oxygen, the spearhead of Forest, guiding the way for his teammates to get in the site and get the diffuser down, the win condition they needed. The Warden unsuccessful with countering the blitz. There's the entry, there's the space made. And Kobe, it was a great attempt by him. You know, he had those Kibas saved up. He won 2 gunfights and was able to block off most of the wall to allow for a potential disable on that diffuser, but there was a narrow gap spotted by the Thermite. It might have been Grixer there in that round, just narrowly threading that needle, killing the person on that diffuser, and Snake he was in Timbuktu. He was on the other side of the map, unable to get on that diffuser or cover his teammate. There was no hope left for Cloud9, and their timeout unsuccessful at slowing down Oxygen and their brutal executes into the bomb site. They've got the advantage, maybe looking even at a 4-2 split if they play their cards right on round 6. But we're going back to Command and Server, where Cloud9 almost won this objective flawlessly after just playing patiently and waiting on Oxygen to make that first move. But it feels like that level of passivity is now kind of being punished by Oxygen at the latter parts of this first half.
I think, like Yaga was saying in the chat, right? Fundies, guys, fundamentals. There's no nitro for the plant. The Azami Kiba barriers were placed way too high by Kobe. Like, if you allow them a foot angle, they're going to take advantage of it. It's a combination of Kobe putting the Kibas a little bit too high to allow that foot angle from Grixer, and Dream trying to get the counter defuse, long arming it towards the wall on the left instead of the Kibas on the right, meaning that Grixer could kill him playing way more passively. If he was forced to swing, then maybe, maybe it's a different story, but it's a new round. Cloud9 need this to tie the half. If they go down 2-4 on their defense, on Lab, such a defender-sided map, it could spell disaster for them already. 3 rounds in a row from OXG. The timeout from Cloud9 not bearing fruit. Now it's all up to Command. They defended back in round number 1. Haven't gone back since. Have a similar lineup, but with Mira being removed from the board, they've got to opt for Malusi instead.
Barrier activated.
Azami still staying strong here by Raptors, but he's being pincered. Good shot landed though from Kobe. That gets rid of the player downstairs from Mudroom, and that's also the Capitao off the board too. So a lot of that utility used to deal with Kobe is no longer available. They're going to have to rely on these air jabs now, trying to push away the Azami. To now rotate back over towards IT instead. Forrest is up on the roof. I wonder if he's going to drop into Raptors and try to surprise Kobe, who might still be playing there. Nope. Kobe's now fallen back off into sight. That play is not going to work out, and Forrest instead will rotate. Maybe they notice that the fall off has already occurred, but this is already a better position for Cloud9 than it was back in round 1. They've secured the entry and have 50 seconds to burn away off the timer from OXG. That is it. The only difference now is that OXG are trying to run a shield that they could use to once again make space by Pillar and get that diffuser down.
Oh, he's going to run. He's going to run in. Forrest now with the shield equipped. Reaches open, in he goes, blinding one player, traded out by Snake as he goes 1-for-1, but this Fenrir's stuck in the corner, and Oxygen are lighting up the kill feed. Adam's good for yet another kill. It's all up to Dream, but he can't do anything. Adam with 3, another fast blitz play from Oxygen that works out. And after 4 attacks in a row, they enter their defense in the lead.
And it really begs the question, Harrison. Was the Ram ban really worth it?
No, I don't know why they went
No,
Kitch.
it wasn't.
Kitch
Blitz did so much for Oxygen on map 2. Why did it not go across their minds they might need to ban a shield here? I don't know. It felt like Forrest was able to get away with so much. And even though he wasn't lighting up the kill feed, he provided a lot of info and he made a ton of space for people like Adam and Grixer, who have been hot with their guns in this third map, to deal the damage they needed to win rounds. That's a 4-2 split now on the attack. OXG go on their defense, and they're insta-banning hard breaches. All you have left is secondary pocket breaches and Habana. That is all you have. Yes, there's no Caden Bandit, but trying to get into the site now off of pocket breaches compared to a Thermite or Ace, it's going to be such a headache for Cloud9 on their attacks. It's not looking good this second half, I'll be honest, Harrison. Cloud9, they've got to do a lot, and like OXG have jokingly been saying in all chat, they got to go back to their fundamentals if they want to have a chance against DZ later today.
It's hard, though, to work off your fundamentals with a Thermite Ace ban here that OXG have brought out. I mean, and if we see Cloud9 end up forced onto something like the Maverick, that's going to bleed so much time trying to open those walls with the blowtorch. Oxygen could lean into that, start bringing, Smoke, Goyo, etc. First round, they've got Tuberau, so even though there's no hard denial, Oxygen's still going to be able to waste a ton of time with that. Grixer's on Clash. Cloud9, they've got a couple tools to deal with it. They've got Nomad and Capitao. They do end up deciding to bring the Hibana in addition to 4 can openers, so they have plenty of hard breach. Grixer are going to start over towards Aqua, make sure there's no one going to be split pushing back there. Cloud9, a lot of this I think is also going to be relying on Kobilax and how much he can do as the Deimos down below, hunting these anchors on site. Already though, connector wall getting open pretty early on for Cloud9.
Just scanning the perimeter right now. That cardiac sensor. Spot at least one person above from E-Box. Can maybe have Forrest drop down below with the open hatch again, utilizing that Nitro Cell. Although, Pulse is usually the main info provider. You also have the Clash Shield that can see a lot without really having to expose themselves. Although, there is air jabs, there are Capitao bolts, maybe to help counter out the Clash. There are no pocket EMPs to disable her electric aspect of her gadget, but hey, at least they've got something to maybe try to apply a little bit of pressure here against Grixer, who's been having a great game since this first half. Deathmark Tracker comes out. They know that the Pulse is still playing upstairs. Kobe could maybe try to deal some damage underneath with that pistol, but in the meantime, Cloud9 are just beginning to slow down a little bit. They still need to clear out E-Box. They're using the Grim to do that, and maybe a C4 could be a great 1-2 punch to get that first entry kill here for OXG, but it is kind of a stalemate here between Cloud9 and OXG until they can deal with these Tuberau Zoto canisters and until they can maybe work a pick here from either down below or through connector.
The more the time goes down, the more powerful this Clash is going to become. They have not dealt with Grixer yet. They've still got plenty of utility. They've got 2 air jabs. They've got a couple of firebolts too from the Capitao. As utility starts to sail into the bomb site, Adam, though, on the Warden can continue to play around electrical. Yaga with the opening pick, picks off Dream. Down goes your Capitao, down goes your fire arrows, and your Grim. Finally, there's a response from Cloud9 as Forrest goes down. Yaga is on the floor. Kobe doing some good work down below. Now trying to walk up those stairs. Giddy finishes off the down Tuberau, but still, Clash is alive. Giddy has 1 air jab with which to attempt to deal with her. Other than that, it's just going to be a walk down on that shield. But there's Kobe with the big flank! Finding 2! Gomez and Adam have no idea what they're looking at. Giddy cleans up the Clash from behind. And Cloud9 come away with the round thanks to the Deimos.
What a call from Cloud9. So much info to let Kobe walk up through Aqua and get 2 massive picks to seal the deal on that round. 0 pressure at the bottom floor, allowing for Kobe to get away with a lot of information downstairs with those Deathmark trackers, netting himself a kill, and then amidst all the chaos, Somebody must have made a call or sent in a drone to realize there is no one on the A bomb site. There's no one defending Aqua. There's zero info from a BP or utility. And Kobe just gets upstairs for free. A massive backstab there to get Cloud9 a little bit further tying us in this series, but that was such a Hail Mary play. Good thing Oxygen were so tunnel visioned on Giddy that they were not prepared for an Aqua lurk. We're going to go back to command and servers now for OXG as they feel like they had that round in the bag. It was 2 entry kills for Yaga that halted Cloud9's progress from the connector and E-box side of the map. All they have to do now is have some sort of reassurance that there's info on the other side of the map, and now they've got Forest on Malusi. So I imagine there's at least some bit of information over for the Aqua side of the map. I know there were just 3 Banshees deployed over by IT, but now as Force begins to rotate, seems like it'll be over from Connector instead, possibly. So hopefully they have something by Blue, because I wouldn't want to see Kobe walking back up that staircase again.
One round away from tying it. Cloud9 also showing that they have pretty good attacks. Just like OXG do. They're not to be left behind here. Can openers being used by Aiden to open up that connector wall. He's already used both of his. Snake using one on IT to open up that wall. Dream's hard breach probably largely going to be used, yep, right here on connector to pillar. Nothing really to stop it other than, again, the tube are out. If you could combine with impacts. No, the X-Kairos, they go off without a hitch, and that's all of Dream's hard breach now used.
Tough predicament now to try to figure out how you can make that space to get into pillar and get the diffuser down. Seems like you have Kobe once again playing in cafeteria, could maybe utilize those Deathmark trackers, make some space. You've got 2 grenades left in your pocket as well. And a minute 30 to attempt at burning away this precious utility. One of the big issues here from Cloud9 just last round was not dealing with Yaga playing over by E-Box. The C4's already been burned out. They're starting to throw out these flashes. And Aiden's just barreling forward to the Azami? Yeah, I don't know when you thought that was going to work out. That totally backfired. But the rest of Cloud9, they're firing on all cylinders. 3 kills in a row. Dream racking a second one here through connector wall. That leaves just Grixer after a fluid 3-2-1 push by Cloud9. You still have some toxic babes, but there's the cutoff from IT, blocking any progress here from Grixer as he lands a nice shot onto Dream. Diffuser dropped, but they still have this location against the lone smoke, and once again, it's Kobe up blue to put the final nail in the coffin. We're now tied up, Harrison.
Ridiculous push there onto Rafters, and I would argue it actually worked out really well because the Grim walks in with the Bailiff, downs the Azami right before dying to Forest, and because Forest had to try and swing for the frag, it exposed him, I believe it was to Dream, all the way on the connector wall, watching that IT door. So they got basically a 2-for-1 trade there, and from there, start to storm in. Kobe gets one below. The Rafters, the connector position by Dream is good for yet another kill. Like you said, Cloud9 even us up. 4-4. Basement now coming into the fray for Oxygen. This will be the first time they defend this site as they went top floor twice in a row. Looks like they're going to have a pretty heavy roam. Again, with this Legion, Adam probably on that roam too. Forest bolstering downstairs with those mirror windows. Wonder how long OXG are going to try and delay here, whether or not they really fight, or if they give up control, just play for time and drones before falling back. With how Cloud9, how good they've been at clearing so far this match. Bring the Habana once again as their primary hard breach. Dream picking up the shield. That is another thing that the double hard breach ban does. You do not take away any shields. You also don't take away the Dokkaebi, who I imagine Cloud9, as long as OXG are roaming, probably going to be taking too.
Cloud9 would obviously like to get some top floor control here. They're going to try to utilize Snake's Logi bombs for information. Dream on the shield, being that space maker, trying to threaten back members of OXG on this roam. They also have Giddy, who can deploy those boogie drones once they get into that top floor, work that vertical, and then maybe just try to go in through Animus here, going in for a tank execute rather than the main breach, since there is no Thermite or Ace available to have such a large opening towards that side of the objective. There's the first Logi bomb. So far, OXG just playing passive. They don't notice anyone trying to clear them out just yet, so they'll just back away, let the timer burn out from this phone call, and Cloud9 working map control off of it. They're actually avoiding the clear. They've snuck down into Exo. Are they going to try to just go fast and try to hit the site here?
They're going to have to be wary of the verticality set up by OXG on this hold, but the mirror window's been dealt with. Forest starting to feel the pressure in Nano. There is a player in Cargo. Yaga can try and stop anyone from walking in through this hallway, but through the wall, the Monty just in, displaces Forest. Kobe, opening pick. Yaga has since backed up onto Cargo stairs. They know where he is. Aiden will simply stand here and hold along with Kobe. Snake in warehouse, holding a cut. Kills Gomez, giving his team a two-man lead. Dream looking for a position to plant, but look how aware they are of the vert. It's a bait! He plants with the shield on his back, and Aiden kills the player challenging. It's a 5v1 with plant down. Cloud9 are having a resurgence on the attacking side. 1 kill away from taking a 5-4 lead and denying OXG a single point in 3 tries of the 2 primary sites here on Labs. Aiden goes down, but Kobe is good for another trade. C9 lead 5-4.
And the big thing we mentioned here, a strength of Cloud9, their ability to spot gaps, the ability to notice openings and how to take advantage of them. All members of Cloud9 focusing on getting into sight, having that diffuser down. They saw Force was isolated. They utilized Dream to send himself in, provide that barrier so Kobe could take a gunfight against the Mira with tons of information with the help of that shield and the threat that Montaigne could unextend and bash him on the floor for an easy kill. Now they've got site control because every other member of OXG is upstairs and unable to work vertical to stop that plant because Aiden is watching from down below to shoot back at the defenders and because the shield is covering Dream's weak points. That was a beautiful clear, and I thought with Cloud9's operators, they were going to fight that roam head on, but instead they noticed how vulnerable the bomb site was and took advantage of that to get the lead back in this series. After winning 3 attacks in a row, you know, we were very concerned for Cloud9 after how weak they were against OXG's attack, but they have completely flipped the script once again and are looking really strong on their attack so far. OXG, though, now they're going away from the stronger bomb sites. They're heading back to a tertiary pick of control and storage instead, hoping that they could just try to burn out the timer here from Cloud9 because they've been incredibly efficient at just not cutting corners, but finding the path of least resistance and not wasting any time to hit the go button in sight.
Now another shield in play. Dokkaebi has been removed from the board, meaning all the shields are still up, this time Cloud9. Swapping from Dream's Monty to Aiden's Blitz. Already an early gunfight here on the window, but instead it's downstairs that Snake is found by Yaga trying to sneak his way into Animus. He instead eats a shotgun. No trade at all from Cloud9 either, as he was completely alone. It's a great start for OXG, picking off one of the prime fraggers for Cloud9, maybe not in this map, but in this match as a whole.
A little bit of quiet after we lost the sledge here for Cloud9. Oh, and a missed opportunity there from Kobe as well. Holding that cutoff wasn't quick enough to respond from the fall away there by OXG. They are aware about Solus still downstairs. They might need to send someone else to hunt her down or just try to win their gunfights before going in for that plant. The element of surprise is no longer there for Cloud9. It's definitely showing. They're playing a lot more reserved, getting as much info as they can before sending in these crucial operators like the Blitz. Aiden, goo mine in his foot, punished by Yaga. Here comes the swing from Gomez, and it's good for a kill on Kobe. And it's a triple now for Yaga, leaving just Dream alone in a 1 versus 4. Dream landing a beautiful shot as well, trying to maybe bounce this round back, but it's a 1 versus 3 without case control and not too many options left. Forrest, the final kill for his team. Oxygen finally having success on their second half to tie us up.
Yaga getting a big 3 kills, not only starting it out on Snake, but also 2 during that 3-2-1 push from Cloud9. It looked like C9, I'm a little bit confused why they're like, okay, I get just going for a 3-2-1 there, seeing maybe a gap in by warehouse and by cargo. But Oxygen very clearly, 1, ready for it, and 2, I'm surprised they didn't just go for their typical, you know, top down, or at least at the very least, just take IT and send Blitz in through the window. Like, there's a reason why that's the main avenue for Blitz, because there's really minimal map control you have to take. You take 1 room, open up 3 holes, and there you go. Blitz is in sight. Cloud9 opt for, I guess, the harder way. Doesn't work out for him. OXG tie the score. Now down to basement we go once again, where Cloud9 were able to simply just slip through with Monty. This time, though, Oxygen reading into it, grabbing Clash, which playing, if you've played ranked, playing any shield into a Clash sucks. Like, Clash is already annoying to deal with, but she is a prime shield counter. And right now, Forrest playing on vending. Animus is left soft. Cloud9 able to open it up pretty early on. They've got the Glaz too. Does Forrest rotate back off of this?
I'll have to wait and see. Maybe having the wall soft here is a potential bait and switch. Not entirely sure of that, but at least they'll put some pressure over by Animus instead. Cloud9 still wanting to focus at least on getting some top floor pressure right now. A majority of OXG members are playing quite comfortably upstairs. Adam hiding over by storage, maybe expecting someone to misdrone him potentially. And Cloud9 just still doing their due diligence right now. You know, they have Dream to get a lot of info essentially for free. Once they clear out enough of that top floor, they could probably go in for the execute, since they have not Animus control, but an avenue into that position of the basement floor. Forrest even running out just to confirm how many people are downstairs, which is kind of a risky gamble, but it does pay off with a little bit of extra information. At the minute 30 marker, OXG at least are keeping Cloud9 at a safe distance here, but it is only 1 or 2 rooms away for Cloud9 until they could get access into the bomb site. But you've got to worry about those nitro cells, worrying about the toxic babes, as well as Cloud9 have a lot of tools at their disposal to maybe stop this execute, despite there being a shield on the board.
Aiden peering through the vert, trying to get something going. Adam 1 for 1 onto Dream the Monty. You've lost your shield player, but you have a man advantage thanks to Snake on the Ash. Aiden's smoke now fades. He's got no more. Kobe 1 in pocket could potentially help, but he's still on the first floor with 2 of his teammates. Biggest obstacle going to be Forrest on this Clash, and whether or not he can position himself well enough to stump this execute. He's in tank right now. Gomez in a good position on Nano. He can use those smoke babes pretty much anywhere. Grixer being held from storage. Takes a bullet. Forrest, though, on the site. Deals with Kobe, dropping cargo. 3-on-3. Snake dead, too. That's Case now forfeit to Grixer upstairs. This push from Cloud9 has completely fallen apart, as now it's just the Glaz left in a 1 versus 2 and 1 HP. Clash still up. Shield harassing Aiden. Nothing he can do with such little time remaining, and Case not in his control. Forest puts him out of his misery, and Cloud9 somehow fall flat on their face and give OXG match point.
It just felt like for Cloud9, they didn't accomplish a lot in that round. You know, I was expecting more emphasis on the top floor, because even though you have a lot of utility in sight, you still have to worry about that vertical, worry about someone contesting you if the Animus hatch is opened up through the hatch. And Cloud9 just kind of sat outside of Animus with their hands in their pockets, wondering if they could fish a free kill, wondering if they had a gap in sight, but that wasn't the case. There was no adjustment until the very dying moments of the round, and that was just one person isolated with Diffuser trying to go upstairs, and Grixer punished him for that. It's series point on the line with Oxygen, just one round away from another rematch against Dark Zero. And Cloud9 might be bringing out the big guns here. They've got Aiden on the Ying potentially for another command and servers defense by OXG that has been honestly not too bad for Cloud9. They won against it on round number 7 after Kobe found a beautiful lurk up Aqua. You had round number 8 as well, where although you had a little bit of back and forth there in the mid to late round, and Forrest even winning that first gunfight against Aiden, it was a very well synergized execute from Cloud9, primarily through Connector and E-Box. And it seems like besides the Ying, the lineup hasn't necessarily changed all that much for Cloud9, whereas OXG, they've probably realized that Cloud9 have been relying a lot on that lurk from downstairs to at least get info and make space. They've got Forrest now on the Vigil. They've got Yaga on Ella. There is a really good potential here for some sort of roam if it needs to come down to it.
I do like that Cloud9 are now bringing the Ying, giving themselves, something to establish a foothold in the bomb site. A little bit surprised that Oxygen aren't leaning more into the clash too, with how troublesome it was for Cloud9 in the previous round. Instead, though, stick Forrest on Vigil. He was the one who won them the previous map on this operator. Looking to do so again in round 12. Kobe on the hunt downstairs. No one here for him to find. I don't know if he maybe has some false info here, or if whoever he was shooting has already rotated back. Think was about to track the Vigil, or whoever he was tracking was attempted to track is sitting on a mute jammer. That's another good adaptation from OXG. All these jammers around, Kobe's going to have a lot less impact.
Not as much info it does Deathmark trackers, and OXG now setting up some vert of their own, maybe to challenge Kobe Lax, who they're pretty sure they're going to have fighting them from downstairs. Aiden with the shotgun on Ying as well. Already inside of E-Box this early in the round 2 could be a nice element of surprise against OXG, who also don't have a Warden. There's really no counter against these Candelas besides shooting them or dodging their flashes. Gersmont comes out, but it's pretty much a feign effort here as it's immediately destroyed. Here comes that Candela, a potential 3-2-1 push for Cloud9 to try to bring us to overtime.
Smoke's coming out from Aiden, too. First frag is Giddy. Opening pick on the Yaga, the Ella. Aiden trying to make something happen, but he's blinded by a team flashbang, blown up by Adam. Trades come through, we're on 3-on-3. Plant going down behind the pillar by Dream, but here comes another player, Gomez, with 2 potentially match-winning kills, slips past the cover. Kobe last man standing. His Aqua flank, though, now fully read by OXG. Forrest puts him in the dirt, and Oxygen blow away Cloud9.
A strong start in the first half of Nighthaven Labs, and an even better finisher when Cloud9 gave us a chance of redemption and a moment of hope to face off Dark Zero in the grand finals. They fall short by a couple of rounds and miss the mark against OXG. It'll be another rematch, but unfortunately for my channel points, not the one I was expecting. But nonetheless, OXG, what a performance on map number 2 and through all of Nighthaven Labs. They had a strong first half once again, and even though they didn't have a timeout in the second half, they were able to totally bounce back, avoiding going to command for a third time in a row and switching things up on control and storage. It really threw Cloud9 through a spur that they just weren't able to recover from.
After that initial 3-round streak, I really thought Cloud9 had an excellent opportunity to take this map and bring and schedule a date with Dark Zero, but we're going to bring Jonah, our wonderful host, back in so he can join us in the festivities. Oxygen, we get a rematch between them and DZ. And right, so John and I were talking about during the game, right? Cloud9 banned Ram. They went to Kitsch. It almost worked, but Kitsch still kind of sucks. And then because they banned Ram, they had to deal with Shields, basically the rest of the half. And we're looking at those rounds, right? They go to Kitsch. They basically waste their ban on Ram. They have to deal with the Blitz, which Forrest then just kind of wrecks them on. Like, I just feel like if they had not done that, we could be looking at a Cloud9 win.
There were so many of those moments, right? Including that very last engagement where the player swinging that diffuser. I mean, the person on the cover just missed. Who was it? Was Giddy the one covering in that moment? God, that's gotta hurt, right? Like, to be the star player, to be the one we're talking about so much, and then to just miss the opportunity to get a potential kill to send you to overtime. I mean, they just came so close. John, this was an incredible fight. I mean, the back and forth the entire way on this third map of the series, but it was Oxygen that outlasted Cloud9 and showed us that maybe they're just a bit more consistent, just a bit more adaptable, just a bit more strategic, making those right decisions when it came down to it. So yeah, they will have a date with Dark Zero.
It was much better fundamentals here from Oxygen. They were noticing Cloud9's strengths, relying on the shield quite a lot, relying on operators like the Deimos to try to get in and either hit a lurk or just gather a lot of information. They start bringing out the Clash, they bring out the Mute, and all of a sudden these opportunities that Cloud9 were seizing on in the early round or having these fluid executes with the help of these tools, they just weren't hitting the same mark. OXG had gotten their number, and Cloud9 out of options, out of tack timeouts. They weren't able to adjust on the fly the same way OXG did, hence their loss 7-5 here on map 3. It's absolutely tragic, but OXG 110% deserved this, especially after losing 7-3 on map number 1. I was like, wow, Cloud9 really came here to perform today, and then they just couldn't bring that same oomph going into map 2 and 3.
Well, one player that, I mean, we're looking at here, you see Grixer at the top of the leaderboard there for Oxygen, but Adam, that's several maps in a row now, back to back, where we have seen him in a very good spot, contributing exactly where he needs to. I mean, Harrison, this is that kind of Oxygen lineup when they're thriving. That is very much what it can look like. It's no surprise to see Adam at the head of this team throughout the entire series as a whole, with Grixer right behind. I mean, everybody contributing where they needed to. A well-rounded team in a well-rounded performance.
Yeah, OXG, really happy to see more members now stepping up, right? Not just Adam like we saw in map number 1, and doing so really made it hard for Cloud9 to get as active as they once did, right? When we had Giddy not having a stellar map, Kobe was really the only player consistently getting kills round after round after round, even when they were losing. And it's a game of inches, right? We keep talking about just these tiny little mistakes Cloud9 were making. I mean, well, the decision to ban Ram and go Kitchen was not necessarily a tiny mistake, but tiny mistakes within that round. And then within, you know, the rush that OXG had, like with the tiny mistake of not putting the Kiba far enough down onto the floor so that you could defuse behind it instead of having to go towards the wall. And then there's an angle to watch it from outside, you know, and then that last round, right? Giddy had the angle, and then he was like, what if they go to the left? Went to check it, and that's when Gomez decides to swing, in combination with the fact that Kobe needed to be up there with his team way sooner. Again, game of inches. Oxygen just were better for it.
Great part is, I mean, this is why we love Siege. It's those little things that matter. But the little things will propel Oxygen to a very big moment. They surpass Cloud9, and now Dark Zero will face off with them in the grand final. It's going to be one of those two teams going to the 6 Invitational, a chance to fight it out with the 4 other North American counterparts for a chance to lift the hammer. We're going to give our teams just a little bit of a longer break this time, so we'll be back in about 20 minutes to get our grand final underway. Don't go anywhere. We have a very important task this weekend, and it's not just saying who's going to come through the LCQ, it's determining who is going to be the fifth and final representative for North America in our quest as a region to lift the hammer for the first time since TSM in 2022. It's been a minute. And in what has been a very strong year for North America, we just need one more team to join our side in the representation on the international stage. Something like that. I think that works. We've got a rematch on our hands. Dark Zero and Oxygen, they faced off in the upper bracket final, Harrison, but here they go again. This time it is the grand final. It's do or die. It's winner goes to Invite.
Absolutely, and there's a lot on the line for both of these teams. Of course, Oxygen being the organization that won the previous LCQ last year. Of course, Gomez and Yaga are the only two returning members, but all the members of the team were still there in one form or another. Of course, Forrest with SSG, Adam with Unwanted, and Grixer still with Shopify Rebellion. On the other side, we have Dark Zero, who, again, all five of them, they've all been around the block. The only member who has not been to an SI on not just this team, but in this lobby is Rival GN, our last T2 representative, technically, is the most recent player in this lobby to be promoted.
And he was somebody that I was going to highlight. I was doing a Stars of Tomorrow series highlighting the up-and-coming players in T2. He was the next player up. I had done 3 episodes, but before I could highlight him, there he was in T1. on Dark Zero. How special would this be for him, John? I mean, to go to Invite after being picked up, I mean, just months after being picked up to a T1 roster for the first time. But it is not going to be easy. I mean, on the other side, they have to worry about Oxygen. Dark Zero, thankfully, they've been sitting back, they've been waiting, they've been watching, they've been getting ready for this moment. But this is not going to be an easy fight. It was 2-1 yesterday. I expect it to be a close contest again.
You know, Jonah, just getting a chance to witness that hammer in person and compete at the 6th Invitational, that is the dream of so many players in Siege that aren't even just in comp alone. It is one of the biggest accomplishments in Siege's history. Getting a chance to do that fresh into T1 would be insane for Rival, and he would deserve it if Dark Zero were to win this best of 3 against OXG. You know, he's been very consistent throughout the LCQ. He was great in Tier 2 as well. You mentioned your Rising Star documentary as well, that you had a chance, or almost had a chance, to highlight him as well. We got to cast him quite a lot just months ago, and he was phenomenal, and he's still doing great here under new management with Dark Zero. Going up against OXG, where they're just fresh off of a dominant win versus Cloud9, might be a little more challenging, but they've already had previous experience against OXG in the bracket of the LCQ, so at least it isn't unknown territory today.
Right, Dark Zero, I mean, this, as you said, not unknown territory for either team at all. Dark Zero, Harrison, I mean, this is a moment where really they're looking to prove themselves that this year, all of this has been building to this one particular goal. They started off so strong. I mean, stage 1, a 2nd place finish. It just did not go their way in the middle, in the back half of the year, where they just did not have the stage 2 they wanted. They did not have the regional finals they wanted. This is really that final chance for them to cap off what is technically the 2025 season with a bang.
Yeah, and you love seeing them bring in new blood to try and do it, right? With Panbo retiring. Obviously, I don't know too much about the situation, but maybe the retirement has been in his head for a while. And, you know, even if you're still trying to play the game, when you have that in your head, sometimes subconsciously, it can affect your play. Maybe that had some kind of impact on DZ. But additionally, DZ have not missed an event since 2019. It would be absurd to have an SI happen without them.
Well, here we have it. The map veto, and already, I mean, John, this is looking eerily similar to the game they played yesterday. That one happened on Border, on Fortress, and eventually on the 3rd map of Clubhouse. Bank is different, but Border and Fortress, both of these teams willing to rehash the same game from yesterday. What do you make of that?
I'm just excited to cast Fortress, I'll be honest, man. I saw so much Fortress gameplay on the 9th. I was like, yeah, we're totally going to get to cast it tomorrow. We got no Fortress. V and Aiden got to yesterday, but we did not. So at least seeing it here in the last best of 3 brings a smile to my face. But it's also interesting that in the same order, it's going to be Border and Fortress. Maybe a potential ego challenge, perhaps, as especially on map number 2 for Fortress, OXG won a lot of their rounds on the defensive half from Dark Zero, kind of not knowing what to do in that mid to late round, finding out the best way to execute into the bomb site, how to clear out these power positions that OXG were playing. Now that they've had a chance to play on it against OXG, maybe they'll have better luck going here, but I believe it was the pick of OXG here for that map of Fortress. And then going back to Border again, it was an absolute nail biter where OXG were really dominant at the beginning, and then Dark Zero slowly drew it back and had 2 pristine rounds in overtime. So I'm really excited to see this best of 3 lineup, Jonah.
This really should be good. I mean, that series yesterday was excellent. It was a 2-1. We saw 8-6, the scoreline on Border, to open it up into a max regulation 7-5 on Fortress, trading blows. Harrison, does it feel to you like we're going to see the same thing here, or is Oxygen, having come straight off a win, going to be able to replicate exactly what they did last year? Upper bracket finals to lower bracket finals to grand finals. What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, OXG are certainly riding off the momentum here with a really good win, 3-map series, close game against Cloud9. I actually like the repeat for Oxygen more, like the repeat maps more for Oxygen than I do for DZ. We all know, especially in Siege, it can be incredibly tough to beat the same team twice in a row within an event just because of how many adaptations you can make, and that you lose or you learn a hell of a lot more from losing than you do from winning. That's why we see so many teams end up taking the rematch. And for OXG on Fortress, they really looked like they just had a much better fundamental understanding of the map. How much can DZ really glean in less than 24 hours? And for Border, so many of those rounds could have gone either way, right? It ended up being 8-6. Funny enough, I think Border was actually OXG's pick yesterday and Fortress was DZ's pick. So now the teams have flopped. I really like the maps for OXG. If we go to Bank, though, I feel like Bank is a little bit of a toss-up. Both teams play the map a little bit. Both teams are only positive on it by 1 win. So I really don't know. I honestly think OXG have a really, really good chance to take this 2-0. Well, we'll have to see how DZ shows up.
Well, like you said, an SI without DZ would be unprecedented, would be heartbreaking, but Oxygen, they really do feel poised and ready to roll off that momentum from that last series. And like you said, Harrison, it is difficult to beat the same team on the same maps 2 days in a row. Dark Zero could very well have their work cut out for them here. The final detail before we get into this match, and I found this interesting doing research about the 6 Invitational as a whole. In the now 10 years, well, 9 years SI has been a thing. This year, the 10th anniversary, the regions have split trophy lifts exactly. There have been 3 North American winners. That would be Continuum, TSM, and SSG. There have been 3 European winners, and there have been 3 SAL Brazilian winners. Now, most recently, Brazil and EU have been a little stronger. But this year, with M80 lifting the trophy in the major, maybe this is the year for North America to break that tie and be the first region to get 4 wins under their belt. I got Harrison's prediction, so before we get into the game, John, I want your final thoughts. Is it Oxygen to take this, or is DZ going to shut them down before they have a chance?
Ooh, I feel like I gotta go with DZ, especially if they win on Border. I could easily see Bank going their way as well, or maybe even finding an upset on Fortress. But Harrison did make a great point about map number 2, where you only have so much time to figure out what went wrong on those losses to then adjust against the exact same team. So I still feel like Fortress could be a great map for OXG, but I feel like in the long run, Dark Zero will have that endurance here today against their opponents.
Well, we are just waiting on one final player to get into this game. And I got the thoughts, you guys obviously giving your thoughts on this verdict, but tell me a little bit more about Fortress, because I think we're all still adjusting to this and trying to figure out what kind of map it's going to be. We got Happy and Light Rose's thoughts last night, but Harrison, I want to hear a little bit about what you think about this map and how it's going to play as far as a competitive scene in general. I mean, we expect to see this quite a bit at SI itself. We're obviously going to see it now. Where do you think this kind of falls in the pool of maps? We see a lot of maps being a little bit more frag focused, some utility focused. Where does this fall on that scale?
I feel like from the limited times we've seen Fortress and my limited experience, playing it in ranked and such, I feel like Fortress is going to fall somewhere between, like somewhere kind of in the middle. To me, it plays kind of like a combination of Consulate and Border, right? It's built kind of like, new Consulate, Lair, stuff like that, where it's incredibly roomy. There's a lot of very, very tight hallways and corners. There's a lot of like mid-site coverage and stuff that you have to check and clear out. There's a lot of really important power spots on this map, but it's so much more destructible than Lair or like Consulate. Almost all the floors, there's tons of soft walls where you can open up lines of sight. So I feel like it's going to be somewhere in between. You're going to have to do your due diligence. You're going to have to clear basically everything, and it's going to be tough to do so. And when you're defending, you're going to be able to open up these, map long lines of sight and crossfires like you can on our first map.
Here we have it. Border to start. This was an 8-6 Dark Zero win over Oxygen just 24 hours ago, this time for the grand final to start us off in this best of 3. Harrison, John, it's all you.
Jonah and John, heading into it, if we can rehash a point that I touched on earlier and that I think Aiden and V touched on yesterday. DZ. It'll be really weird to not have an SI without them because they have not only not missed an SI, they have not missed a T1 Ubisoft official, circuit, because they missed EWC a couple years ago. But they have not missed an official R6 circuit LAN event since SI 2019, the first LAN event since they entered Seed and became org. Now, of course, that was with a completely different roster. DZ has had many changes over the years, but as an org, that's the kind of staying power and the kind of talent that they have and that they attract. They played 0 qualifiers through that run, too. SI 2019, they played the qualifier, they lost, they missed the event. They have not had to play a qualifier since until now.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's also crazy to think that they have one of the longest standing, players that's been on their roster. NJR, he's been with Dark Zero since 2021. That's 5 years, which is crazy. The next closest is, I believe it was Nafe in 2023 when he joined Dark Zero. So that is, that is even then a huge differential in years. Good to see some of the most consistent members on this team of Dark Zero being the longest standing members as well. I feel like NJR still has a lot of great playmaking potential in his wheelhouse. OXG, the same thing can be said, but a lot of their players are, haven't been on this team for as long besides, Yaga, and I think it was Gomez that we got to talk about a lot last year. They were the real highlight players back in the previous LCQ, but it's been Adam and Grixer, actually, who did quite a lot of heavy lifting against Cloud9. We start out round 1. Pretty typical clear by OXG, starting on this back balcony, looking to deal with CCTV, looking to get top east control, using the air jabs for flank watch and a lot of information with the Dokkaebi Logi bomb calls and Grim canisters as well to clear out Catwalk a little earlier than you would initially expect. It is going to be Armory as that defensive site pick for Dark Zero. They have a pretty normal looking CCTV extension, almost identical, if not identical, to last night. So maybe OXG could try to have a faster clear, having a bit of hindsight as to what exactly they'll be expecting. Here's the drop from Gomez, and it works. Rival is gone. There's a response by Spirits onto Grixer, but either way, that's top east control done in a very, I'd say, funny manner too, just dropping down the east staircase and powering Rival.
Yeah, completely caught off guard by that. Can't believe it worked, but it gets them that east control. And that's where OXG want to mount their push from. I imagine next on the agenda will be office control. Spirits kind of holding on to it from archives, but he's already been softened up quite a bit. You've also got NJR still holding on to CCTV with Citizen, who's got to rotate into Fountain to assist Spirits. Does DZ have this nice little connection here, opening up a rotate back to Site 2 should they need to fall back, and Citizen will. So he kind of abandons that CC hold. Now, DZ don't have quite as strong of a connection between CC and Fountain/Office. See if OXG take advantage of that as they start to move in. You've got Adam now placed inside Office along with Gomez. NJR about to fight this player on the window. That's Forrest just outside. Not challenging it just yet. Gomez instead takes a ton of damage from someone in the site. Decides to drop away. End up pushing elsewhere, but Spirits...
Wow.
Oh, he dies from below! Incredible play from Gomez. He's opened up the site a little bit, but does he have enough time to get back with his team and help this push? Forrest dies in CCTV alone. Yaga's got to try and find an angle to get this plant down. Try and do it right next to the wall, but he's completely exposed thanks to the wall being soft. Time bleeds dry, and DZ are successful in round 1.
It felt like there for OXG, they just didn't have enough control to really push back Dark Zero. They didn't have a lot of pressure down below besides Gomez with that really sick play, dropping the hatch by radio and then getting in underneath between bathroom and tellers, to get some vertical and ended up killing the player behind the bomb chassis. That did make some space for OXG to try to get in and plant that diffuser down, but with them never clearing NJR out of CCTV, they didn't have a lot of wiggle room to rotate and then try to fight anyone by armory. And again, no one besides Gomez in the last 20 seconds of the round was down below to play for vertical. So they had no way of really pressuring out those horizontal angles. They go in for a last second plant, and Dark Zero have coverage to shut it down. So the first round goes the way of DZ. They'll now head into Vent, the site right underneath Armory and Lockers, where they're extending up above, now using these two positions as a defensive stronghold, trying to use that verticality to stop a plant. OXG now having different information tools at their disposal. They've got Gomez now on the Deimos with those death mark trackers, and Yaga rocking the Montaigne as well, maybe just to help upstairs to get that map control, because again, it really felt like OXG were lacking that previous round, only having East control off of a 50-50 gunfight and then barely getting Office off a huge play from Gomez.
Chanka coming into play. Dark Zero on this top floor extension. You wonder how long that Nafe intends to hang around upstairs.
Specchio sensor on.
Citizen position inside customs, trying to lay any kind of horizontal clear. OXG obviously concerned about that top floor extension. They've got Yaga trying to move in from east, kind of mounting their push in the same area they did in the previous round. And it's Gomez with yet another opening pick, this time onto the Tachanka. The Sumika launcher is gone, and so much of that delay is gone with him.
I'll find you and end you.
They don't have a lot else to really stop the plant. They've got at least NJR to help with the shield. Could have also bought a lot of time over by East, for example, just slowing down OXG. We had a couple moments like that where Cloud9 really kept OXG at a safe distance to win those rounds on defense. But NJR, that was an insane kill. Rival as well, picking up one onto Gomez, keeping Dark Zero in the driver's seat. What a beautiful series of kills from NJR, still having control of CCTV, make it a third for NJR, and he's still not been dealt with in CCTV. It's just Grixer now looking to challenge the Ella, not working off of a lot of information, but NJR being low on health and already having so much impact this round, he just backs away, doing his job, and now hiding down below towards customs with the rest of his teammates. Diffuser not in hand of Grixer. He'll most likely have to work for some picks downstairs, but is shut down as he falls through the hatch into the loving arms of Nafe. And that's going to be the round. Successful for Dark Zero. 2 good rounds in a row for them on defense.
And on the back of NJR and CCTV, putting his foot down, not only getting 3 kills, but starting that 3K off with the Monty. I have no idea how he was able to catch Yaga if NJR was undroned and shot him in the back, if maybe an Elamine, a Grishmont, went off and gave NJR enough room to around that shield to kill the Monty. But either way, big round from him as the Ella, 4-0 now. OXG simply just could not trade him out no matter how hard they tried. I thought it was going to be a much easier, they were going to have an easier time taking top east after that initial Tachanka kill, but they really couldn't move at all past that. Now DZ are up confidently 2-0. Remember, yesterday, Border was OXG's pick. Today, it's DZ's. DZ started on the attack. Both sides, though, went 3-3. So DZ already looking good to replicate what they did yesterday and even improve on it.
5 seconds to go.
Bathroom play here for Dark Zero. It looks like, again, MJR is in his natural habitat, playing over by CCTV. Another heavy extension here for Dark Zero. That's not uncommon here for a bomb site like Bathroom and Tellers. Again, wasting a lot of time here. Trying to work some picks up above OXG. They could try to go for something a little more direct, possibly. They don't have a lot of vert at their disposal besides some DMRs properly. Or possibly, my mistake. They do have good info, at least with the Logi bombs and Deathmark trackers once again, but you know, seeing the Sens in play here, also having the diffuser, I would imagine we see something a little more direct, or at the very least horizontal here for OXG, as they're already burning away at some of those Vulcan packs with the help of the Twitch drones here by Adam, and getting some pressure established by Passport. They could easily try to synergize that Passport control with just barreling their way into bomb site and maybe getting this plant down if there's a lack of site presence, which with only Citizen here on the first floor and now running back upstairs, there is no one defending site technically.
But again, with that Solus, can look down and exude that verticality thanks to her scanner. Dokkaebi Call comes out, sub 2 minutes. Solus once again getting tracked by Forrest. A spot to that she's now upstairs as Forrest runs on through, taking control of Workshop and Vent. He's got Yaga right behind him with the case. Looks like they may just try to barrel through into bomb site. Grixer is in bathroom, so yes, DZ are going to try to completely play this from above. A lot of this is going to rely on how well Citizen can cover, but Gomez start things off onto Spirits. Rival very swiftly refrag. So Castle for Twitch, really not a big a deal when it comes to utility. Yaga now getting that plant down. Where is Citizen to stop this? He's not in a good position to. Yaga gets it down basically for free and then pops off to kill Nafe. Traded out by Citizen above, but still it's a post plant. 30 seconds for DZ to kill these 3 players and get on that counter defuse. Grixer upstairs on Archives, retaking the top floor that DZ has now given up to try and retake the bomb site. Rival goes 1 for 1. Here's Forrest in blue, killing NJR, leaving it all up to Citizen now. The man who should have been in a position to deny the plant, now stuck in the 1v2, dies to Grixer right on the hatch, and OXG are on the board.
Unfortunately there for Dark Zero, they had nobody on site to stop that play from OXG. Good information there, and good job punishing the lack of site presence just to take the objective in Teller and have Forrest sneak his way in from Vent towards the bomb site. Not only that, but not having your Solus in a good position to gather info about where that diffuser is being planted from. You now have that operator banned, funnily enough, so actually maybe realizing that they got away with robbery in a sense for that round, but it was a good post plant after the fact for OSG. They kept a consistent trade game. They were still contesting the top floor to deal with those vert angles as well, to also get their own angles on the diffuser if they had lost site control. And finally, they get around on the board. Looks like we're going to be going back to Armory and Lockers now for Dark Zero. They won't try for Bathroom and Tellers until probably later in this half. Their lineup not looking all too different necessarily. For their reattempt of this map. I can't recall if they had a Mira back in round number 1, but that of course also can provide a little bit of extra strength on this extension. Oshi as well, their lineup seems fairly different. They might want to switch it a little bit to at least having some hard breach or extra utility to deal with these castle barricades and burn through these Vulcan packs besides the Twitch drone. It just doesn't seem like they're going to have a lot to really assist him here. There we go. Adam getting off the Twitch, now onto Flores, can help with those castle barricades that I believe Dark Zero now are opting to go for the castle because the final ban has been locked in. So now they can bring it out freely without having to worry about it being off the board for the rest of this first half.
Johnny's back on Twitch.
Oh, man.
So you can't
Well,
talk about
at least
the
I was talking
attacker
about
picks.
castle. It didn't feel as bad.
Can't talk about the attacker picks until they're locked in.
Dude, I'm
They'll
sorry. I
always
can't
change
help
up.
it.
It's the curse.
Hey, you do it too, man. You can't play innocent child here.
I've never done anything bad in my life.
Well, I don't
Easy.
know.
Now with the mirror and the castle, like you said, they got lots of utility to just keep OXG at bay. I like Rival on the Vigil too, who's playing right now by East Stairs, so he doesn't have as much utility to work with, but will be able to at least maybe fall back without Oxygen being aware. Nade from Yaga, destroying his own ROU projector. Maybe he just didn't need it anymore, but Nafe ends up picking off Forrest, who tried to work his way somewhere early. Rival, though, the Vigil I was just hyping up, gets taken out without a second thought. 4-on-4 now, sub the 2-minute mark. Oxygen have started to make their way in. They got control of East now. They got someone downstairs. Next target looks to be probably Fountain, considering they've opened up Spirit's Mira.
I do like they have someone playing underneath. Could maybe go for a lurk from the back stairs of Metal. You also, again, are applying pressure by removing that mirror and now trying to work your way in from Fountain. Also having AC window control. There could be a potential here for a plant by Yaga now that Vulcan pack has been destroyed. Use your final ROU projector to mask this long angle Dark Zero could use against you. Tuck in the corner to plant down that diffuser if you also get Fountain control, which we don't have anybody in there from OXG right now, and there's still the rotate from 90 Hall. So long as you can avoid this open mirror, the cutoff OXG is holding, dodged by the mirror, and finally Yaga comes in to plant off this ROU.
It doesn't look like DZ's aware of it at all. They're going to let this go down. Nafe gets killed by the long angle held by Grixer outside Archives. Adam goes 1 for 1, gives his team this one-man lead once again. Citizen knows there's a man, AC Balk, trying to figure out how to fight it, especially with, again, someone on the office balcony outside, covering the long angle. Maybe waiting for NJR to try and bait this player towards the AC window. Again, Grixer is going to be a huge problem outside. Down goes Citizen, down goes NJR. Oxygen winning round number 4 and tying up the score.
And I think the change-up getting off the floor as there for Twitch instead was a well-needed adjustment. You know, it almost looked like they wouldn't have enough utility to deal with the castle barricades, deal with the Vulcan packs and the mirror windows, but you still have those Twitch drones to at least remove those power spots from Dark Zero. Now you have a cutoff all the way from the back balcony looking through the CCTV area down into sight basically for free, just off of one Twitch drone zap. They cleared out all of Fountain using one Twitch drone. They burned a majority of those Vulcan packs to allow the Sens to hop in and plant that diffuser. So despite their lack of hard breach and despite other resources they could have used, with Forrest dying early on that lurk down below, it still worked out. They still had people playing outside to cover that plant. They still had cutoffs that sliced the bomb sites in half away from each other, giving OXG a tied scoreline. 2 really impressive execute calls by Oxygen that Dark Zero just didn't react to. It felt like they didn't have a response to really stop the plant from going down altogether. They didn't have anyone playing underneath. They didn't have any other resources besides those Vulcan packs that were already dealt with. And now a potential tech pause, I believe, being called in, or a timeout, unsure. Maybe just getting some issues resolved. It looks like we'll be going back to Vent and Workshop here for Dark Zero, but OXG have been looking a lot better in this first half.
Yeah, they have that. Out of nowhere. I mean, because they didn't even take a timeout, right? They just locked in and won 2 attacks.
Yeah.
I mean, being more really objective focused, obviously helping.
Attackers need to locate
And DZ giving them free control both rounds, right? First round OXG won. DZ tried to play it full above, gave them free bathroom control, and OXG took advantage of it, got the plant down, won the round. Then round 4, DZ are trying to kind of exude their presence still in CCTV and across the map, while OXG are setting up for Archives. There's no one actually in Archives, so OXG take advantage of it, plant, and win the round. DZ will see if they've now read into this and are going to try and have more staying power in these latter couple rounds. They are swapping back downstairs to Vent Workshop rather than trying upstairs again. We got another adjustment being made too. Mira still being played like we have in the previous round, although they did not have her in round 2. It was pretty much a completely different lineup. They've got Valkyrie now, so they've got some extra information. OXG, though, maybe reading into this, Forrest sticking the Nook.
Again, maybe just trying to spot a gap and not be detected here. Also clearing out Custom. That is a position that Dark Zero were able to hold for a majority of the round back when they first defended Vent and Workshop. OXG right now just still kind of in the info gathering phase of this round. Adam taking a couple of pot shots though, narrowly keeping his life alive for now. Has another Twitch drone at the pocket just to help get rid of those mirror windows once again and maybe spot out some extra pieces of utility like the Elikurzmots. Noticing no one over by Fountain for right now, and it's Dark Zero yet again on the same top floor extension. This is where NJR got a triple kill just a few rounds ago. And now you still have Nafe alive on the Tachanka too, so that potential for stall is definitely there once again for Dark Zero too.
Adam already lit up to 1 HP off the dope call. Forrest will make his move through detention, getting actively droned through by Gomez. Of course, as the Nook, the Valkyrie will be completely ineffective against him with this scanner active, and he's able to creep his way into the site. Shooting the cam may have revealed his position, but as of right now, no one on Dark Zero is even on the bottom floor except for Rival, who is far away from the site. Selma from Grixer completely misses the shield, gets shot out by Nath, and Forrest continuing to just lurk here, waiting for the defense to try and fall back right into his clutches. Because he's in a great position to cut that off, Yaga is going to go for this execute. In come the ROU projectors. Yaga knifes Citizen as he attempts to drop the hatch. NJR with one response onto Gomez, but Yaga is getting this plant down. Forrest has the cover. Grixer upstairs kills one in Archives. Their Spirits just dying, and Nape is the last man standing, still stuck upstairs. 3 rounds in a row. OXG have expertly identified a gap, hit it, gotten the bomb down, and won.
And I'm so shocked that nobody on Dark Zero was playing customs. It felt like that was a position of weakness that OXG completely noticed and took advantage of. Forrest gets into sight almost for free. You had Yaga joining him shortly after from the lobby double door. He ran in and caught Citizen looking for Forrest in sight, and he just stabs him in the back. You've got the man advantage. Some of that vert pressure is now alleviated because it looked like Dark Zero just had no idea that they had lost sight until Citizen dropped in, and it felt like the jig was up there. You get the plant coming down, and everybody on Dark Zero with their quote-unquote power positions on the top floor had to come back down into sight because there was already a post-plant position at that minute to minute 30 marker. OXG now have the lead on border. It is an attacker-sided map, but I just think the way that they've been detecting these openings against Dark Zero is the biggest alarm setting off in my head, not necessarily the scoreline itself, just how we've gotten to this advantage from OXG. And more importantly, the advantage without a timeout, too. OXG still have that for a defensive half. They just, on the turn of a dime, just started winning rounds on attack.
OXG in the lead 3-2. DZ were in a beautiful position after 2 rounds to start the game to match what they had yesterday and even improve on it, but instead Oxygen are the first team to match their score from yesterday, at least in the first half, at least on their attacking half, that is. DZ opting to try the top floor again. They've got Cade Tuberau combo this time to try and lock down this wall. I like Nath on the Clash too. OXG though going to try and harass that Clash with likely both the Nomad as well as Forrest below on the Buck. Yaga has also made incredible use of the Send so far. 4 rounds in a row he has played them. You kind of wonder, you know, with how effective the Sens was in round 3, maybe even banning it would have been effective because OXG have won now 2 rounds after that off of that Sens. Plenty of flashbangs coming in, and that could herald the execute as the Dokkaebi call is coming out too. ROU projectors to try and blind this Clash. Instead, it's OXG to take into break room and CCTV.
Gomez now waiting for the challenge here from Rival. Still holding on to CCTV, but he's concussed. Now backing away. It's Spirits with the opener onto Gomez, and Adam being injured as well. Finally, there's a response here from Dark Zero, and more importantly, they still have the Clash alive as well on this extension, now potentially falling back into sight after gathering some more information outside. This execute for OXG might not be as effective because Nath can provide so much information and just stall out anyone trying to get that plant down. And there's still 2 nitro cells. If you see those ROUs flying out into sight and you hear the plant going down, it's good just to throw in that nitro cell as a Hail Mary, and 9 times out of 10, you will hit your target. All that Dark Zero have to do now is wait for OXG to try to get this execute off. And matter of fact, Yaga's out of ROUs, so if he didn't place them already towards sight, they might not have a good way of trying to get this plant down, Harrison.
Kairos trying to expose Rival's position here on the hatch, but he continues to persist. He gets a kill on the Forest before finally being felled by Yaga. So still a man advantage persists for Dark Zero. Grixer dead now to a C4 as Citizen falls, but Yaga falls in turn. Adam last man standing. Spirits is still playing in Office, and DZ tie the half. We have a repeat of yesterday.
Bringing in the clash of the last second too greatly helped with that. It felt like OXG just had a wall they couldn't get past. The same element of surprise they had trying to sneak their way into AC window, getting that diffuser down, was unsuccessful. They were more focused on trying to clear out CCTV. Dark Zero had wasted too much of their time. They had worked 2 picks in their favor and just sat back in sight waiting for Oxygen to try the exact same trickery. It even turned out to where they didn't have any ROUs to mask those lines of sight. And again, they didn't have anyone playing down below to work for vertical, so they just had to fight Dark Zero head on, like we saw back in round number 1. And it was almost an identical outcome with Dark Zero winning that defensive round, both on round 1 and 6. We go to Armory and Lockers here in the second half with a new series of bans with the side switching. Glaz and Ying being banned for Oxygen, maybe not wanting to commit a player slot to Warden, but Dark Zero as well, their ban's a little less interesting, I guess. They've got the Azami and Mira off the board. The biggest thing with, Oxygen opting to ban Glaz and Ying, that leaves a lot of potential for info with the Deimos and Dokkaebi. It also leaves all 3 shields available for Dark Zero, which Spirits, by far one of the best shield players in the game. Not just the region, the game, period. He is one of the most annoying people to face on Blackbeard, so OXG letting this operator slide might be a lot for them to handle.
I think it's just the higher priority to take out Ying Glaz. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Blackbeard head into the second half, but with border being so small, just like a series of squares scattered around the map, Ying is so powerful, and Glaz, you sit him on an angle, you give him a smoke, and you can cleave the site in half like a bishop in the corner of the board. So, makes sense that they'd want to get rid of them. Azami Mira also very typical for this map. We actually didn't talk about, too, the smoke ban that Oxygen had in the first half. We forgot about that. That could be one of the reasons why DZ weren't as confident playing on site, because they didn't have the hard stop of the smoke babes, which Oxygen now have, although they are not running.
It's also probably why we saw a lot of Tachanka too in play. It's the next best thing to substitute that operator out. Seems like for Oxygen right now, they are just relaxing upstairs. You've got the exact same extension we've seen a couple of times by them yesterday. You've got Gomez hiding over by break room, someone top east as well. The Vulcan packs and castle barricades coming into effect as well, just to buy as much time as possible before heading back into positions like Fountain, coming back into sight away from CCTV, hoping to burn as much time as humanly possible. Maybe Citizen could work his way downstairs, utilize those grenades and the Death Mart tracker as he detects the Solus. He's actually the one playing by break doorway, but he could easily flush him out with his information and resources of that frag grenade. There it is, the drop down from Gomez into the unloving arms of NJR. He gets 2 with a beautiful headshot onto Grixer. And a very methodical clear by Dark Zero pays dividends as they get 2 openers. But here comes the run out from Yaga. Hello. The Tuberau Zoto canister to disable the air jab and get away with a kill before backing off. At least they find something to recover from that loss of bodies, but it's still a man advantage here for Dark Zero.
A minute to go now. Yaga is still in CCTV. Forest playing on metal. Adam in archives. Doesn't have a C4 to play with, though, and his Spirits just nades him out. Adam is a dead man getting caught out in the corner. 4 versus 2 now until Citizen gets cut down by Forest retaking CCTV. But that's not the bomb site. Yaga and Forest now have to try and retake into the bomb site where Spirits is already lurking. But, oh my goodness, Forest dumpster Spirits with the pistol. Yaga with a follow-up C4. And this round has completely fallen apart.
And OXG somehow turn around a 2-player loss with a Blackbeard on the board to a round win. Incredible work from Yaga and Forrest. Not at one point did it feel like a full coordinated effort from Dark Zero when it came to taking site. You had Spirits alone. He did get that kill onto Adam, but he was completely by himself. You still had the Deimos over by Break Room. OXG were getting desperate. Their backs were against the wall, and all they had left in them was just to fight, take these one-for-one gunfights that Dark Zero kept giving them. OXG winning 2 crucial gunfights back-to-back and almost killing the Planter after Forrest pistol smacks the Blackbeard. It all of a sudden turns from a huge advantage to Oxygen being tied against DZ in the man count and no safe haven to plant from any longer. That was a brilliant recovery from both Yaga and Forrest, but at least the early round from Dark Zero was precise. You had someone from Passport sneaking in, that being NJR, using the X-Kairos charges to break away the power spot that is Break Room, the Deimos Deathmark tracker, followed up by grenades to push away the Solus into NJR. He even got rid of the coverage there from Grixer as well, netting himself 2 kills downstairs. That was a great start, and we need to see more of that cohesion by Dark Zero, but they just started jumping the gun on that execute, and OXG punished them for it.
Really confused why there wasn't a more concerted effort to stick together, especially behind Spirits, and now Nave getting spawn peeked by Adam on radio window. You lose your Lion, one of the most impactful operators on the attacking side, without a response. Spirits left searching, left wanting for this refrag, could maybe jump in and make something happen, as now Adam has left radio window. No one's placed an office to stop Spirits from doing so. There's a castle on East, so he's protected there. Grixer now retaking in through office. Gomez spotted now by the Deimos. Dokkaebi call goes out. Spirits tries to make his move, but gets cut down by the man who retook office. That's Grixer. And Forrest, or sorry, that's Yaga, swinging the doorway, picks off Citizen. NJR good for 2 trades, but with 3 members left standing. How much will it matter? He has a decent bit of time to play with, more than half the round. Not a ton of HP, though. Grixer and Forrest and Adam both all just basically playing on top of each other.
Just waiting for NJR to try to work his way into sight. Adam even holding a crossfire from Workshop, prone beside the wall. NJR having no info to work off of. If only he knew how close his opponent was, it could be a kill, but it's not the case this time around. Forrest close with the shotgun. Everyone just hiding from the lone member of Dark Zero, who's already at red health. Trying to attempt to swing out, but immediately exposed by Adam and the Toxic Babe as well, taking away his health points. Another round win in a row for OXG on this second half, as a timeout being called here for Dark Zero, looking to stabilize themselves before we see match point. I love the aggression there and the heads-up play by OXG. They don't want the same thing to happen again, where Dark Zero start to set up early for those first couple of gunfights with dealing with the roamers. What do they do instead? OXG just starts swinging for the fences. Adam with the first entry kill onto Nate. That's your Lion gone, and Dark Zero, having significantly less info, don't know how aggressive and forward-facing OXG are in their extensions. And another kill is found by Adam. And after that point, it's a total bloodbath as Dark Zero try to recover the man advantage, or try to stabilize against a man disadvantage. They don't get it. And now Dark Zero are in a pretty rough spot. Looking at a vent defensive hold here by OXG. Hopefully that talk with their coach could maybe help bail them out a little bit here, but OXG have been looking phenomenal with their extensions against Dark Zero.
One round away from securing map point for OXG on DZ's pick, and also the map that they lost to DZ yesterday. Would be huge, set them up for great success on the next map. Go to Vent Workshop now as their tertiary bomb site. Got a lot of setup upstairs, as you typically do. Forrest kind of playing the same role that Citizen did on the roaming Solus, going to be lurking around the map, picking off drones. Then when the time comes, we'll be trying to deny that plant from above using his scanner. We've also got Gomez as Warden, just in case Dark Zero try anything cheeky with smokes, as you typically, or not typically, but as teams often do on this bomb site in particular. Also got Spirits back on the Blackbeard, Nath back on the Lion. The tools that DZ are bringing are very good. Just hope Spirits has a little bit more support than he did a couple rounds prior.
That was one of the issues we saw was, you know, Spirits can be a real threat as the Blackbeard, but sometimes you got to have that extra oomph. Having a teammate, a buddy system, working together will be the strength of Dark Zero if they can pull it off. OXG already losing a bit of HP there, at least onto Grixer, as it looks like top east will be a point of contention here for Dark Zero in this first minute marker. Getting some information towards Passport as well, opening up the castle barricade from that direction too. They might have noticed that there is somewhat of a roam down by the Teller area. They could try to hunt that down with the help of the shield, so long as Spirits can get in and avoid this vert underneath that Grixer's trying to hold on to. Waiting for the Blackbeard to overstep and trying to find some damage there, but there's tons of information benefiting Dark Zero. There's Forrest with the entry, down goes Nafe, but Spirits to instantly trade that down. You've got a 4 versus 4 now, but the nade from Spirits lands a nasty position onto Grixer, and Citizen cuts down Adam, remaining stalwart from the balcony. That leaves just Yaga and Gomez now, 2 versus 4. We ended up seeing a recovery from OXG just rounds ago when defending Lockers and Armory. There's a chance they could do it again, but Spirits is still alive, and he's got backup this time. He's not on an island alone. 3 out of the 4 members of Dark Zero are playing right next to each other by this balcony, trying to get more info and hitting a good reset.
The last 2 defenders, though, a little bit separated. Yaga and CCTV trying to swing out, finds Citizen. No, it's Gomez from Armory, coordinating a 3-2-1 on that guy. And now from up above, it's almost a freebie. No, Yaga whiffs! Tries to find it with the shotgun, as Gomez had found a kill on his own to even the odds. 2 apiece. Blackbeard dead, Rival and NJR trying to work their way up Metal, but the proxy calling them out. Yaga 1 for 1. Now it's a 1v1 with Gomez holding with the shotgun, daring Rival to push him. No case control for the striker. The proxy continuing to call out his location. The nade forces the Warden to back off, but only momentarily. It allows Rival into Fountain. The nade to try and force him into Metal Detector. What a 200 IQ play from Rival to displace the Warden. DZ hang on. OXG nearly recovering another impossible round.
Not only that, but also blocking off the Warden's only chance of escape through the hatch. Really well done there by Rival, keeping his composure as the young gun to get a round that Dark Zero absolutely needed after the timeout. It was a good start from OXG getting that entry secured, and once again trying to synergize with that 3-2-1, eliminating one of the first players by customs, but the missed opportunity through the vert to kill Rival, funnily enough. It was the striker who retook that position downstairs to then walk up Metal and assist his teammate. A missed opportunity there that Dark Zero will graciously take to recover the round count. But it has still been extremely close between OXG and Dark Zero. I wouldn't be shocked if we see overtime once again. And I guess the big thing from that round is kudos to Dark Zero for having that consistent of a trade game. You know, they had another man advantage that was 5-3, if not 4-2. And, you know, if they had just been running in by themselves once again, that could have been disastrous. But the last 2 to 3 members of their roster were able to work their way up Metal and shut down the remnants of that roam, holding vertical on the site and the diffuser. So good job for Dark Zero, talking things through from that timeout and recovering a round.
See them not letting that one slip. Now Solus and Blackbeard are our next bans. We predicted it. Not letting Spirits have that shield in the second half. Solus also powerful operator here on border. Makes sense that Dark Zero do not want to deal with her any longer. Spirit's now flexing onto the Dokkaebi.
Drone active.
Nafe on the Ash. It's interesting.
Loading new mag.
Changing max.
At least it's good to see that Blackbeard now off the board, as Spirits was really picking up the pace there and causing a lot of chaos with not only the grenades, but also the shield, obviously. Now he's on the Dokkaebi to still help gather a lot of that information. Rival once again now on the Nomad for those air jabs, stopping potential runouts, but you still have to worry about the 2 Barrel canisters that could disable it. Once again, OXG holding break room, defending it from both there and also having a player close by CCTV to assist. Dark Zero trying to contest this yet again, just hoping to kind of buy out their time and use these flashes to burn away the player from break room, getting a long angle opened up as well. Looking all the way towards the bomb site to establish that same cutoff that's netted them several kills in the past, but this time no one's holding down below from Passport, so the player from break room, that being Gomez, is able to get away with his life and still keep us in a 5 versus 5.
More utility being burned by Citizen in CCTV. As Dark Zero get ready to take the position away from the defense. Spirits opening pick onto Gomez. NJR with a follow-up into CCTV. DZ go. NJR finds a second, now just trying to keep this momentum. They barrel their way on into sight. NJR now in a position to plant by half wall as he gets a 3rd kill. Grixer is the last man standing, coming back from east, but not able to connect the shots. It's a flawless round, a 3K from NJR, and a tie game for DZ.
Spectacular info there as well for Dark Zero. Not even worrying too much about the break extension. Yes, there were a lot of players to kind of distract OXG from that in that general area, providing a lot of pressure, but also having someone like Spirits lurking up through metal with Dokkaebi, the Logi Bomb masking his walkthrough, the Ash as well running in from the back archives door, getting into sight. That was a great adjustment by Dark Zero, not putting all their eggs into the basket of clearing out CCTV, which can be a major hassle for most teams, especially with how aggressive OXG have been while playing there. And now that we've tied up the scoreline, OXG opting in for a timeout of their own, with a lot of heavy hitters now resurging here from Dark Zero. NJR now has 14 kills in this game. He's really been popping off, Harrison.
He's Mr. Consistency for a reason.
Yeah. The name speaks for itself.
It really does. That's what NJR stands for.
Mr. Consistency?
Yeah.
Bombs as they can.
Huh,
Little known fact.
I had no idea, but now I do.
Oxygen opting for bathroom tellers, and they've got our first Mozzie of the day. An operator who sometimes gets played, depending on the situation. He does have 4 pests now. Let's see, which gun is he running? There are some diehard Roni lovers still, even with the mag change. There's some who swapped to the Commando just so they don't run out of ammo in half a second. But judging by the fact that there's a Mozzie and a Valkyrie, I assume OXG are going to be roaming pretty hard upstairs. They've also got the Cade to try and lock down sight. I like that Grixer's on the pulse. They're leaning really hard just into information, especially with how well DZ gap hit last round. It makes sense that they want to bolster that. So at least if it happens this time, they will be hypothetically more ready for it. Dark Zero, on the other hand, they've got the Sens that OXG made such good use of in our previous match.
Like the IQ scanner as well, maybe noticing the Valkyrie. It also can counter those Mozzie pest drones, detecting them.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. And the cardiac sensor. I was just about to talk about that. He spotted the pulse on his scanner and landed a wallbang headshot because of that intel. Perfectly played by Dark Zero, and Citizen even gloating about it in chat, typing lol. You love to see that use of gadget interaction there. Dark Zero get away with an entry kill, and a lot of control by Customs as well. No one has rotated over to redefend that position for OXG. So once we see CCTV in control by Dark Zero, I imagine they could start pressuring this bomb site a hell of a lot easier. They even have Nafe as well on the Ram, so I could imagine this being, just a thorough top to bottom clear, and they can really focus their attention on the bomb site. But Gomez snapping back with a wallbang kill of his own, I believe, and almost spotting the player close to 90. C4 comes out. Will it land, though? It doesn't. He may still be alive upstairs, but he's being hunted down and sandwiched from 3 different members of Dark Zero, collapsing on him to equalize as Yaga lands a Nitro Cell kill from downstairs. We're back in a 3 versus 3 position now. There is control of CCTV, and luckily the Ram is still alive for vertical, but you got a lot of stall potential and still info. With these Valkyrie cameras and the Mozzie Pest 2, OXG could easily set up here for a consistent execute denial. They actually recontrolled Customs room, so they could hold across from the B bomb site and stop a plant, so long as this will not be an execute from bathroom.
I just realized I said they used sends in the previous match. It was the previous half. That's how long ago it felt. Although he is dead now, so it doesn't matter. Every time DZ seemed to have some kind of advantage, OXG have responded in kind and now take the lead. Citizen picked off on East Stairs from lobby by Yaga, who I believe may be playing by Blue. Now he's in workshop and server. Adam maybe feigning a push upstairs, instead catches Nafe right after he kills his teammate through the vert. Rival last man standing in the 1 versus 2. Down goes Forrest, gonna try and hit the plant. Where is Adam? Halfway through. Is he gonna get Rival in time? The Nomad, no, can't stick it. Adam clutches the round for OXG, and they go up 6-5.
Beautiful round there from OXG, snuffing out the life from Dark Zero. I love that reposition as well, back into Customs. It was a good entry kill there by Citizen, getting rid of the pulse, but it seemed like they still had a lot of emphasis on clearing out that top floor so Nafe could get vertical in the site, with OXG winning some crucial gunfights and also getting rid of their only hard breach. If they even had any that round, I can't recall if they did or not. There was no hard breach to open up the main hatch into sight, and with that retake of Customs, there weren't many safe positions to really get that diffuser down too. So it looked like OXG had all their bases covered towards that 2 versus 2. The timer had burned away, and Adam swings in to save the day against Rival. Match point now on the line, with OXG going back to Armory and Lockers, where the last time they played against this bomb site, they had lost off of a really solid gap hit by Spirits and the Ash from Archives as well. I'm not too sure if they're going to be unprepared for that this time around, though. It seems like they still have their exact same break room extension, now re-implementing the castle, but also having a lot of site presence here as well.
Oxygen kind of stealing away the round there. Now DZ backs against the wall. Remember, this is the map that they won yesterday. This is their map choice today. Spirits now on Monty. Shield being brought for DZ. The first shield we're seeing since Blackbeard got banned. Oxygen with plenty of tools to deal with it, John. They have 3 C4s. Now, normally when a Monty gets brought on this site, it means Archives plant. And when it comes to denying an Archives plant, there is no better tool than what Forrest, Yaga, and Grixer have in their back pocket. First, though, DZ want to try and clear east side as much as they can into CCTV, maybe even into office, but it's Rival who's the first to fall. Adam kills him and instantly falls downstairs so that there's no possibility of a trade.
Now the man advantage here for OXG off that kill. A lot of utility off the board as well. Primarily, I believe, those grenades. No other set of frags here for Dark Zero. They do have some smoke grenades to try to make space, but this is going to be right at the wheelhouse of OXG because Grixer is on that Warden. You even see some members of OXG still playing downstairs, having that Nitro Cell ready. There's Citizen on the cutoff. getting rid of Gomez, but that's not one of the players who has a nitro cell for the execute. Logi Bombs comes out, maybe allowing Dark Zero a little more space to deal with the CCTV extension, but here's the C4, perfectly landed, and Forrest gets a kill as well. That Citizen gone. It was a 1-for-1 trade, giving the man advantage still in the favor of OXG, as Spirits is alone on an island. Forrest hunts down Nafe. It's now up to Zachary himself to clutch out this 1 versus 3 on his iconic operator of the shield, trying to rotate his way into the A-bomb site, but everybody on OXG is targeting this Montaigne. He may be the mountain, but eventually rocks crumble down to sand. OXG upset Dark Zero on their map pick with a 7-5 victory and no saving grace of overtime in the rematch.
An improved scoreline than what DZ won yesterday. DZ choosing this map, thinking that it was going to be to their advantage, that OXG couldn't possibly have fixed enough issues in less than 24 hours, but they are sadly mistaken. Oxygen looking incredible in that second half, gap hitting incredibly in the first, especially with that Sens. That's probably the best Sens play that we've seen all tournament from Yaga. Incredible. And we will dive a little bit deeper into that map when we come back. Do not go anywhere. We will have the pre-map and then map 2 in just a few minutes.
out a statement right out of the gate from Oxygen. In a rematch of yesterday's brawl, OXG have already flipped the script on what we might have expected and what happened not more than just 24 hours ago. They take the first map, the map that DZ beat them on yesterday. They win in regulation on border. And Harrison, what we saw from them was not just good play in each round, but deploying a very smart strategy through the operator bans across the 2 days that we've seen them play this map.
Yeah, we were just talking about it during the break. If you were not tuning in yesterday when these two teams played border, OXG picked it. They play Sens the first few rounds. They win every attack they have Sens. DZ ban it. OXG go through the rest of the attack as normal. They did not play Deimos. Today, they bring out Deimos. Gomez gets an opening pick with Deimos round 2. They end up losing the round, whatever. Then Forrest has a fantastic Deimos play round 3. DZ ban the Deimos, and then OXG continue to run the Sens and go 3 for 4 with her. I don't know if it was like an 1,000 IQ bait trying to make DZ think that they've adjusted since yesterday and then go back to the successful Sens, or if it's just a coincidence or what, but that's probably what's responsible for giving OXG that even half. And then moving on to the second half, OXG just playing the perfect aggressive defense. You can see every time DZ before the timeout and then after OXG's timeout, every time DZ were trying to set up for something, somebody from OXG was lurking to disrupt it. And that's kind of the name of the game when you're up against a team like DZ. Their biggest enemy is you just throwing a wrench in their plan.
And again, emphasizing the bans that you highlighted, Harrison, for their first half, the second half as well, getting rid of that Glaz and Ying, forcing them to play into their extensions where OXG are not going to let Dark Zero set up. If their roamers are not dealt with in that first minute to minute 30, they're still lingering upstairs, taking 1-for-1 gunfights, even with their backs against the wall. They make it look easy, and the cherry on top, getting rid of that Blackbeard, which was a really big thorn in the side of OXG throughout that second half. Once that was gone, it felt like the rest of Dark Zero just began to crumble, not having a response to what OXG just continued to throw at them. I loved how aggressive they were on, the smallest map in the pool. It really paid off for them, working so many picks early in the game just to keep Dark Zero on their toes.
And showing us that they can win 4 defensive rounds on border after that first 3-3 split feels like a very good omen for this Oxygen team heading into their own map pick of Fortress. Why? Well, they were 5-1 on the defensive side of Fortress yesterday. Now, we can expect things to look a little bit different, much like they did on border today. Both teams are going to try to make adjustments and counter the other, and both teams are going to learn this map and try to get a better understanding of it. But Harrison, when you're looking at this series as a whole now, what became an uphill battle from OXG, what was the start of a difficult series ahead, is now looking more winnable than ever. You said it before we got into the series. These maps are looking surprisingly good for Oxygen, and here they are, a map away from going to Paris.
Yeah, we already saw OXG play their border differently, rocking the Deimos and forcing DZ to ban it. Meanwhile, on the other side, DZ brought out a very similar border. The biggest difference that DZ had between yesterday and today was the fact that Citizen didn't drop almost 20 to drag them over the finish line. Now moving on to Fortress, where DZ did not look good at all on their attacks. The second half went super normal. OXG went 2-4 on their attack, but again, that 5-1 half, winning them the map. Again, if DZ didn't look this different on border, I don't see how DZ could look even more different on a brand new map.
And now on the back foot, right? This is a team that has been in control of their fate for the majority of this LCQ. I mean, from the start, they were the favorites in most of the matches they played, John. They showed that they should be the favorites in most of the matches they played, winning either 2-0 or 2-1. They haven't really been truly tested until Oxygen. They were tested by Oxygen yesterday. They are certainly being tested by OXG now. What do they need to do now going into a map that wouldn't be considered friendly territory by anyone for Dark Zero? What do they need to do now to send this to a third map?
They have to show more consistency when dealing with these extensions, right? OXG, they had the exact same play style on Fortress that they did on Border today for their first map pick in this best of 3. They still had the aggressive roamers. They had great recoverable moments as well in the late round, where Dark Zero, they have a good start getting map control, but then figuring out how to execute together as a threat without getting caught while still kind of in that setup or reset phase. It wasn't working out for them. OXG did a great job of capitalizing on isolated attackers. We cannot have another 5-1 split for OXG on their defense, so we need to see cleaner attacks from DZ in the mid to late round, because their early round on Border was not bad in some instances. You know, NJR running in from Passport, 3 people break room to sandwich the CCTV guy and force the break room player to hunt down, or to be forced back into NJR where he's hunting him from downstairs. That was a masterclass. That's the Dark Zero we need to see on Fortress, working as a team and not being isolated for OXG to pick you apart.
Well, you highlighted NJR, and I think, Harrison, while we have a second before we get into this game here, let's talk about him a little bit more. He had a very strong standout performance, especially in the start of Border when DZ looked like they had a shot to win that map. Yeah. It was looking like NJR was going to be a major reason for that. We don't typically see him lighting up the scoreboard that significantly that often. I mean, if they can leverage that, you got to think that would be a recipe for success if everyone else can follow suit.
Yeah, he had a great map. The big difference from yesterday, just in terms of individual performance, is that NJR was joined by Nafe, who had a stellar map, by Citizen, who almost dropped 20 kills, and at worst, their worst player was -2. In today, we had Citizen going negative. We have Nafe going negative. We have Spirits dying 10 times in 12 rounds playing mainly shields. So DZ just need, again, these individuals to come back, because that's what they're going to need on a map like this that is, at least so far, been Oxygen's home turf.
Well, Oxygen goes to that home turf with a chance to send themselves to the 6th Invitational right here to be that 5th and final North American representative at Invite. Dark Zero hope to stop them and send us to a map 3. Guys?
Fortress, John, our first time we get to do Fortress, and it comes on
I'm so excited.
What could be the final map of this qualifier. Now, Fortress, as everyone knows, very new, yet to be fully fleshed out, but we do see some trends already. Dorm and Games, and then Commander tend to be the 2 primary bomb sites. People tend to like the top floor more than the bottom floor sites. And Hammam sucks. That's the big one. Hammam, you just open the wall. There's a free half wall, hard half wall for you to plant behind, so nobody goes there.
Yeah, both objectives for Hammam and Sitting are just really easy to get in as an attacker and get the diffuser down. So a lot of the first floor, very weak for attackers, and we've got some connectivity issues here for Dark Zero. That is unfortunate. Looks like for the first bomb site, we had Games and Bunks in play. The one thing that I loved seeing a lot of yesterday when Fortress was in play for the LCQ was the use of Denari to help with those extensions. You know, you see a lot of Shield in play, a lot of Blackbeard and Montaigne. You've got these long hallways and corridors, making it very difficult for Denari traps to be spotted or destroyed, which kind of forces the attack to either suck it up and walk through them, maybe making themselves exposed or just slowing them down on their push, or they're forced to adjust in the mid round and go for a different strategy altogether. So I would love to see more use of Denari in play today, maybe potentially as well, having, you know, those powerful extensions really thrive for both defensive halves, which again, Dark Zero on their attacks really struggled to deal with as a whole.
Yeah, Denari has been pretty cool to see so far. His evolution throughout the competitive scene. Yeah, Fortress, again, yesterday, DZ were just completely unable to attack, losing 5-1. The only round they won was from a big NJR play with Grim, getting 3 kills. Other than that, it was Grixer, it was Gomez running around the map, basically just killing everyone. They were something OXG leveraged really, really well were the crossfires that you can establish as a defender outside. For example, when you're attacking dorm games, right? Shisha used to be inside, now it's outside. You open that Shisha wall and try to leverage an attack from that balcony, combining with, like main stairs pressure in kind of around like old tower. And there's a crossfire you can get as a defender on the people trying to push from Shisha. And there were multiple times where someone from OXG like Grixer was just peeking outside and killing those guys. Same thing on the other site on Commanders, outside by, because you typically, what we've seen so far, you split kind of by like courtyard and by horse. There's plenty of opportunity for the defenders to just swing a door outside and catch you in the back. So hopefully DZ are going to be a lot more ready for that, because again, like I said, and like we just saw on Border, how you trip up DZ is by just throwing a big wrench into their cogs, and they tend to struggle.
And having that Glass band as well, and the Ying a second time now too, trying to speed up your round for an execute is going to be a lot more challenging. You're going to have to rely a lot more on those shields, potentially rely on Capitao quite a lot as well. You've got all these very long angles you can open up by just breaking through a couple of walls. The abilities for crossfires is definitely there. We saw how strong OXG were doing something similar back on Nighthaven Labs, really giving Cloud9 a run for their money and also winning that series altogether to now be up here against Dark Zero for the rematch in this grand final. A lot of good potential here on this map. And again, I'm just really thankful we get to cast it. I was kind of worried that after Element, we just would not get a chance to view the new Fortress in play, but it's going to be really exciting today to see these two top teams face off against each other again.
Yeah, Fortress has been exciting to play so far. It's like one of those maps. It was kind of, it reminds me of Consulate, where there's like enough of the old map that I generally know where I am, but enough new addition where it feels fresh. Like the downstairs bomb site with laundry and infirmary is still like largely the same, but the other side of the map with hammam and sitting room is completely revamped. Unfortunately, the site that sucks, but what are you gonna do? I'm actually interested to see if anyone, not if anyone, it's gonna happen. What team is gonna lead the charge in trying to bring that site into the meta, kind of like how in the old days, remember like old Clubhouse, no one played cache CCTV until Flipside, came out with a cache defense and started winning it. So I don't doubt eventually it's going to happen. Someone is going to figure out how to defend hammam and sitting. It's just a matter of time.
Fingers crossed, right? It is just a matter of time. The map is brand spanking new, but given the fact we're still waiting on a couple of players to rejoin the lobby, we can take a look at the bracket once again, glimpsing over what's happened. Or
we're just gonna get in the game.
The lobby load up. We don't have to yap about nothing anymore, guys. Yay! The game is ready. We're
Fortress
back. Got you there for a second. Really made you think you're gonna have to see our faces for another 10 minutes, but just kidding. We're back to the game, and it's dorms and gamers like we had mentioned earlier. You've got the Azami, the Mira locked in here for Dark Zero, and Spirits on the Clash, maybe just threatening her early and forcing OXG to use that third ban potentially. That could then leave up other strong operators like the Azami and Mira, maybe some more info-focused operators, this being one of the larger maps in the comp pool. Flanking is going to be a pretty big worry in the minds of OXG on this attacking half. That's probably why they have Gomez on the Nomad. It'll be a pretty consistent pick for them, that and maybe the Gridlock potentially throughout this series. But, Nomad's also great at dealing with the Clash if you have leftover air jabs. So it'll be interesting in seeing how Dark Zero are going to try and attack this top floor bomb site against a lot of stronghold operators. That makes sense. You know, you have a lot of good power positions to build off of. Oh,
No
not
way.
again.
No freaking way.
Guys, what are we doing? What are we doing? What's going on? Apparently it's just troll fellow and crow day. I just want to cast the map, man. I just want to watch Fortress. Is it that much to ask for? I think chat can agree
clearly.
that's not egregious. Look, I'm even turning red in the face.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if
live
DZ
tomato reaction, guys?
Can you imagine if DZ like have to forfeit or something because their games don't work and we don't get to cash Fortress?
Dude, I'd be pissed. I'd be so mad.
It'd be really funny. Like in hindsight.
Yeah. But
well, why don't we just sit here and stare at you?
we could. I might get red in the face again. That'd be pretty funny.
I mean, at least the previous rehost was pretty fast. It was it turns out it was due to somebody's mouse not working. Maybe their mouse stopped working again. Who knows? I don't know what to do now. We used up all of our rehost talking.
I mean, we could actually go to the bracket if we think it'll be a quick rehost. Yeah,
we could. Can we go to the bracket?
Yeah, I think we'll get a chance to go to the bracket as they're already recreating the lobby. So fingers crossed, it'll be a fast reconnection again. We really hate wasting our time on trying to get Fortress underway. We already have players joining back. I can hear it in the background. Yeah, you thought we were transitioning back to the game. That's a good one, Harrison. Really funny there. But again, Dark Zero, for the most part, flawless in their upper bracket run, and OXG getting their upset win on Dark Zero's map pick of Border Fortress. Again, we already talked about it a lot. They've been flawless on that map so far in the LCQ. This is really teeing up to be a back-to-back LCQ championship for them, unless Dark Zero just kind of pulls something out of their hat on this map, which, you know, based on their lineup from round number one, I don't know if there's really a lot to think of from there. They had a lot of focus on Hard Breach, probably because Cade and Bandit were off the board, but not really much else to really scope at, you know, from there. What's been your most exciting, I guess, aspect of Fortress now being in the map pool? Are you happy that Skyscraper is gone?
That's a good question. Skyscraper was definitely, you know, it was definitely a big you love it or you absolutely hate it map. It's probably the map that got most auto banned out of the map pool. Like just in our open or in our LCQ here, 4 of the 6 remaining teams on the mainstream I think 6 out of the 8 teams we had in the LCQ were Skyscraper auto banners. Like they just did not like the map. So on the one hand, I don't hate it because a lot of teams hated it. It didn't get played a whole lot. On the other hand, I don't know. I feel like I would have liked to see Kafe go first or Bank. Kafe and Bank are just like really boring to me.
They've both been solved maps, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we haven't seen a lot of variety on those maps in recent times. If Dark Zero win Fortress, if they win Fortress, we will see Bank, which is can be a slugfest. But that's if we could even get through round 1, man. So far, we've haven't even gotten to that point yet, so...
It's so bad they switched their site.
Yeah. I didn't even notice that. And Denari's in play now. Very awesome.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Keeping a moment of silence here to make sure no one
don't
leaves
jinx it
at the last second. Oh, you're right. I just jinxed it. If we
everyone's
rehost
moving.
again, I'm sorry, guys.
Everyone's moving and looking around. Are we free?
Attackers have located a bomb.
We're good. Commander's office and bathroom, our first bomb site. Now, there's a couple different angles that attackers tend to go here so far. First of all, there's Reno. You got the wall into bedroom from Reno that you can mount an attack from because it's very easy to deny that doorway from courtyard. You could go try and split. Okay. Come on.
Attackers are heading out.
Three before the first round?
Oh my god. Yeah, guys.
We're just gonna
I
take
hate
a break.
to break it to, yeah, I hate to
We're
break
just
it to you
taking a
guys,
break.
but we're gonna go on a break, and whenever this gets resolved, we'll be back to cover the match. We'll see you all in a little while. We hope.
Nobody move. Are we good? We've made it 15 seconds into the round. John, we are officially now into Fortress. I think the site is kitchen. Waiting room. I think it's waiting room cafeteria now. DZ has switched the site again. Yeah, it is. It's first floor. That's really funny.
Damn.
we've gone through a whole site rotation. We haven't even played around yet.
Change that in my notes. There we go. All right, now we're on the first floor. Love to see it. And
So,
another slightly different lineup, too.
yeah, it looks like DZ aren't extending upstairs at all. They're going to allow OXG the full top floor. Now, there is, I believe, a lot of vert you can do over the site, which is in, like, bunks and meeting. You can see the ram coming out, destroying plenty of the floor above the bomb site. Hatch also now being opened and briefing. Rickster's now got a good angle downstairs. DZ spread out. Not really too much. The farthest member away from the site, I believe, is Nafe. Either Nafe or Citizen. Everyone playing pretty close to the chest here.
Just waiting on someone to peek out through those hatches or the vert. Dark Zero can maybe shut it down. I feel like not having any extension upstairs could leave a risk to OXG just having too much time to set up, however. Ooh, what a run out from Nafe there. Force on his drone, I guess, not expecting it. There's the entry for Dark Zero on map number 2 at least. Again, though, still having 50 seconds to recover, and they do so almost immediately, having Adam eliminate the Warden. That's probably the biggest issue they have besides the Tubarão when it's C4 in pocket. But Adam strikes back yet again. ROUs coming out, cutting off the infirmary angles that Dark Zero had at their advantage here. NJR picking up a kill upstairs. Now a second one as well. Still playing close by. OXG fight back yet again to try to barrel their way into sight, but they've lost the diffuser, Harrison.
I don't even know where it was dropped. Oh, it's in infirmary. It died, I think, with Adam. Grixer and Yaga now have to try and punch through into med. Yaga gets his head taken off on the Blackbeard. It's all down to Grixer with 7 seconds left. Both the defenders are right here. He gets one, but all Rival has to do is hide. 1 second left. Grixer doesn't know where he's gone. And DZ hold on despite a flurry in the mid-round from Oxygen.
Funnily enough, just sitting and waiting was enough for OXG to waste a lot of their own time in a run out. Well placed from Nafe to get rid of Forest too. A lot of those Rotero drones could have been used to flush out members of Dark Zero on that first floor extension. I love the attempt there from OXG, you know, having those ROUs try and cut off the long angles, looking in from infirmary, but you still had the site presence, not unwavered from the boogie drones. You still had the extension by the, I believe, the chest hallway, if not closer to the clock down below, instead giving Dark Zero their first round win on, I would assume, a tertiary site pick. Usually the top 2 floor objectives are a lot stronger looking on Fortress. Now we go back into games room and dormitory for Dark Zero. They've got that same clash, Azami and Mira Trinity going on for them. OXG, a slightly different lineup if they decide not to change anything again. They do have some counters for the clash now that they're locked in. You've got Gomez on the Nomad again for flank watch and trying to push away the clash shield. You've got Capitao with those fire bolts and smoke bolts too, as long as they can deal with Rival on the Warden again. Overall, good lineup for both members between OXG and Dark Zero. I wonder if it's going to be another tower-sided push that we've seen a couple of attacking teams go for on Fortress, or it'll be something different. Nope, no, it looks to be that.
Yeah, Yaga up tower. No one downstairs. Well, there is someone downstairs, but just not in a position to contest Yaga. It's Nafe in courtyard. Wonder if he's just playing for a C4 from below. Bathroom wall getting protected by NJR. As DZ have once again extended fully over to the other side of the building, just making sure that Oxygen take forever to try and clear through. Was this the horse C4?
Oh, there it is. But it missed. Hate to see it. But at least all members of OXG still alive and well. Finally, NJR runs out of Zoto canisters, so the wall will be opened up by Bathroom, forcing Dark Zero closer to site. They did, however, waste a lot of time for only their Tuberau utility, also with that Nitro Cell as well. They still have the Clash, which is at full HP. A lot of those mirror windows, I believe, still intact, and they've won the entry yet again, but Forrest on the upside down rappel cuts down the Warden yet again. This capital value is definitely increasing now with this operator gone, but once again, you got to see that last Protero drone used for something like getting rid of one of those Kiba barriers or helping deal with the power spots around these mirror windows too, as most of Dark Zero once again remains stalwart.
With losing the Nomad, though, Spirits becomes a little bit more powerful. No more air jabs to knock him back. Nafe continuing to just lurk below, although he has already used his C4. Kind of wondering why he's still down there. Although, okay, I guess that's why. He catches Forrest on the main stairs. Now a man advantage for DZ. Heading into the last 35 seconds. Adam trying to make some headway into dorms. The Azami trying to fight a battle on both fronts, but Yaga finally cuts her down. 3-on-3, Clash, still alive. NJR rips apart Yaga. Citizen finally finished off as Adam tries to take site control. Now in between Sandwich, finds the back of the Tuberau. NJR doesn't know where he is. Site control in the favor of OXG. Plant going down. Clash calling it out. Nafe needs to come in and assist, but he's way too far away. Spirits just does the job himself. Adam last man standing, but for the second round in a row, there is no time.
And Dark Zero once again just burning out the clock narrowly with only 1 second left for Adam to work another miracle. It looked desperate there with Spirits being alone in the 2 versus 2, but getting off of his shield, noticing that Adam was too focused on the Tuberau pushing back from games, that he sneaks his way around the Capitao and eliminates the planter. Good job on Dark Zero, getting a lot of value out of just having a Tuberau in Bathroom, utilizing the Zoto canisters to stop the Selma charges, the Nitro Cell to burn away a little more time as well. Oxygen were so tunnel visioned on getting Bathroom control that it also allowed players like Nafe to go downstairs and win a 1-for-1 pick and have that threat of a flank constantly looming over Oxygen. And the more seconds that burned away, the more value Dark Zero had by keeping Spirits alive on Clash as well, because there was no direct counter for OXG for Clash once the Nomad was gone. You know, Force had already used up most of his utility and couldn't provide enough space with those Capital bolts. This is a much better showing by Dark Zero on the reattempt here from Fortress compared to yesterday. OXG, they're not spotting those same type of gaps to get in a site to allow for a plant. Dark Zero have been really heads up about shutting that down, but also stalling for a lot of time too against OXG's clears.
Also remember, it was still technically a 4-2 defensive half for DZ. It was just 2 rounds where all OXG needed to win. So, technically, things are right on schedule as of right now. DZ once again extending across the map on Bathroom into dorms and games. You've got NJR, who's tasked with holding Horse, which is a crucial power position. You got what it looks like 2 players extended towards dorm side right now. Spirits getting spotted by the Deimos. After realizing he's in sight, the Deimos will let go of the track, kind of exposing Nafe in by commanders. Adam will continue to lurk below, and likely work to make these anchors uncomfortable. Once more of this roam is pushed back, Gomez tussling with Citizen, but neither player lands a shot. T and Yaga are attempting to work in from Old Tower into games, but we're over a minute in, and really no one from DZ has been forced to fall back. Rival is just going to do it himself, reinforcing off that wall to bathroom, figuring, you know what, half the round, we haven't even had to take an engagement yet. I might as well not risk my life staying here longer than I need to.
Hearing no one trying to push him either, OXG are now forced to open up that wall without even getting a kill beforehand by challenging Rival. You still have Spirits holding the lobby stairs, being quite comfortable here with that Mossberg, a prime position for close quarters combat, and Dark Zero also having some utility to get rid of the Selma charges too. A well-placed impact grenade tricking this wall. A second one's tossed out here for Citizen as he tries to guard it with his life, and eventually it goes off. But the second charge is blown up by another impact grenade from Citizen, so there's no entryway, at least, for Oxygen. Just an angle for them to try to take some gunfights. That Death Mart tracker almost killing Nath, as you've got Adam down below, really hunting down as many bodies as he can from the first floor, but there's someone right beside him, that being Spirits in Music Room, hoping that he's distracted. He must have just walked down main, and they might not even be aware of him here either. Adam still wins a gunfight through the floorboards, and just in the nick of time, Spirits gets away as well.
The Dokubi call coming out forces him away. He's got a gas canister left in pocket, so he's certainly going to be useful on site, but he dies trying to get back to Yaga. Plant being completed by Grixo around Shower. The coverage from Yaga is perfect. An Oxygen getaway with the plant. Now it's all on Rival in a 1 versus 4. Oxygen seem to be back to their usual selves here on this map. Grixer doesn't get the call from his teammate. Rival cannot land the shots on Forest. But he's just letting the time tick away now. Everyone on Oxygen on complete separate sides of the map, forcing Rival to have to go on the hunt, but instead Yaga takes the fight to him. 3 kills for the Ash player, and OXG are on the board.
A lot of intel there gathered by OXG that gave Adam his first pick downstairs. He then as well had the rest of OXG with sufficient coverage to allow that plant to go down, burning away the Vulcan packs, getting rid of those nitro cells and impact grenades. Dark Zero just had to face check OXG, and they were met with guns ready to fire back at them. Plant being successful, Dark Zero didn't have a lot of options left for that retake, and after the third, or I guess the second ban phase after the third round, we've got Blitz and Clash off the board. We've seen a lot of success with OXG, just hitting the go button on the execute with the help of that Blitz being a good space maker to allow for successful post plants. And we've had the Clash by Dark Zero used as the polar opposite, you know, stalling out executes and being a real time cruncher for Dark Zero against OXG. So I like those two bans between both teams. We now are back down below as well into the kitchen area of the map, close by Infirmary, where OXG had a little bit of success, at least getting Adam down into Infirmary, but again, this full bunker composition by Dark Zero really worked well just because there were so many long horizontal angles you could hold to still protect most of site.
10 seconds to go.
If OXG go for a different play rather than trying to, you know, pinch by Medic and can't remember the name of the room on the other side of Medic. Courtyard, I think it is.
Courtyard's the one with the catwalk above it.
Yeah,
I think it's something different. Okay,
I'm pretty sure
Never
that
mind.
that's what's on the other side from Med, like from Laundry. It's on the opposite side. I'm pretty sure it's Courtyard. Anyway, OXG with similar-ish. I lied. It's not similar at all. Completely different lineup to round number 1. They're still sticking on this Deimos for Adam. Instead of below, he'll be up above along with Grixer. Again, working the Vert. They had a Ram last time. They'll opt for the Buck now. Vert still being incredibly important on this site. Again, you can see what I was talking about before with the defenders, how easy it is for them to peek outside and shoot someone in the back. Yaga very aware of that in Courtyard, being one of those spots.
Reloading!
There goes that Logi bomb. OXG trying to gather some more information as Adam's actually on a bit of a lurk over by Old Tower. Maybe trying to help deal with this extension upstairs, but wow, beautiful shot there by Spirits. A pixel angle on Yaga's head is all he needs to get rid of the ace. That's case control now forfeit. And no more hard breach capabilities left by OXG as well, which is a massive benefit for Dark Zero. Their positions by sight are going to be a lot safer, and as well, just have less bodies to worry about on top of that. Oh, but the timing from Citizen. And I'm hearing the Logi Bomb knows where to look at it. hitting his desk in frustration. I've been there before. Unlucky timing there, but at least it's a refrag by OXG. This Vert as well coming into play isn't doing a lot as of right now for OXG, but at least they could use these positions as soon to be cutoff angles. So long as they can get this plant down. And again, the name of the game right now for OXG is just info. Adam is trying to isolate any defenders he can towards site. They're hunting down this castle. Grix are getting rid of Nafe off of Adam's communication. Now they've got a 4 versus 2 and a much better chance at barging their way into site.
Oh, Spirit's coming back to site though. Kills Gomez. Now a 2-on-2. In comes the Tubarão. Cut down. Forrest now going for the plant and cafeteria. Wamai getting tracked, but Adam doesn't even need it. He finishes Spirits. And OXG tie the score 2-2. They now have the same amount of rounds they had yesterday on this side.
Good job again off the use of intel, I would say, and coordination too. You had the Buck and Adam on Deimos hunting down the player in sight. That was Castle after you got rid of Citizen, playing from that treasure chest area. It could have taken a lot more resources to deal with him, but Citizen was very focused on the Vert above him. He might have, because of the Logi Bomb, he might have not heard Adam walking down main. That Logi Bomb does provide a fairly loud audio cue, so he could have been really just focused up there and just didn't have intel about the person right across from him shooting him. As well for the rest of Dark Zero, OXG had a lot more manpower in that 3/4 versus 2. They had good info off the death mark tracker to realize site was vacant, so they should try to go in as quickly as possible. I love the synergy there from OXG, not even needing the blitz to detect a gap and get inside of the objective there. Dark Zero now once again relying on a lot of that stall potential, not from a smoke, but this time Spirits on Tachanka, which I don't think I've seen on Fortress yet, which is pretty interesting. But they also have Nafe now, once again, probably roaming with the help of Solus. He's been really impactful being that flanker towards the late round, but Adam has a ping on him already from the prep phase, so he could easily be hunted down with this Deathmark tracker.
Reloading.
Dark Zero, you gotta be a little bit worried right now. Your attack yesterday on this map did not go well at all. OXG already with the 2 rounds they won yesterday, with 2 more rounds to play on this attacking side for them. Dorms and games, the site once again. DZ successful here last time they played it. OXG with kind of a similar lurk up tower stairs for Yaga. Adam droning in through Horse, going to take control over there before they work on bathroom and commander control. Rival's the one playing inside of Horse, but it's Spirits pushing out into Old Tower to kill Forrest the IQ. Rival, an important follow-up on Adam, giving his team a 2-man lead and getting rid of that pesky Deimos.
When Yaga missing a big opportunity, Dark Zero, after 2 picks, are slowly beginning to fall back towards site. They've got their man advantage, and there's a lot of info now off the board from OXG with Deimos gone. So they're going to just try to wait on OXG here to use that hard breach to try to get into sight and fight them a little closer towards the bomb. Still about just over a minute to work with here for OXG, and Spirits is well aware of someone trying to creep through the Old Tower staircase. He's got Shamika launchers to block off that position of entry. Selma tossed out, attempting to break off this mirror window, but the Tubarão canisters will prolong it. It will remain closed for the time being, and maybe somebody could swing out to destroy that Selma. Great swing there from both Citizen and Spirits to finish off Grixer. Now a 2 versus 5. Yaga's aware someone's close by this door, but it's the Warden countering the flashbang and still holding close with a shotgun as Spirits racks up a triple kill. It's just Yaga and Dark Zero. A moment of issue and worry for them as OXG tied up the half, immediately bounced back with a flawless round.
And off the back of Spirits holding on to Old Tower with the Tachanka, getting 3 kills for himself. Oxygen clearly wanting to have that control so they could walk through Old Tower and split with the player, with Yaga coming in from main stairs side. But Spirits just says no. And DZ find themselves up 3-2. Oxygen taking the timeout now for the last round of the half is interesting. Maybe talking just about this final round, how to secure the even 3-3 before going into there, and then maybe talking a little bit about their defense. They would love to have this 3-3 split again with how bad DZ's attacks looked on Fortress yesterday. This 3-3 is imperative to get for Oxygen, and it's going to be on Bathroom Commanders. They had a great courtyard side take last round. They got the plant behind Shower uncontested. Now DZ running what I believe is a pretty similar operator lineup here. The only thing they've dropped is the Goyo. They're rocking the Mute now instead of the Goyo. So they have less hard denial, but they're going to be able to stop the info a little bit better. And I don't doubt, John, that the Mute is here because of Adam on the Deimos.
Could be for the Deimos 100%. It's been locked in almost every single round, I think, by OXG, kind of like what we saw in map number 1. And
hell nah.
Dude.
Oh no, God.
They can't keep getting away with this. Now we're gonna play the 4v3 out. Let's watch this. And they're all gone. Okay.
I don't think we're.
No, you don't think so?
All right, give it up for rehost number 4. Rehost number 4. Well, at least we have some map to actually talk about now, though. We've played a couple rounds, and what have we seen? In the early game, OXG were really struggling to deal with Dark Zero's extensions. The extensions were burning so much time, especially in round 1, and it burned so much time in round 2. By the time OXG got to the site push, they just couldn't deal with the clash. Spirit sets the shield down, kills the final 2 players, but then OXG starts to adjust. Bathroom Commanders, Yaga pops off for 3 kills because they're able to kind of slip in through courtyard, take just enough control to get that planter in behind Shower, and there was no indirect plant denial, especially helped by Adam below on the Deimos. I think that's been a big part of why OXG was successful in those 2 rounds, is leveraging the Deimos really, really well. And in that final round, it was Spirits just saying no. So I really like the fact that the Mute is now being brought. I think that's a really good adjustment for DZ. I don't know if I would take the Mute over... What did they have last time? Over the Goyo?
Tubarao and Goyo, yep.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd take him over the Goyo, just again, because the big problem was not being able to deny that plant. Now you have even less tools to do so.
Got maybe a Nitro Seller too, and those Toxic Babes. And given that the extension didn't necessarily help prolong the execute, it seems like in terms of stall, there isn't a lot there for Dark Zero just at face value. I also think that for Command, there isn't as much vert you can really get on the site or near points of interest for the attack too. So Deimos would just strictly be an intel operator, not necessarily someone who can work for picks below, as we saw a handful of times, you know, back on that kitchen attack with the help of the Buck, like we saw with that first entry kill back in round number 3 on Command. Actually, I think that entry kill was a kill on someone just off of site, possibly, but it was more focused towards Command and not the objective where there was a plant going down for OXG. But you know, maybe it'll work out for them. But yeah, not having a Goyo could maybe be something that OXG end up capitalizing on to go for another Swift plant.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I think it was on to Nafe, who was playing the Azami, I'm pretty sure, on round 3. Yeah, and we just also saw, who was it? I think it was Rival lurking below with the Mira, and he had already used his C4, ended up getting killed by the Deimos as well. Yeah, I love how much OXG have been leveraging this Deimos. I can't really disagree with the Blitz ban from DZ, just because, again, with how tight and corridor heavy, you know, Fortress can be, or seems to be right now, I feel like Blitz is and it could be an incredibly impactful operator. And with Forest on the other side, I don't really disagree with that Blitz ban, but just leaving the Deimos up for Adam to play with has really punished DZ in a couple rounds. We'll have to see how they end up dealing with that Deimos again. With now the mute on the board, Adam is going to be a lot less effective downstairs on those anchors. Still waiting to see what the issue was, or when players are going to get back in the lobby. Thank you all for sticking with us. You know, we hate rehosts just as much as you guys. I've actually got the button right here, and I'm pressing go.
Oh,
bang!
Thank God. Whew. I almost had to talk about Last Fortress there for a minute. I was going to mention a point of how similar the bans are for Dark Zero in the first half. They banned Glaz, Ying, and Blitz yesterday against OXG, so that doesn't seem to have changed here today. Maybe OXG just weren't running Deimos as much yesterday, because I can't recall off the top of my head what their lineups looked like the other day. Yeah, you probably have the stats for it.
I can tell you. Let's see. DZ played Deimos twice. OXG played Deimos. They didn't play him at all? No, they played him once on a bathroom attack.
I guess overnight there must have been a talk with their coach saying,
guys, we gotta run more Deimos.
Yeah. Sometimes it can be that simple. He is a really strong operator. And if you leave him unbanned, you might as well play him. So definitely like that for OXG. They're not running him this round, though, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I think
back to dorms, which this is command.
I was gonna say,
right,
I wonder if maybe because of the rehost, maybe they saw the mute and were like, maybe we should not waste a pick on a Deimos, and then pick up Striker, which is kind of funny, but you know, I digress. We also have a shift from DZ from their original lineup. They have dropped the Denari. They've also dropped the Mira, and instead opt to bring Aruni and Vigil. So Rival's got the Boss G in hand. He's playing towards game, so he's part of that big extension that DZ liked to exude. It's going to be him and Citizen duoing, it looks like. Forrest also, with no blitz, decides he wants to rock a shield. He'll be on Blackbeard. And up against the extension, obviously, you know, when you've got players like Vigil and a zombie who don't really have any tools to directly deal with said Blackbeard, I imagine Forrest is going to find a lot of value.
NJR holding a nasty angle to the drone hole, that DMR. Love seeing the Aruni out. Again, just extra utility that OXG will have to think about either removing or ignoring, kind of like Denari, but also having that two-shot DMR at your disposal as well as a nice touch on a lot of these longer angles you tend to see on the top floor of Fortress. In the same sense, you've got Rival with the Boss G. That could be a potential one-tap. OXG, though, looking to get some extra information downstairs. Nafe is lurking below by cafeteria. So if they ping him at just the right time, or at least notice him on a drone, I should say, that could be the info they need to try to go for more of a sight hit rather than hunting down those roamers. Exothermic charge to go off, opening up a big portion, not the bathroom area, but just besides games, to have more access towards this corridor, and a Logi Bomb running off as well, providing a lot of information, except for on NJR, but Adams ready for the swing. out by the main doorway. Gomez to follow suit as well with a couple shots of his own onto Citizen. And just like that, OXG are up in the driver's seat with a 2-player advantage. And the Blackbeard still up as well to help lead this front into sight. But bam, Dark Zero. 2 quick kills back to back. A beautiful shot from Rival. Force now trying to plant down this diffuser. Adam, sufficient coverage through Horse. And Nafe is now stuck in a 1 versus 3 retake. OXG have done it after the rehost, not just winning their default 2 attacks, but winning a 3rd after their timeout. If we see the exact same defensive-sided showcase from OXG like we did yesterday, we might not see a map 3, Harrison.
Yeah, again, their defensive side yesterday was so good, and I love the adaptation we saw from OXG, seeing that DZ again want to extend really far into dorms. They don't have the Goyo. There's not a whole lot to stop them from planting, so once dorms gets taken by OXG, they're able to open up the wall for free from games, and then in from briefing. They get that avenue in behind bathroom. At the same time, they've got someone walking tower. They've got a split push coming in from Horse, and DZ end up getting just pulled way too thin to deal with Oxygen's onslaught after those first 2 opening picks. Now a 3-3 half. This is a crucial step for DZ to win this first attack. This could set the tone for the rest of the half. And the same thing goes for Oxygen. If DZ are able to win this first attack on a primary bomb site, then it's basically as if they took a 4-2 half and Oxygen won their first primary. It's 4-3. If OXG are able to win this first defense and go up 4-3, then DZ are going to be in a lot of trouble. That is kind of what happens, the importance of that 3-3 half, and the importance of both teams to win the first round after an even half.
I actually didn't realize for the game's wall to be that close towards site as well by bathroom. I was right on my initial call. I was like, wait a minute. I was thinking about Old Fortress of like, oh my God, you know, games does not lead in the bathroom. What the hell am I talking about? But nope.
No, it does.
I was right from the map view. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. My unk mind is just turning into mush.
We should have a spectator minimap. We got a minimap in training grounds
cool.
now. Let's get a spectator minimap.
Yeah, maybe in 5 years. Who knows?
I'll make it myself. Just kidding. I'm not gonna do that. I don't know how to code. Coding is hard. OXG, their turn on bathroom commanders. They've got a shield to protect from tower to help Yaga's position in Horse. You got a couple players extended, Gomez and Grixer. Adam also positioned by tower by Reno, holding on to Reno from desk. Player down below is Citizen. He's going to be try to do his best Adam impression downstairs with the Deimos, and is actually getting cleared in by Spirits, and instead Spirits is just going to try to run straight up, evades the C4 from Adam, and now Dark Zero trying to mount a fast push tower stairs.
Another Nitro Cell comes out, but it misses for Gomez. At least they've got the crossfires here to deal with that blitz. Maybe the player close by near Old Cannon could maybe shoot him in the back before Adam is forced to back away, forcing himself into Commander now. Wall not reinforced off that rotate, now being utilized for Spirits to gather tons of intel for his team and potentially kickstarting off an execute. But Grixer threading the needle against Citizen. That's now your Deimos gone. Tons of info off the board now for Dark Zero, and there's still map control by Bedroom. And what a flank from Forrest, finding 1 and 2 kills with the help of Adam. What a play from Oxygen, but Rivals here doubling down with a flank of his own from lobby stairs. 2 versus 3, hell of a lot more winnable than the 4v2 that we had a moment ago. for OXG, but Rival is low, and they've got info on him and Nafe as he's tagged up, finished off by Gomez. It's now just the Ace, alone with no diffuser control. As he looks towards bathroom, some shots landed, but it's not enough to kill Grixer, as all it takes is one to the dome to kill any member in this game. OXG have won their first defense.
Up 4-3 now. Again, DZ's attack leaving a lot to be desired. They try to charge up Spiral. But unfortunately, Citizen is unable to make any headway. And because of that, Cannon gets opened up. The tower flank gets opened up. NJR stuck in Reno, killed by one of those flanking players. The rotate into Commander, fully in control of the defense. They start to push out, and DZ never able to recover. There you see NJR completely trapped. Spirits stuck because of that flank, and though Rival did his best, he and Nafe unable to link up, both just dying to 50-50 gunfights. Now first floor, the site for OXG. Grixer 4-0, Adam 3-0 after the rehost.
5 seconds left.
And their defense is still looking as strong as ever. It did take 2 nitro cells, not even netting a kill for OXG, but just buying themselves time to fall back. They had good information, realizing Dark Zero were putting a lot of emphasis on getting tower control and pushing their way up lobby stairs. So they send someone Cannon to hold a crossfire. They have Forrest downstairs on a flank. Great synergy there by OXG. Dark Zero once again utilizing spirits on the blitz, except maybe this time it'll be used to help deal with this roam upstairs. You've got Rival on the Dokkaebi for intel, Citizen for some verticality. We saw how well that meshed with OXG's attack down by the main staircase, having the Buck up above on vertical, plus the Deimos Deathmark trackers, but this time no Deimos in play for Dark Zero. Still having plenty of info at the very least, and Forrest is, he's ratting right behind the half wall. I don't know if he got droned out in that position by Old Tower. Could be a big move for him if he's able to spot someone like the Blitz, perhaps, but we'll have to wait and see. There it is. They misdroned him at a crucial moment, and he gets away. Wow. What? How does that happen? And now this could be a second kill lined up for the roaming Lamai. He hears the Blitz beside him, wasting so much time, eventually finished off. But the fact he killed the Ram, killing the only Vert player in this lineup for Dark Zero, is a huge kill for OXG.
Am sure he did have a lot of utility still in pocket, but I'm sure if you're the defense, you still take that trade. Now it might be Yaga's turn to get aggressive here, worried about someone potentially lurking. Ends up just sending out a goo mine and walking away. Now the attack does make their way through music. They see the Denari trips. Trying to figure out if they can even break it. They do get the angle. Into gun, they move. Into sitting, they move. Attack now making some pretty decent headway in the final 45 seconds. Spirit spots the rotate into sight. Bees start to go out. Rival has hit one of those trips all the way by Hammam. OXG still not really forced to move. They're still just sitting here waiting for the attack. Grixer with 2 gas canisters remaining in only 30 seconds. Yaga still generating these goo mines. Smokes come out. Nafe kills Gomez. Spirits may be in a position to plant now, as Nafe now joins the rest of his team in the bomb site. More smoke grenades come out. Flashes from Nafe. Spirits looking to push even deeper, but gets knifed in the back by Adam, who might have an opportunity to go massive, just hiding on the case, knowing they have to come pick it up, and DC melt in the face of the Denari.
And they had no idea. Again, a lack of info. Not only killing the Ram in the first minute, but in the dying seconds of the round, Adam hiding in the smoke, doing his best Stewie 2K impression, netting 2 picks and killing the Blitz, forfeiting case control. How do you mess this up, Dark Zero? The fact that Forrest got misdroned and killed the Ram, they had no vert. To clear out sight, they went instead for a complete readjustment, going horizontal to just barge their way into sight. But again, there's no utility they have left to pressure out OXG once they lose that blitz, once they lose their planter and their main spearhead. Oxygen just laughing to the bank right now on their defense. It's the exact same story as yesterday, where no matter what Dark Zero try, it just isn't working out for them on their attacks because they're just stalling themselves out, it feels like.
Reloading.
More attacking issues surfacing for DZ. This time, it's, like you mentioned, a massive lack of information punishing them. Adam and Grixer are now combined 11-0 post-rehost from round 6. We go on Dorm's games, the other top floor site. DZ still working with a shield. It's Spirits on Monty. Rival trying to leverage the sends that OXG have played so well with all weekend.
OXG now completing the full rotation of sites, going into games. Another extension with the help of these zombie Kiba barriers. Dark Zero, I wonder if they're going to just try to clear out this extension head on or no. Maybe they're going in for just an old tower direct take with the help of this Montaigne. They've got at least some presence close to the old Shisha location, that being from Nafe with these Selma charges as Ace. The Doe could be right beside Montaigne as well, looking for any bits of traps, such as those goo mines. Just Dark Zero still trying to set up, with them trying to go for more of a faster approach towards site. They can take their time gathering intel to figure out who on Oxygen is the most isolated target that they have. It seems like the Montaigne as well could be worried about a potential flank, but no one right now on Oxygen is on the first floor to run up that staircase. In the meantime, they're just trying to tackle this Montaigne once he pushes past this barrier, and there it is. Spirit's just running in by himself, trying to push away that Kiba barrier. He is still alive, and Rival sneaks himself in, winning a crucial gunfight over by Central Stairs. Man advantage for Dark Zero, but still a lot of damage dealt to him and the Montaigne, who could be one impact away from dying.
And now NJR and Citizen fall, giving the lead to Oxygen. That's 2 of your split players and tons of utility dead in Citizen's pocket. Nafe just on the other side of the wall, kills Adam, trying to work his way in from briefing, but now the Monty is alone and isolated. Nafe has to get 4 kills if he wants to win this round and stave off match point. Forrest and Gomez both playing Old Tower, both in a very tradable position here. Nafe flashing through. There's one on the other side of this Kiba, but Nafe doesn't check for it. Gomez puts him down, and OXG are 1 round away from SI.
And the composure OXG have had in this second half is great. Sorry, I saw Forrest typing in all chat, and I lost my composure there. I'm sorry about that. So funny. But again, OXG, They seem completely in control there. They are prepared for the Montaigne push in through Old Tower hallway. Yes, they had died to Rival on the lurk, but immediately someone on Oxygen retakes that position, finishes off the damage dealt from earlier on, and just start bouncing back. So much success here from Gomez and Yaga, who were really quiet in the first game of today against Cloud9. Instead, it was Adam doing a lot of that heavy lifting, Grixer stepping up to the plate as well. It feels like a collective effort now by OXG as they're on series point, going back to command room where it was a blitz rush attempt up the lobby stairs by Dark Zero, and it just didn't work out. You had a lot of nitro cells to kind of keep them at bay. You had those long horizontal angles that OXG were able to contest Dark Zero from. There was the flank by Forrest, who's been having a good game as well for Oxygen. And now it seems to be a potentially new lineup here for Dark Zero, unless they, of course, change something next 10 to 15 seconds. I always have that problem of talking about the attackers and still trying to change their lineup. And Oxygen, I don't think they really have much of a lineup difference here besides maybe Forrest on Malusi now.
From round 7.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. He was on
Bingo.
Frost. He was the one that flanked up. Flanked up
yeah,
Spiral
that's
and killed
right.
NJR Reno. Now he's on Malusi, which I mean, hey, Frost I don't really think did a whole lot last round, except maybe the fact that she bought a shield. But
Reloading.
if you see DZ, you know, trying to go for something fast with that blitz, the Malusi is certainly going to slow that down. We don't have any shields in play here for DZ though. Citizen and NJR on that Dokkaebi Lion combo that we all know is so annoying. DZ maybe looking to quick clear up into Horse. Citizen already up main. Got the window for Mattress open. Forrest, the man in Horse. I don't know if he's got any support. But as soon as he hears that drone, he just falls back. He doesn't want to tussle with it.
And just forcing more out of Dark Zero here. They may have control of Horse now as Adam just walked into the line of fire of Citizen. I thought with Force backing away, that gave the info that Dark Zero were beginning to push from that position. I guess not for Adam. So it is a man advantage here for Dark Zero. They still have the Goo Mines and Banshees, though, at their disposal to slow down the rest of Dark Zero. No shield this time as well, which is a nice touch since Auction got to ban out that Blitz and there's no Montaigne in play. Goo Mine hitting off the foot of Nafe, giving away some information, but overall, this Dorms overclear has been fantastic for Dark Zero after winning that entry against Adam. Now they can try to open up this back wall. It is being prolonged by the... I thought it was 2 brow cancers. It must be a bug or something that I noticed. Here's the swing from Grixer, though, finding one and almost a second kill, but the Selma charges still going off. Now the chance of a plant is there for Dark Zero if they can deal with Grixer, which they finally do. And at the same time, Forrest finds the trade. There's Yaga with another, and this could be the end for Dark Zero.
It's all up to NJR and Nafe against 3. Gomez has been popping off after this rehost. He's tucked in bathroom. Forrest supporting from bedroom. 40 seconds remaining. Nafe gonna try and get this plant down, but up springs the sentry. Both players hit shots, but there's no kill. C4 goes out. It goes wide. Nafe needs NJR to come on in with him. Plant going down once again. They're sitting on top of each other. One goes down, but NJR's good for 2. Now a 1 versus 1. Does he know Gomez is prone? Yes! NJR saves DZ and keeps them alive for another round.
The 2-shot DMR and the well-placed shots beautifully done for NJR. The star of the show on Dark Zero gives his team another round. As Oxygen looked like they had it in the bag. Yes, they lost Adam early to an entry fight, but they were still consistent with being able to work back those trades, having those crossfires into bathroom to stop Dark Zero from getting that plant down. But again, NJR lining up those 2 critical kills to force it into a 1 versus 1 where the sentry was already low on HP. Brilliantly done by NJR, and Dark Zero getting a second chance at redemption here on Fortress. They go in for a timeout, trying to make things work here on the attack, but that was such a nail biter, Harrison. Imagine if we didn't have Oxygen losing Adam in that first minute of the round. Maybe they would have had another gun to close this out 7-3, but instead, I imagine OXG will opt to go in for a different bomb site. They'll head back down in the cafeteria where they got away with robbery here. This was the round where Forrest just hiding as the Wamai, killing the Ram of Citizen off the rip, and also Adam hiding in a smoke grenade to work 2 picks during the execute phase. I imagine OXG are going to rely a lot more on stalling that roam clear upstairs, having the Valkyrie and Legion for info, the Vigil for intel denial, and still having a lot of stall potential with the help of those Denari tripwires and Toxic Babes that did also burn away a lot of time when Dark Zero tried going horizontal for their execute.
Seemed like once the go button was hit by DZ, everything fell apart.
10 seconds to go.
Info game still not super strong. And JR putting his team in his back pocket, forcing them over the finish line last round.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
You can see a lot more consistency from DZ. They want to bring us to overtime on Fortress, in which I believe, yeah, OXG will also still have the defense.
Pocket charge being deployed here for Nafe. He's got a lot of intel at his disposal with those Deathmark trackers. He's got 4 operators pinged out as well. It seems like Dark Zero are going to go for another top to bottom clear like we saw last time, but they don't have really a lot of vert. Instead, maybe they're just going upstairs to hunt down these roamers, work a couple of picks early on. They could still try to have Nafe shoot through the floor with, again, his 2-shot pistol, but this might just be an early game of just working those picks. But wow, the game sense from Gomez. Oh my God.
What a
and
read.
They just back away. That was such a good play there from Gomez. He expected Nafe to challenge him off that Deathmark track. He pre-fires the door and gets a headshot. And now they back away with there being no active info for Dark Zero besides the Logi bomb.
Actually just read Nafe like a book. And like you said, just fall away. Why continue to contest when you've got the kill and now DZ are left chasing ghosts upstairs? Halfway point now eclipsed. DZ as well. No vertical operators being taken to work the ceiling above waiting and cafeteria. Really the only form of space making they have are the Grim and the Monty, which are not hard, and they've got no information on Adam! A lack of info strikes yet again as sure! NJR gets a trade, but they lose their Monty in the process. One less wedge to give them space in the site. Gomez's phone ringing off. The Grim B's missing. Gomez still here stuck in the corner, finally now spotted out. Killed by NJR. DZ, a flurry of kills unanswered by OXG. Forrest and Yaga, the last 2 men standing. Yaga just on the other side of this door, catches NJR with the B launcher in hand, looking for the Dokkaebi, but Rival's there for the trade. The IGL. Roman Forrest for OXG, the last man standing, trying to send his team to Paris. All he's got to do is find Rival and Citizen, the latter of whom is 1 in 5. Now it's all up to the Brit. As Rival goes down, 10 seconds. Plant going down by Citizen, trying to tuck behind the bomb chassis. Forrest running in with the 3 speed of the Vigil. He'll forfeit that plant, and as he gets up, takes a ton of damage from Citizen, but there's no kill. Now tucked in behind the desk, Citizen saves DZ, and they stay alive again. One more round for OT.
By the skin of their teeth, they do it again. Utilizing the Grim to work those isolated picks as well that OXG just kept giving them. I feel like after you get away with killing the Montaigne, just back off, play for sight, and force Dark Zero to plant. You still have the Vigil that can flank later in the round. That was never detected during the whole 3 minutes of the action phase. You get away with not 1, but 2 kills practically for free on 2 of the most important operators of the Deimos and Montaigne, and you keep challenging Dark Zero when all they want to do right now is take gunfights.
Reloading.
Maybe a misread there for OXG that we'll look back on later, but Dark Zero, they still need 1 more round win just to send us to overtime, as Oxygen had such a great lead moving towards that second half. Seems to still be in their ballpark, but at least Dark Zero now are a hell of a lot closer at tipping the tide in their favor. I believe we go back to command and bathroom now for OXG. It's almost the exact same lineup, I think, too, for Auction. They now have the Mozzie in play, which might be the biggest difference for right now, instead of that Malusi, I believe, from Forest. So he's been the only person really changing here. And Dark Zero back up to their same old shenanigans. They've got the Deimos in play. They have a lot more info as well. And the Brava, too, which is a nice touch, noticing there was a Malusi just last round, maybe breaking off some of those bulletproof cameras that are in play for Oxygen as well. And Spirit's back in the Montaigne. Hopefully this amount of info can help Dark Zero clear out the extension faster and not have any cracks slip through like we've been seeing from time to time, because last round almost costed them the entire series and chance of going to Paris off of some missed drones.
I think the Brava too, There's some really good default cams on Fortress for her to find as well. DZ's first logic bomb comes out. Monty heralding this push through Old Tower. There's 2 bodies contesting it from Oxygen, one of which coming under fire right now. It's Grixer and Dorms, supported by Gomez, again playing Old Tower. Nafe trying to work his way through. Citizen gets the opening pick, but immediately Nafe falls. Citizen not able to get the trade. In fact, he dies to Grixer. 2 kills for Oxygen to take the lead, and by the reinforcement you hear right now, they are falling off the roam, locking down the wall, and playing their advantage.
No more Selmas to open up that breach either. The opportunity for a plant will be much more challenging now for Dark Zero in this deficit. They're even hunting for the roamers that have completely fallen back. They've got no info to work off of. Maybe NJR could hack some cameras if he gets to Gomez's body, but that's the only thing they have at this point. Spirits being a gun down as well. Yes, he can make space, but if there's no players to work off of his map control, this could be the final round between OXG and Dark Zero to determine who makes it to Paris, or if we will see overtime in map 2.
NJR still alive, though, and as long as he is up, DZ have a chance. Trying to contest this hatch, though, that's a losing fight. Grixer has a much better angle. But NJR survives. Deals more damage to Grixer than he receives. Last logic bomb now out. Everyone on the defense getting called, and a backstab by a rival takes down Adam, but Grixer's got the quick reaction. Now trying to fight this Monty. Spirits putting his shield down, forcing Grixer to pay attention to him, but he gets dealt way too much damage, and that's it! OXG snuff out DZ's lights, and for the 2nd year in the row, Oxygen are going to SI!
By the skin of their teeth, it took regulation, but they win it 7-5 and 2-0, the comeback victory. After being knocked down yesterday by Dark Zero to the lower bracket, they beat Cloud9 after a disastrous Kafe and after a couple of unfortunate rehosts. Dark Zero are not going to make it to Paris because of OXG's brilliance on Fortress, going flawless on that map throughout the LCQ. Oxygen, congratulations. That was an amazing performance throughout today. I almost thought we were going to see Cloud9 as a potential underdog pick against Dark Zero, but didn't end up happening after that resurgence on both Lair and Labs, and it felt like map 2 kind of took forever despite it being a 7-5 victory, but throughout that entire just headache of rehosts and tech issues, OXG kept their cool and kept setting the pace against Dark Zero, granting them that win.
Of winning it on Fortress, on grinding through on a new map, showing just how much they wanted this, to put in the work to master, or at least really understand the newest map that's been added to the pool before anyone's really showcased it at a top level, to play it multiple times against Dark Zero, to win it multiple times against Dark Zero, and to do it to send themselves to Paris. I mean, it's as storybook of a finish as it gets, especially the rematch after being knocked down to the lower bracket. For the 2nd year in a row, Oxygen get through the LCQ and make a 6 invitational appearance. It's just as perfect as it gets. A hard-fought Fortress as the series as a whole comes to an end. And Harrison, I mean, we saw just a bit of everything, it felt like, on this map, from hero plays on Oxygen's side to a counter punch from NJR or for somebody else on Dark Zero. But at the end of the day, it was the lead that Oxygen held after they took the lead at the swap, and they just did not let off the gas.
Yeah, that 4-round streak they had, round 6 through 9, post timeout too, worked wonders for OXG. They looked brilliant on their defense, and then swapping over to, after swapping over to the defense, like DZ again, they had a couple really okay looking rounds, but then once it comes to the execute, like we're seeing on this replay right now, how many times did a lack of information cost them the round completely? It happened so many times. And then in this final one, just those 2 picks that Oxygen were able to get off their roam in transitioning into just instantly leaving. It seemed like they knew exactly when to get aggressive, exactly when to fall off, and we'll be seeing them at SI. And for the first time since SI 2019, DZ won't be there.
It is, I mean, truly heartbreaking to see Dark Zero fail to make Invite for the first time in a while, as you said, but to take their spot, essentially, OXG proving that it was a spot that they deserved through and through. You see Grixer and Adam once again at the top, who have both had an incredible day across the series with Cloud9 and now Dark Zero. John, I mean, this was a team that grinded for this, and it was clear the margins were razor thin. Engagements that easily could have gone either way. And I know Dark Zero are going to be thinking about that, but Oxygen more than happy to come out on the other side as the victors.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a well-deserved fight throughout the entire series. You had so much of a resurgence by players like Grixer and Adam taking those crucial one-for-one gunfights. It felt like Dark Zero were never given the opportunity to set up for something magnificent on their execute without sacrifice. There was always a position they had to clear out that was too challenging and they lost a body from it. There was always a flank that never had a drone or an air jab to cover it, allowing people like Forrest to swing in and work 2 kills out of thin air. And I'm not shocked it's Adam to be our MVP for this matchup as well. I think he was MVP the last game as well. Fairly similar statistics. He was 6-1 on the entry. He's positive on entry once again. He's got over 20 kills. He had an absolute masterclass of a game. And to think about it too, he was the MVP of match 1 with similar stats. That was in a culmination of 3 maps. This was only 2. That also went to regulation and had no overtime as well. That was a really impressive feat from Adam, and even being followed up closely by Grixer and Gomez as well. Just beautiful showing by OXG today.
Well, truly deserved that LCQ spot after this grind of a bracket that they had to fight through. But they are indeed our 5th and final team that North America will have on the international stage in what's crazy to say is just a few weeks' time. We now know EU, we now know NA, our LCQ teams. We still got to figure out who APAC's going to be. We still got to figure out who SAL is going to be, and that is going to happen next weekend. But for us here in North America, for our fantastic production crew, for our casters, Happy and Light Rose, Crow and Fellow, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thank you so much for watching. Keep tuning in to Siege action. We are back next weekend as we figure out who those final 2 SI teams are going to be. Have a great night.